Good morning, Mr. Simpson. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Other than talking to your lawyers, did you do anything to prepare for today's session of the deposition?
No.
Did you review any materials?
No.
Okay.
You mean from yesterday to today?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Let me clarify a couple things we discussed yesterday. When Phil Van Adder received your black bag, where did he get it from you?
Are you talking about the 13th of June?
Yes, Mr. Baker.
They had me handcuffed and the bag kept falling off my shoulder, so I guess that's where he got it.
We're now talking about June 13th, correct?
Yes.
Did you drive down to the police station?
Yes.
With whom?
Philip Van Adder.
You were handcuffed at your house?
Yes.
And when you went into his car, I take it, or some LAPD vehicle, you took your bag with you?
Yes.
Okay. And the bag was in the back seat with you?
I believe it was in the trunk.
Trunk?
Yes.
When you arrived at the police station, did you take the bag out and take it up with you?
No.
And later on that evening, when you got back to Rockingham, Mr. Van Adder delivered the bag back to you?
Correct.
And so you didn't have the bag in your possession for several hours?
Correct.
Okay. And why did you take the bag with you down to the police station?
Well, I didn't want to leave it in my driveway.
You could have left it in your house?
They wouldn't let me in my house.
Okay. That's the only reason?
Yes.
Did, now the clothing that you took with you to Mr. Kardashian's house and Mr. Kardashian car was contained in the black bag that we discussed yesterday?
Yeah, and I think I might have taken another change. I'm not sure of that, but I seem to remember that before we went, that I put some clothes in a bag.
The same black bag?
No.
A different bag?
Yeah.
So you remember now taking two bags?
No, I don't remember. It just seems to me, I don't know if they brought it the next day. It just seems to me I brought something to put on the next day.
Just wait a second. And I object to the preamble of the question you remember now, because that's exactly what he testified to yesterday.
How many bags did you take with you to Mr. Kardashian's car en route to his house?
My black bag.
And do you remember any other luggage that you took with you?
No, but I just seem to have a memory that I did bring some clothes with me, and I just don't recall if I carried a bag. I don't think I carried a bag. I think I just had my black bag, but it just seems to me that I carried a change of clothes.
Were all the clothes that you carried with you to Mr. Kardashian's house put in this black bag?
I don't recall.
You think you might have just set them in the car, you mean?
Yeah, I may have had a suit bag or something. I just don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall specifically, withdrawn, you said yesterday you think some other clothes may have been delivered to you while you were there.
I know they were.
And were they delivered in a suitcase?
I don't know.
Okay. When you went into the Bronco on the 17th, Mr. Cowling's Bronco, you testified yesterday that you took the black bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember if it had any clothes in it?
If it did, or whatever was in there from when I got there Monday, socks, maybe underwear, something.
And you were taking out some of those socks and underwear during the course of the week, right?
No, I don't recall that. I think they bought me clothes. I think from my house they brought me a lot of stuff.
So whatever socks and underwear were in the black bag when you arrived at Kardashian remained in the bag and were in the bag when you took it into the Bronco, is that right?
Correct.
Did you take any other clothes with you other than what might have been in the black bag when you went into Mr. Cowling's Bronco?
No.
Did you have him do so?
No.
Were there any other clothes in the Bronco?
I didn't look around really to see. They weren't mine if they were.
When we were off the record, we distributed copies of Exhibits 4A, B, C, and D, and Exhibit 5 that we referred to yesterday on the record. I now would like to show you a photograph.
There's 3 photographs.
3 photographs which we will mark. Are they all copies? Yeah, we'll make one packet. Let's just do 6. What's the next exhibit? Yes. Which we'll now mark as the next exhibit in order, which will be 7, and we'll mark it 7A, B, and C. And I'll show you the original photographs that we have, and I'll distribute Xerox copies of these to counsel. Mr. Simpson, looking at the photos which we've marked as Exhibit 7 collectively, do you recognize what is depicted in the photos?
Yes.
What is it?
A type of cell phone.
Was this the cell phone that you owned and used in June of 1994?
It could be.
And do you recognize the telephone number? 613-3232?
I believe that was my number.
Yeah. And yesterday, you withdrawn. Is this the cell phone that was in the black bag that you took with you to Chicago?
If this is mine, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe it's not yours?
Well, I know that, I don't.
Does it look like yours?
The type that I use, yes.
And does this cell phone appear to be the one that you would have mounted in the Bronco or mounted in the Bentley when you drove in the car?
This type of phone, yes.
And you were able to use it outside of the automobiles as well, right?
Yes.
And you said it had a battery pack that was attached to it when you used it outside of the car, correct?
And inside of the car.
And inside the car.
Yes.
Do you see the battery pack there, by the way?
No.
Is it clear to you then that neither of the 2 battery packs that you mentioned yesterday appears in these photographs?
True.
And do you know where those battery packs are?
I would imagine in AC's Bronco.
Did you remove the battery pack from the cell phone at any time while you were driving in Mr. Kelling's Bronco?
I've removed numerous battery packs from mine, I guess AC's. I think the police officers gave us a few of them. Yes.
And you were using additional battery packs on your cell phone?
Yes, they kept giving them because the phone kept going dead, and I think the police officers were giving us battery packs to get the phone alive again.
Okay. In June of 1994, how many telephones did you have in Rockingham?
I don't know.
How many telephone lines did you have?
1, 2. I don't have a rotary phone.
You had phones in various rooms throughout the house?
Yes.
Were they all operable?
I would imagine so. Yeah.
How did the police, by the way, provide you with battery packs while you were in the Bronco?
Through AC. I'm sure it's all on, the police had that all. AC, I guess AC was going back and forth, and I was in my driveway. And
while you were at Rockingham?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, give me the next photos. Let me see them. What's next? Let me see them. Let me see the photos. Those now. Did you have a recollection that you were out in that Bronco about 8 hours on the 17th of June?
No.
Can you estimate how long you were out in the Bronco?
No.
You don't have a clear recollection of those events?
No. Not time-wise, no.
Did you take any Xanax?
No.
Have you ever taken Xanax?
Ask, you don't have to answer that. You answered that yesterday.
Are you under any medication today?
Yes.
Which medication?
Zolpidem and Motrin.
Your blood was taken on June 13, correct?
Correct.
From the police?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen a report from the LAPD that showed traces of marijuana in your blood?
No.
Are you aware that there is such a report?
Don't answer that.
No.
Did you smoke any marijuana on the 12th of June?
No.
Did you smoke any marijuana on the 11th of June?
No.
Did you smoke any marijuana 1 week before June 12, 1994?
No.
Did you take any drugs during that week?
No. Other than other than Motrin.
What medications did you take on June 10, 11, or 12?
Motrin.
You have a clear memory of that?
I always take Motrin.
Every day?
Yes.
How often?
In the morning, sometimes late in the day if I'm in pain.
And you were taking Motrin on a regular basis in June of 1994?
Correct.
Did you take any other kind of drugs or medication on June 12?
No.
Cocaine?
No.
Methamphetamine?
No.
Were you a cocaine user in June of 1994?
Don't answer
No.
that.
No.
The answer is you were not?
No.
In May of 1994?
No.
That's enough. Don't answer any more questions.
Did
about
you
that.
take cocaine at any time in the period January 1994 through June 12,
I
1994?
instruct you
No.
not to.
Did you take
Am I a potted plant?
did you take any kind of amphetamines during that period of time?
No.
Did you take any kind of illegal narcotics at any time in June, in the period January to June of 1994?
No.
Did you take any, did you use cocaine in the year 1993?
Don't
No.
answer that.
No. I'm sorry.
Did you use any kind of illegal narcotics in the year 1993?
Don't answer that.
You refuse to answer?
Yes, he refuses to answer.
You said yesterday that you were concerned about possible drug and or alcohol abuse by Nicole Simpson. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, did you and she participate in using narcotics in 1994?
No.
Did you see her do so?
No.
At any time did you see her do so?
Don't answer that, OJ.
I think the answer was no. You have any information whatsoever that in 1994 Nicole Simpson Brown abused or took illegal narcotics?
Yes.
And what is that information?
She told me on one occasion, and people that I talked to that was in the intervention mentioned that it came up in the intervention.
What intervention?
Intervention for Faye Resnick.
When did you first talk to anyone about that intervention?
After, maybe when I was in jail, but I think more when I got out, but possibly when I was in jail also.
Well, prior to the time you went to jail, you had not spoken to anyone about that intervention, correct?
Wrong.
Who did you speak to about it?
I was told about it by Ron Fishman, and I talked to Christian Reichard about it.
When did the
Sorry, you talked to?
Christian Reichard.
Thank you.
when did the intervention occur?
I gather during the week of June 6th.
Okay. And was Nicole part of the intervention?
I believe she called it, or she caused it to be called.
What was the purpose of the intervention?
I gather that Faye Resnick was a little out of control, and Nicole was concerned.
Nicole told you that she did this, correct?
No,
She didn't tell you that she had called the intervention?
no,
Did she tell you that she participated in it?
no,
Did she ever discuss with you the intervention?
no.
And how did you find out what you just said a moment ago?
Originally, Ron Fishman told me, and then Christian Reichard told me.
The conversations with Fishman and Reichard occurred before Nicole's murder?
Yes.
Okay. And when you heard about the intervention from Ron Fishman and Christian Reichard, did you speak to Nicole about that?
No.
Did you speak to anyone about that?
Other than the two of them?
Yes.
No.
You said that Nicole told you that she had used some drugs, illegal drugs. When was that?
In January
Of what year?
'94.
And was that the first time that she told you that?
That she was using it? Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean concern in '94? In '93 she told me too, but we weren't together in '93. But '94, something happened in '94, and she called me in New York and told me about it.
Yeah, let's just focus for now on 1994.
Mm-hmm.
When is the first time in 1994 that she told you that she was using drugs?
Somewhere near the middle to end, I believe, of January. Could have been the beginning of February, but I think it was the middle or the end of January.
What did she say to you?
She called me. She was crying.
What did she say?
She was in trouble.
What else did she say?
She was in trouble. She did something. She thought she was going to get in some trouble. She needed my help.
What did she say that she had done?
You know, I'm going to object at this time. It's
Thank
not
you.
a question. I'm going to ask to see you. I want to speak to you, Mr. Petrocelli.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah.
We are going off the record now, and the time is
Can
approximately...
I speak to you guys?
Yep.
We are back on the record now, and the time is approximately 9:58.
Mr. Simpson, let me go back to the intervention that you described involving Faye Resnick. Okay. You said you spoke to Ron Fishman about it and Christian Reichardt, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me what Fishman told you about the intervention.
Told me that there was an intervention. Did I hear? And I said no. And he described to me that they had evidently called an intervention. And there was a lot of people angry with one another. Faye was put into a center, rehab center, and there was a lot of anger among the various people involved.
Did Fishman tell you this?
Yes.
And did he attend it?
No.
And how did he find this out?
You'd have to ask him.
Did he tell you how he knew?
No.
Did you do anything about that information once you heard it?
I immediately no.
At any time?
Other than talk to Christian to see how he was faring about it. Other than that, no.
And who is Christian Reichardt?
He was had some relationships with Faye Resnick.
And you called him up?
Yes.
And after hearing from Fishman about the intervention?
Yes.
And tell me what you and he discussed, that is you and Reichardt.
Well, I asked how he was doing, and he told me he was hanging in there, and he sort of described what happened.
Okay. Was the subject of the intervention essentially Faye's problems?
I'm sure the intervention was, yes.
Okay. Did you do anything after talking to Reichardt?
When did I do anything?
Relative to the intervention?
About the intervention?
No.
Okay. And was that the last time you discussed that before the time you were incarcerated with anyone?
As best I can recall, yes.
Okay. Did you, and you never discussed it with Nicole, correct?
No.
Now, did you, in your conversation with Fishman, was there any discussion about Nicole?
Yes.
Relate that discussion.
That Christian and Nicole had an argument because of how, I guess, the intervention came about.
Okay. You mean the way it was being handled?
I guess so, yes.
And that was reported to you by Fishman, right?
Yes.
And was there anything else said about Nicole in your conversation with Fishman?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And in your conversation with Reichardt, was there any discussion of Nicole?
Yes.
And what was that discussion?
In part, he was upset with her for not letting him know what had been going on
With Faye?
with Faye, and in part that she didn't call him and the fact that they were letting it go. And I guess it was he who really forced the intervention at that
Christian?
point. Yes.
What did Christian tell you what that was going on with Faye Resnick? That he was upset with Nicole for not responding to sooner?
That she was heavily involved in cocaine and was doing it in Nicole's presence regularly, and that Nicole never alerted him to it.
Now, this is something that was told you by Christian Reichard?
Correct.
You didn't witness this yourself, right?
No.
You've never witnessed Faye Resnick taking cocaine, correct?
Cocaine, no.
Okay. And in 1994, did you ever see Faye Resnick take any sort of illegal narcotic?
Illegal?
Yeah.
I would say I would know, so I don't know what's illegal.
You ever see her abuse drugs, witness her abusing drugs in the year 1994?
I felt I did, yes.
And did you personally witnessed it?
I felt I did, yes.
When was that?
In March,
Where was that?
at a restaurant called Toscana.
And who was
Sorry, I can't hear.
A
Toscana?
restaurant called Toscana.
And who was present there?
Nicole, Christian Reichard, and Faye.
And did you say anything to Faye about this?
Yes.
And what did you say?
Told her she was out of line doing what she was doing, and it was
Referring
wrong.
to what?
Taking all the pills she was taking and drinking.
And what did she say?
She argued a little bit, but the other two people sided with me, and you know, they took the pills from her.
Now, other than that incident, did you ever witness her in 1994 abusing drugs in your presence?
Not with my eyes, no.
Okay. Other than that incident and what Mr. Reichart told you, did you ever obtain any other information in 1994 before Nicole's murder that Faye was abusing drugs?
Other than comments Nicole made,
Nicole would make comments to you time to time about that?
yes.
To what effect?
That she had drug problems and that she was
She being
abused.
whom?
Faye Resnick.
And what was your reaction to that?
It just had nothing to do with me, and I really didn't spend that much time with Faye, so it wasn't a part of my life. It was her, you know, their problems, not mine.
I see. Do you know what the intervention consisted of, by the way?
No.
Do you know the details of it?
Other than what was told to me by Christian, no.
Do you know where it took place?
No.
Do you know what happened after the intervention?
When I
With
gathered,
Faye?
when I gathered, Christian took her to some place.
Do you know where?
No.
And did you ever see Faye there
No.
or call her there?
No.
Do you know what date Faye went there?
I believe it was the middle of the week of the 6th.
June 6th?
Yeah, the middle of that week, sometime during that week. Few days before Nicole's death.
You did not speak to Faye Resnick at any time from the moment she went into the treatment center?
No.
When was the last time that you spoke to her?
Either Sunday or Monday of that week. That would have been whatever those dates were. Sunday or Monday preceding the 12th.
Spoke to Faye, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me have the calendars.
Relax.
Okay, I'll have to use this. Let me show you as the next exhibit in order a calendar. Mark it as Exhibit
8.
8,
And what do you want him to look at particularly here?
June. First of all, I want him to identify it.
Well, I'll stipulate it's 1994 month at a glance, but who's...
Yeah, I want to go over the calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you
Can we-
have copies for everybody?
Yes. Want to hand these out? Make
What
sure
exactly is Exhibit 8?
it's not the same calendar. It's really pissing me off. Make sure it's the same thing. No, it's not. They're different calendars. He had 2 different calendars. I don't have copies. You have to find copies of this calendar. Okay. I have before you, I'm getting copies circulated. I have before you what we've marked as Exhibit 8. You recognize this document?
Well, it depicts a calendar.
Excuse me?
It depicts portions of a calendar, I
Now,
believe.
is this your calendar?
I think it does. I think it is a cop. I believe so. Yes. I mean, it's not my calendar, but it picks somehow. I guess if I put it together, it would be.
Right, you have
Would
to
it
put the
pick
two
mine?
pages together where the spirals are. That's how it was
Yeah.
Xeroxed. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it is mine.
Now, this is a calendar that you maintained yourself?
I never really had a calendar. No, Kathy would fax me a page, or whatever was coming up. She'd send me a page with what's on it, and that was it. So I never had a calendar.
You didn't carry a calendar sort of like this one, month at a glance, in your bag with you, right? Or on
No.
your person?
No.
And Kathy Randa would maintain your calendar?
Yeah.
And is any of the handwriting on here your handwriting? Let's take a look at the page for June, for example.
I don't believe so.
Okay, and do you know whose handwriting is on here?
I believe it's Kathy's.
Okay, there seems to be different handwriting on these pages.
I'm not sure it's different handwriting,
well-
it's different pens.
And do you recognize all of the handwriting on June of 1994? Is that of Kathy Randa?
This is the page he's looking at, so.
That's part of June. That's part of June.
Oh, sure it is, I'm sorry.
I don't even recognize it as Kathy's. I'm just assuming it's Kathy's.
Okay,
I
you-
wouldn't recognize Kathy's handwriting if you wrote it down and showed it to me.
You would not recognize her
No,
handwriting?
I never really paid attention to her handwriting.
But none of this is your handwriting, is that right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you maintain any other kind of appointment book or calendar yourself, like one of those computerized, or any kind for that matter?
No.
Nothing?
No.
So anytime you needed to know what your appointments were, Kathy would send you something, is that right?
Well, normally she, had always, in my travel folder or whatever, would have whatever I got to do that week or whatever my month looked like. Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain a calendar at home,
No.
in your office or anywhere?
No.
Okay, now going back to the calendar for June, okay? And looking at it, can you tell me what's the last day that you spoke to the Fay resident?
Here's it.
It was either Monday or, Sunday or Monday, the 5th or the 6th, one of those days, I'm not sure.
Of June, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what the purpose of that call was?
It wasn't a call.
You met with her?
No. She was at Nicole's house.
And that's before the intervention, to the best of your knowledge, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely before the
So
intervention.
you were at Nicole's house, what day now?
Either Sunday or Monday.
Now we're talking June 5 or June 6, correct?
Yes.
And that's Nicole's house, you mean 875 Bundy, right?
Yes.
Who else was there?
I don't. Justin may have been with me.
I'm sorry.
Justin may have been with me, and I didn't go in the house. So, no, I didn't go in the house that day. So, I don't know who was in the house.
I see you stayed outside,
Yes.
Where?
On this day, in the front.
front of the house.
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, is there a buzzer at the front that you could ring the doorbell?
Yes.
And was that operable?
As far as I knew, yes.
Okay. And was there one in the back?
No.
There was no buzzer in the back?
No.
Could you enter the back?
If they opened the garage, you could.
Okay. And was there another back entrance besides the garage?
Not that I know of.
Was there a back gate, for example?
What do you mean, to the property?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And did that have a buzzer?
No.
How would you get in through the back gate if you wanted to?
Somebody would have to open it.
Was it locked?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. So if you came in through the back gate, you couldn't get in unless you had a key?
Yes.
And on the front gate, you would have to buzz somebody, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then
Or have a key.
Or have a key. And then
Yeah.
there was the garage in the back, right?
Yes.
And on this occasion, did you buzz to gain entry to the property?
Yes.
And did you come alone?
I may have been with Justin.
And what was your purpose in going there?
Get the dogs.
What dogs?
Actually get Chachi.
That's your dog?
Yes.
Okay. And then take the dog back in the car and leave, right?
Yes.
And when you buzz the buzzer in the front there, is there like a voice box where you can talk and be heard?
Yes.
And you identified yourself?
No.
They just buzzed and you opened the door and went through?
No.
Well, tell me how it happened.
I buzzed and Faye came out.
She came all the way out to the front gate,
Yes.
opened it up,
Yes.
and then you and Justin went in?
No.
Justin stayed in the car?
No.
Well, tell me what happened.
The dog ran out.
Out of the gate?
Yes.
And ran where?
Off.
What did you do?
I went one way, and Faye went up Bundy, and I went one way, and then I drove back. I walked back, got in my car, and started driving, and caught the dog in the alley across on the other side of Bundy in an alley, and then brought the dog back to the front of the house.
And what did you do then?
I got the dog back on her property.
How did you do that?
Grabbed it and brought it, back on the property.
And where did you bring the dog?
To the inside the front gate.
Okay. And who did you give the dog to?
Nobody.
Okay. Was the gate, when you went inside the front gate, was it open?
Yes, it wasn't closed, yes.
So you could push it open without
Yeah.
a key?
Yes,
And you entered the property
yes,
and with the dog?
yes.
And what did you do when you entered the property?
The dog ran and I went looking for the other dog.
And did you find the dog?
Yes,
Where?
down below the side of her house.
I mean, the side alleyway?
Yes,
Okay. And you walked down that alleyway? And did you go down the stairs?
I believe so, I'm not sure.
Saw the dog. How far did you go down the alley?
I'm not sure.
What did you do then?
I got the dog and kind of shooed it to come with me.
And then what did you do?
Walked the dog back to the front gate.
And then what?
Faye was at the front gate at that point in time, and I got the dog to the truck and put him in and left.
Okay. Did you spend time talking to Faye at the front gate?
Faye was babbling. Faye was, in my judgment, totally plastered. So she was babbling, yes.
What was she saying?
I couldn't even tell you. It didn't make any sense to me.
She wasn't coherent to you, is that what you're saying?
In my opinion, no.
Did you spend time trying to talk to her?
No.
Did you do anything to, were you concerned at all for her safety?
No.
Okay. You got the dog and then went back in the car?
Yes.
Did you talk to anyone else on that occasion?
No.
For example, did you talk to Nicole?
No.
Do you know if she was home?
I thought I saw her at the door when I came back with the dog. I think she was standing in the doorway.
Front doorway?
I believe so. I'm not sure. She could have been up on the balcony looking down.
And you said nothing to her?
No, because I just saw her as I was coming,
Did you?
driving up, and then she wasn't there. I believe. I don't, other than, hey, the dog got out or something maybe, but nothing relevant to anything.
Did you gesture or wave to her?
Possibly. I don't know. I mean, we acknowledged each other, but,
You can't recall any conversation of substance
No.
of any kind with Faye Resnick, is that right?
no,
Okay. Was that the last time you were at the Bundy property before Nicole's
I
death?
believe so, yes.
Were you bleeding on that occasion?
Not that I know of.
Did you have any cuts that you knew of?
Not that I was aware of.
Were you wearing any Band-Aids?
Not that I was aware of.
When you were looking for the dog, what's the other dog you were looking for?
I was going to get Chachi and Cato. A dog called Cato was one that got out.
Well, the dog that got out onto Bundy was Cato.
Yeah.
And you put that dog in the Bronco, right?
No,
What car were you driving?
Bronco.
Bronco. And you first got, you retrieved Cato, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And what did you do with Cato when you retrieved him?
As I said, I put him back on the property.
On the property. And then
Yes.
you went and got Chachi, right?
Yes.
Now, when you went to get Chachi, you said you walked a little bit down the property, right?
Yes.
Did you go all the way down to the back gate?
I don't recall.
What's your best recollection?
I don't have a best recollection. It is something I do often.
What is that?
pick up the dogs. And this one didn't stand out any more than any other time.
I'm
picking
sorry,
up the
Mr.
dogs.
Simpson, I can't hear you.
There is no question anyway.
Well,
He
you're
said,
talking, I can hear.
I understand.
Okay.
But, you know, if he wants to give a monologue against his lawyer's advice, he can.
Well, I especially want to hear things against his lawyer's advice.
yeah. Okay. We've marked that calendar as Exhibit 8. While we're on the subject of calendars, this one here is Exhibit 8, right? Okay, which one is that? I'm going to show you another calendar, which we'll mark as Exhibit 9. This is your copy, Mr. Baker, if you want one.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
This is my copy, right?
Oh, this is my copy. Yes.
The original one.
Thanks, Dave.
Can you take a look at what we've marked as Exhibit 9? And can you tell me if this appears to be a copy of a calendar for you for the year 1994?
Yes, it appears to be.
And is this a calendar that you maintain?
As I told you before, I didn't maintain any calendar.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yeah, it pretty much looked like what's normally on my calendars.
To the best of your knowledge, do you think this calendar was one that was maintained by Kathy Randa?
Possibly.
Okay. This calendar is different from the Exhibit 8 calendar. There are different entries for the various dates. Do you know why that is?
I can only surmise
What is your best understanding of that?
that normally this would be, looks more like what she would have printed to send to me. The other one looks more like something that she would maintain herself. Because I wouldn't want to see all that other stuff that's on the calendar.
So Exhibit 9 appears to be a copy of the kind of information that she would transmit to you,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, if she did this page, and I was taking some trips this week, she would put this in my travel folder, this, you know, copy a page like this and put it in my travel folder.
So you would take a copy of the page with the days involved in your travel, correct?
Yeah, virtually, yes.
It would be literally a Xerox copy?
Yes,
And you put it in that black bag we discussed yesterday?
yes,
Okay. What do you call that again?
my grip.
Your grip, okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware of any other calendars that were maintained for you other than these two?
No,
The year 1994?
no,
Are you aware of whether Kathy Randa shredded any documents in 1994?
no.
Do you know if she did?
I hope so.
You told her to?
No.
Why do you say you hope so?
At one point, once the trial began, everybody, all the lawyers were given shredders, and I believe Marcia Clark talked also in court that they were all shredding everything, and all our lawyers were shredding everything because the media was going through the garbage cans to get story material. So it was discussed in the courtroom at one point.
It was discussed in the courtroom that documents should be shredded.
No, that you shred all garbage and all stuff that once you looked at it or whatever, you got rid of it and shredded it. And I believe the prosecution said they were doing the same thing.
You're referring to documents generated in the course of the case, you mean?
Yes.
What about documents at the Brentwood office where Kathy Randa worked?
What about it?
Do you know whether she ever shredded any documents there?
No.
Did you ever tell her to do so?
No.
Has anyone ever told you that she did so?
No.
Have you ever acquired any information that Randa shredded any documents after
What do you
June
mean by
12th?
documents? Garbage?
No, not things already thrown away. Things that were in your desks or your drawers or cabinets.
I think I saw where things were being shredded at our office, yes.
How did you see that?
They were talking about it in
Who
court.
was they?
I don't know, it was an issue in court one day.
Did you discuss that issue with Kathy Randa?
No.
Did you tell your lawyers what to tell Kathy to shred?
No.
And do you know what Kathy shredded?
No.
Do you know whether she shredded any documents relating to Nicole?
No.
You don't know one way or the other?
No.
Do you know whether she shredded any documents relating to the 1989 incident involving spousal abuse?
No.
Do you know anything about that one way or the other?
No.
Do you know whether she destroyed any documents?
No.
What does that say? Do you know whether Kathy Randa shredded any documents that the prosecutors had subpoenaed and requested to be produced in court?
No.
Do you know whether anyone told her to do so?
No.
Before you were incarcerated, did you destroy any documents?
No.
Or ask other people to dispose of, discard, or shred any documents?
No.
After you were incarcerated, did you ask anybody to see that certain documents or materials were destroyed, discarded, or shredded?
No.
And do you know whether that occurred?
No.
Looking at your calendar again, Exhibit 8, let's say.
Which one?
Take a look at Exhibit 8.
Is that it? Which is, okay.
I can't, it's also, you could look at the trial exhibit number for the criminal case. It was Exhibit 599. Just make sure you have the right one.
Mm-hmm.
And look at June again, or May and June. Can you tell me prior to, well, let me back up. The occasion that you described where you retrieved the dogs, what's your, when did that occur, on June 5 or June 6?
I'm not sure.
What's your best
I don't have
understanding?
one.
Excuse me?
I don't have one.
It's one of those 2 days?
Yes.
What time of day?
Afternoon.
Okay. And what was the total amount of time that you believe you were on the Bundy property on that occasion?
I don't know.
Less than a minute?
No.
Less than 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time before that occasion when you were last at the Bundy property?
What, in the Bundy? In Bundy?
Yes. On the property or in the house?
Okay. I can't figure this out. June 4th.
And prior to June 4th?
I can't tear this thing.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Here, tear this.
Wait,
tear this
well,
one.
that's the court exhibit. Once you go, I'll try to fix that at the break.
Well, this is May. This is,
This is June, this way.
well, okay, that's June. I need to get May. We're talking on the property.
Yeah, last time before June 4.
I was definitely there on June 22nd and 23rd.
May?
I mean, May 22nd and May 23rd, and
Both days?
yeah, pretty sure both days. And possibly, I can't really recall, possibly another time during the course of that week. Just briefly, yes.
Excuse me. Where's May 23 on this calendar? What happened on June 4
Oh,
that caused you to be on the property?
I had to look at my son's Nintendo setup.
That was in the house?
Yeah.
And how did you access the property on that occasion?
I came, I blew the horn. Justin was with me. I blew the horn. Nicole opened the garage, and we came up through the garage, went to his room, looked at his setup, and went back down the stairs and went back out the garage and left.
You drove up to the back of the property?
Yeah,
Right in front of the garage?
yeah,
And the garage door is closed?
yeah,
You blew the horn and
Yeah.
the garage door went up?
yeah,
And then you went in?
yeah.
And how long were you there?
Whatever time it took to walk up the stairs, whatever, it took about a minute or two maximum to see the hookup, and then walk back down the stairs, 5 minutes or less.
Now, the stairs that we're referring to are the stairs that are that lead from the inside of the garage up into the home, correct?
Yes,
So we're
yes.
talking about interior stairs,
Yes.
right? And then when you got into the first level of the home, you then went upstairs using interior stairs to the bedroom of
Yes.
your son, correct?
Yes.
And you fixed the Nintendo setup for him, and then
No, I didn't fix it. I needed to see the hookup and how it was arranged and everything. Yeah.
okay. Did you
Yeah.
buy him a Nintendo cartridge around that time?
I bought him one later, and I had already bought him whatever the other game is. And there's another one like Nintendo,
Sega?
but not Sega or something. And we were trying to set it up in his room.
You remember the name of the game you bought him?
No.
Okay. And then you came, after you checked out the setup,
Yeah.
what did you then do?
Went and got in my car.
Came right back down the stairs, same
Yeah.
way you came up?
Yeah.
Went out the garage and into the car, is that right?
Yeah.
And drove off?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you converse with Nicole on that occasion?
On the 4th, no.
Was she there?
Yeah.
Did you see her?
No.
How do you know she was home?
Justin ran in her room, and she was in bed, and they were talking. And you have to go by her door of her room to go to Justin's
Sorry.
room. You have to go to by the door of her room.
Justin ran in her room and she
Yeah,
was in bed?
yeah, and jumped on the bed, and I heard them talking as I went to his room. You have to walk by her room to get to his room.
Justin came with you,
Yes,
and then he left with you?
yes.
Was there anybody else home with Nicole?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you didn't speak to Nicole at all?
No. Well, somebody may have been home with Nicole because I saw Faye's car, but I don't know if Faye was there.
You recognized her car?
Yeah,
Where was it parked?
in the back.
What kind of car was it?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't remember, but I know it was her car.
Okay. Nicole then had 2 cars, is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
What were they?
A Ferrari and the truck.
Were they both in the garage?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Were they parked there on the property?
I don't think so because I was able to pull right up to the garage, so one of them must not have been there.
Is that where she usually parked one of them?
Yes,
Where, outside the garage door?
yes.
And which one was that?
The Jeep,
And the other car, the Ferrari, was always parked in the garage?
yes.
Okay. And when you used to arrive, would you literally turn into the driveway or just park parallel to it?
Turn into it.
Turn into it?
Yeah.
So you would park next to the other Jeep, right?
Yeah, you couldn't park parallel. You'd block the alley.
Okay. Now, the last time before June 4, you were at the Bundy property, you said was definitely when?
Well, I was definitely there the 22nd and 3rd, and I believe
22nd and 23rd.
3rd of May, yes. And I believe I could have been there one time during that week.
Okay. What did you do there on the 22nd and 23rd?
22nd, I helped Nicole with something, and we talked. And 23rd, I think I had dinner with him.
Okay, let's start with the 23rd. Tell me about that occasion.
Nicole I think she needed some cough syrup. And the kids were with me, and she called. I believe she called. She went home, I checked on her, and she needed some cough syrup or something. And I went over and we talked. We talked about a few things.
Did you go over there alone?
Yes.
And parked in the same place in the back?
I don't recall.
Which car did you drive?
I don't recall.
And how did you get into the house?
Either I blew if I was in the back and she answered, or she buzzed me in the front. I just don't recall.
You don't remember which way?
No, I don't remember.
Was
which
it
way.
your practice to drive to the front of the house or the back of the house?
I did both, normally depending on where I was coming from. If I was coming from home, normally I went to the back. So, you know, so more than likely it was the back, but I don't recall how I entered the house that time.
And if it was the back, that's the way you would go up, right?
Yeah.
And if it was the front, you would be let in through the front gate, and then you would go right to the front door, right?
Yes.
Okay, now that front door is situated on the property prior to those steps going down the alleyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in order to go from the gate to the front door, you don't have to walk down the alleyway and go down the steps and back up again, correct?
True.
Is there any other entrance to the property besides, to the home, besides that garage in the back and the front door that you just described?
And the back gate you were talking about?
Let me start all over again. Is there any other entrance to the Bundy home of Nicole other than the garage and the front door that you just described?
You mean actually to get into the physically inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you can, there's a room down there. I don't know if you can, I don't know if it needs a key to get into, but there is a room that is down on that walkway, but I'm not sure if there's if it can be used as an entrance.
You're now talking about the walkway, meaning that side alley, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that if you come down that side alley, there's a door?
There's a room, and I know you can come out of that room. I just don't know if it's a room that you can get into if it's locked. I don't know.
Well, if you were inside the property, you could come out of that room by going out a door to the side alley?
Yes.
I see. And what is that room?
I think she used it as a maid's room.
Maid's room.
Yes.
And it had a door that opened out into the side alley?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. That's a door that you ever used?
No.
Never went in or out that door?
Never went in or out of that room.
Never was in the room?
No.
How do you even know about it?
Because I know it's there. You can't come out. You can't come in from the garage without seeing the room there.
How do you know that it has a door on the other side that goes to the side alley?
Because I've been in the alley with the dogs.
And you've seen that door?
Yes.
And you can look, does the door have a window?
I think it's a glass door. I'm not sure.
You can see
Yeah.
right into the room?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other ways of accessing the home?
I don't know.
Is there more than
Not that I
one?
know of.
Is there more than one front door?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did you have any keys to the property?
Not that I know of.
Are you unsure of yourself?
Well, I'm going to object to statements of time also.
In
sorry,
May
I
of
didn't hear you.
1994, did you have any keys to Nicole's property?
None that I knew were Nicole's keys, so
In June of 1994, did you have any keys?
none that I knew
When you
of.
say none that you knew of, do you believe that you had some keys that might have been hers, but you did not know?
I'm sorry, I'll...
No, I don't know at all.
Wait. You're gonna have to repeat the question.
When you say that you had some, what was his prior answer? None that I know of?
Right.
Yeah.
When you say that you did not have keys of Nicole that you knew of,
Mm-hmm.
do you have a belief that you had some keys that might have been hers, but you were not sure?
No, I don't know of. I have no knowledge of having any keys to Nicole's house.
At any time?
Well, yes, at some time, yes.
At any time in 1994, did you have any keys to Nicole's house on Bundy?
Not that were my keys, no, but I've had in my possession the keys to her house
Okay, did
in
you-
'94,
I see. And when was that?
numerous times,
Why would you have possession of keys to Nicole's house?
because I stayed at her house a lot, and some nights when I would either walk the dog or run to the store to get something, I'd go out the front door, and I'd use the key to get back in the front door
And where would you get that key?
from her.
You would ask her?
Oh, I'd just grab her key.
Was there a place where you would find the key?
I don't recall. Normally, she keeps a key on her counter, I believe. Counter in the kitchen.
And that key on the counter in the kitchen is the only key that you would have possession of from time to time?
Yes.
Is it a single key?
No, I think it always was a group of keys.
What were they keys to?
Her car, her house, or whatever.
And which keys would you use to access what locks on what doors?
It was, as far as I knew, it was one key that accessed the gate and the front door.
And same key?
As far as I knew, yes.
Worked for both the gate and the front door?
Yes,
And which gate you're referring to?
in front of the house.
And that's a key that you can specifically recall using to enter the front gate and the front door?
And the exit also, yeah.
And the exit?
And to exit,
To lock it behind you?
yeah.
I see. When was the last time you had that key?
I don't know if I took her keys on the week she had pneumonia, so it'd be the week of the 16th. I may have, because I left her house to go get her some cough syrup at Westwood Hole. And I went out the front door and to lock the front door. I may have then.
If you used it on the 16th,
No, the week of the 16th.
the week of
sometime
the
during week
16th,
16th,
would
yeah.
you have then returned it?
Yes.
Did you return it?
Yes.
Okay. So after the time that you used the key to go get the cough syrup, is that what you said?
Yes.
You never had possession of Nicole's keys?
No.
That was the absolute last time?
Yes.
Do you remember whether that key had a key ring?
No. I think it was a bunch of keys. So it was, may have had a key.
Take a 5-minute break.
Yes. That's a good time.
We are going off the record now. We are back on the record now, and the time is approximately 11 o'clock.
Going back to your prior testimony about visiting Bundy on the 22nd and the 23rd, the day that you went and took care of the Nintendo setup was which day? When you went up through the garage into the house?
I believe that was the 4th of,
That was the 4th,
4th
right?
of, yes.
Of June, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And the 23rd, tell me again what you did then?
Well, no, Nicole and I talked. The 23rd,
Yes, May 23rd.
I think I had dinner with him. I think I went and had with Sydney and Justin and her
Sydney and Justin were at the house,
on the 23rd. Is that the Monday? Yes.
and you went there and had dinner.
Yeah, I believe so.
Which car did you drive over?
I don't know.
Where did you park?
I don't know.
And how'd you get into the property?
I don't recall.
Did you blow the horn? Did you
I don't.
buzz? Did you?
I don't recall.
You have no idea?
No.
Okay. Do you know whether you went in through the garage or some other way?
The only other way would have been the front door, and I don't recall either.
When you went into the house, you had dinner there. Did you spend the night?
No.
You came back.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you bleeding on that occasion?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you didn't have any cuts or anything like that, right?
Not that I recall.
You didn't have any Band-Aids or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
When you say not that you recall, is there any doubt in your mind?
I don't recall. If you go prior to the 23rd, I can't tell you any time in my life I ever bled, but I know I have.
You can't remember, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on the 22nd, what was that occasion when you visited the condo at Bundy?
Nicole had left my house feeling weak, and I had the kids. She told me she wanted to talk to me. So at some time later on that day, I went, that night, or that afternoon or whatever, I went to her house. I think I brought her some food too.
Which car did you drive?
I don't recall.
Where did you park?
I don't recall.
And how did you get into the property?
I don't recall.
Would have been through the front gate or the garage?
Yes.
And you spent, how long did you spend there with Nicole?
We're talking the 20.
Second.
I would say an hour or two.
Was
I mean,
anyone
that's
else
a guess.
home?
That's an estimate. Guess was no.
Just the two of you?
I think the kids were with me.
Wait. I didn't get the question. I would say an hour or two. That's a guess. That's an estimate. I did not hear.
Okay,
the
was
question.
anyone else home besides the two of you?
I believe the kids.
The same true on the 23rd, just you, Nicole, and the kids? Right?
Yes.
And by the kids?
Well, I know the housekeeper might have been there that day on the 23rd. I'm not sure.
Her name is?
I don't know.
Were you bleeding on the 22nd there?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any cuts?
Not that I recall.
Now go to when was the last time before the 22nd you were there? You said before the week of the 16th, right?
Yeah.
We're in May, of course.
Yeah.
And you described an occasion when you went to get some cough medicine,
Yes.
and Nicole was sick.
Yes.
She was in bed.
Yes.
And when did you first go to her house? Well, what day was that during the week of the 16th of May?
I don't know. I was there almost when I was in town that week. I was there each day.
You went there a number of days.
That week, yes.
And how did you get there?
I'm sure I drove.
Which car?
I don't know.
Where did you park?
I don't know.
You have no recollection where you parked?
No.
What was it?
Well, front or the back? Yeah.
Excuse me?
Front or the back of the house?
If you were going to be there an extended period of time, would you typically park in the back?
No.
And when you, so whenever you entered the house on those various days, you would have entered through the garage or the front gate, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you went from the front gate, you go directly from the front gate to the front door, correct?
Yes.
The
Unless the dogs are there and I was dicking around with the dogs.
do you remember doing so?
Oh, I've done it many times.
Did you do so that week?
I'm sure I did.
Were you bleeding at all at the property during the week of May 16?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any cuts?
Not that I recall.
And when you entered through the front, you would park on Bundy, is that right?
Yes.
Now, during that week, did you make various trips and errands for Nicole to get her things?
During what week are we talking about?
Okay, during the week of May 16, when she was ill,
Yeah.
you identified one time when you were there, then left to bring her some cough medicine and came back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were there any other occasions during that week when you were visiting Nicole where you were there, left, and then came back?
Possibly.
Do you have a specific recollection of any?
I know I bought the kids dinner at least one night that week and went to probably Rosti to get it. So I obviously left to go
Probably.
Rosti
Thank you.
to get it. So obviously I'm pretty sure that I did at least one time that week go to Rosti to get it and came back.
You were already at Nicole's place and then
Yeah.
left, came
Yeah.
back?
Yeah.
And how did
I'm
you
pretty
get
sure.
into the property when you would return to the property to get back in?
I don't recall.
Did you have a key?
She may have given me a key one of those times. May have, but I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know any other person other than Nicole who in May or in June of 1994 had keys to her apartment?
For firsthand, no, but I think Cora did.
When you say firsthand no, what does that mean?
I never saw her hand the key to anyone else.
And what makes you believe that Cora may have had a key?
Because I believe when we were on a trip, I know she had a key to Cora's house. And when we were on a trip, a couple of trips we were on, I believe Cora had a key to her house. It just seems to me that she had mentioned that Cora had a key to her house for something.
You didn't see the key, right?
No,
Yeah, and you never got the key from Cora, right?
no,
And you've never seen Cora take possession or hold or use the key, right?
No, I've been in Nicole's house when Cora's come in. But actually, that was on Gretna Green. I've been in her house upstairs with Nicole in the shower. Nicole's in the shower, I'm in the shower, and Cora's come in the house, so I assume she had a key.
It's
Yeah.
just an assumption on your part?
Yes, yes, but I'm pretty sure I've heard her say that Cora had a key.
You're pretty sure you heard who said
Nicole state that Cora's had a key.
that? When did she tell you that?
I don't know. During the course of the year or so, we were together, back together.
And did you question why Cora had a key?
No,
Okay. And you don't know of anybody else who had a key to Nicole's Bundy condo, is that
no,
correct?
No,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And after Nicole's death, you never got a key to her condo, correct?
No,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
And you don't know of anybody else who received the key to the condo after Nicole's death, correct?
No, that's not correct.
What do you know in that regard?
I know AC got a key.
When did AC get a key?
I don't know. It was some things that they were trying to move, and he got a key from the Browns.
The Browns gave AC a key?
I believe so.
When did that occur?
I don't know. Sometime in June.
After Nicole's death?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I just remember they were talking about getting something, helping move is what I think it had to do, helping to move some things. And I believe, or maybe it was getting something for, might have something to do with getting some clothes for Nicole or getting something for the kids that week. But I'm pretty sure AC had access to the house.
Are you telling me that this is access withdrawn? You're saying that AC got a key to Nicole's condo?
Well, got access. I think a better word would be access.
What does
to
access
Nicole's
mean?
condo. The ability to get in.
How do you know this?
Because there was some conversation about it.
You were present?
I just heard it being spoken about.
You heard who speaking about it?
I believe it was AC and maybe Lou Brown.
When were you in the presence of AC and Lou Brown?
At the wake, I was in presence of Lou Brown, and at the funeral, in the presence of Lou Brown. I think on the phone a few times, speaking of Lou Brown. And AC, I believe, was in and out and around. He was running errands, bringing my kids to me, bringing the kids back to Laguna, doing various things.
Were you ever in a conversation with Lou Brown and AC Callings when the subject of access to Nicole's condo came up?
I believe, yes, I believe it was subject of getting something from Nicole's house, and I believe I was, yes, but I don't have a specific memory.
Where was that conversation?
I don't know.
And what exactly was said?
I told you I don't have a specific memory.
What was said at all about access?
I just recall AC was supposedly helping the Browns get something or move something from Nicole's house.
But you don't know that AC actually received a key to the condo, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never seen AC Callings possess a key to Nicole's condo, correct?
No, that's correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
So other than this conversation that you may have, or whatever you heard in this conversation, you're not aware of anybody else getting a key to Nicole's condo after her death, correct?
Access and keys. Yeah, access. I think this Ron Hardy, I don't know firsthand. You're right. I don't know firsthand. Yes.
You don't know that anybody actually got a key to the condo, correct?
Correct.
Including Callings, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever use a key to Nicole's condo to the back gate?
No.
You know whether you even needed a key?
No.
You don't know?
I don't know. I know it locks.
But you don't know whether you need a key to get in or out?
I've never looked at it and see if you need a key, and I never thought about it, no.
Okay. Can you estimate for me how many times you went to Nicole's property on the 16th of May when she was ill?
On the 16th?
The week of the 16th.
Because I thought we
Every
talked
day?
about. Yeah. Go ahead, you can answer that, Roger. If you have an
I
estimate.
think pretty sure on the 17th I did. I don't know if I went on the 16th at all. I may not even been in town on the 16th. I'm pretty sure on the 17th, 18th, and 19th I did, probably twice each day.
And on those occasions, Nicole was ill with pneumonia,
Yes.
and she was confined to bed?
Well, not really, but for the most part, yeah.
For the most part, she was in bed?
Well, whenever I saw her, she was in bed a few times, and she was out of bed a few times.
And where is her bedroom?
On the 3rd floor, depending on which side of the property you're entering from.
That's the top floor?
Yeah.
And the front door accesses which level of the property?
Second.
Second?
Mhm.
And the garage, when you come in through the garage, what floor do you enter into?
The bottom.
And then you take another set of stairs to the second floor?
Yes.
And that's where the living room and kitchen are, correct?
Yes.
And the bedroom is upstairs, correct? Nicole's bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you some photographs. Okay. Which I'm going to mark as exhibits 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay? Okay, I'm going to do that so I don't mess it up. Okay, which this is 10. Okay.
10.
I'm writing the numbers on the back.
11. 11. 12.
I don't think this is my clothes.
13.
Who knows?
Who's getting it, huh? 13. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. Wait, you got ahead of me?
That's the last one I gave you, the back.
13. 18.
Okay.
19. 20. 20. 21.
Okay, I've handed you exhibits 10 through 21, which depict various articles of clothing. And you've looked through exhibits 10 through 21, Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
Do you recognize that clothing?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you recognize any of it?
Not necessarily, no.
When you say not necessarily,
I mean, I recognize Calvin Klein underwear.
Okay, let's-
But
Go ahead,
Yeah.
finish your answer, Roger.
I recognize Calvin Klein underwear, and I recognize white socks. Yeah.
Exhibit 10 is a picture of a jacket. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Is that yours?
I don't know.
Do you know whose jacket that is?
No.
You have no idea if it's your jacket?
No.
Could it be?
No,
Is it
if I could
possible?
see the size, I'd like to see the size, but
Don't answer that.
So
Could
what
it be?
number?
That is irrelevant, has no probative value. It's immaterial whether it could be when he has no recollection. There's no foundation, and I instruct him not to answer the question.
If that standard were applied in the criminal trial, it would have lasted half the time.
I wish.
Look at the exhibit 11 that depicts a shirt. See that?
Yes.
Is that your shirt?
I really couldn't say.
It's Palm Beach Polo.
Does it?
Let me see.
I don't
No,
see
it doesn't. Next one does. Do you recognize that shirt?
Do I?
Yes.
I recognize it as a white shirt.
Is it your shirt?
I really couldn't say.
You know whose shirt that is?
I have no idea.
Like, take a look at exhibit 12. A shirt with the name Palm Beach Polo on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
You recognize that shirt?
I've seen a shirt like this, and I think I've owned a shirt like this.
You still have it?
I don't know.
You've seen it lately?
I haven't looked for it lately.
Have you seen it since you were released from jail?
Not that I know of. Possibly. I see all my shirts hanging in my closet. I don't look to see the decals on them, so
You-
I don't know. Maybe I have seen it.
So you have seen you do own a shirt like the one depicted in Exhibit 12,
I believe
correct?
so, yes.
Okay. Take a look at
Dan, which number was that?
12.
12.
Take a look at Exhibit 13, depicting some socks. Are those your socks?
I have no idea, no way of knowing.
Do you have socks like that?
White socks, yes.
Did you have socks like the ones depicted in Exhibit 13 in June of 1994?
I own white socks, yes.
Like those?
Well, I can't see the details on them, but they're white socks from what I can see.
And you did own white socks in June of 1994?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at Exhibit 14, depicting a white and blue pair of underwear. Calvin Klein, I believe?
Yes. I can't tell if these are Calvin Kleins or
Okay.
not.
Are those your pairs of underwear?
I have no way of knowing.
Did you own underwear like that in June of 1994?
I own Calvin Kleins and jockey underwear, yes.
Did you own color blue and color white?
White for sure, blue I don't know.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. You affiliated withdrawn. And take a look at the next photograph, Exhibit 15, depicting a shirt. Two shirts, one that says what on it? It says, "Don't knock New York, Donna Karen, New York." You see that?
Yes,
Is that your shirt?
it could be.
You owned a shirt like that in June of 94?
I'm not sure, but I did work for Donna Karen. I mean, I had a lot of Donna Karen stuff.
They gave you free clothing?
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Okay. You mean before you were incarcerated, you worked for Donna Karen and received clothing from them?
No, I didn't work for them, but I had sort of I liked their clothes, yes.
And you received clothing from Donna Karen before you were incarcerated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next is Exhibit 16, which depicts two more shirts. Are those your shirts?
I have no way of knowing.
They look like shirts you owned in June of 1994?
I own T-shirts, yes.
Like those?
I don't know what these are like.
That look like those.
They look like white T-shirts.
Did you own such T-shirts in June of 1994?
I own white T-shirts, yes.
Okay. Not currently, did you in June of 1994? All my questions are directed to that time frame.
Yes.
Okay. Next is Exhibit 17, which depicts a polo shirt. Is that your shirt?
I have no way of knowing.
It's extra large. Is that your size?
Sometimes.
Did you wear extra large polo shirts in June of 1994?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What-
You said
what-
polo make, I don't recall.
Did you wear extra large shirts in June of 1994?
Sometimes, yes.
Did you own any polo shirts?
I don't know.
Is that your shirt?
I have no way of knowing.
Next is Exhibit 18, a pair of Calvin Klein underwear. Is that yours?
I have no way of knowing.
Did you own that in June of 94?
On what?
That pair of underwear?
I told you I have no way of knowing. Are these mine? How can I
Did you
know
wear
if I own
Calvin
them?
Klein underwear
I'm sure I did, yes.
in June of 1994?
I'm sure I owned some pair then, yes.
by Calvin Klein?
I'm positive I did, yes.
Okay, next is Exhibit 19, Nike shirt. Is that your shirt?
I have no way of knowing.
Did you own a shirt like that in June of 1994?
I don't know.
Did you receive clothing from from Nike, as you did from Donna Karen prior to being incarcerated?
In my life, I'm sure I did.
Within a year of your incarceration?
I have no way of knowing.
Did Nike provide from time to time free clothing to you?
No. I doubt it, but they could have. They could have, yes.
Next is Exhibit 20, depicting 2 pairs of socks. Are those your socks?
I would have no way of knowing.
Okay. Did you own those socks in June of 1994?
I have no way of knowing if they're my socks. How can I say if I own them?
Next is Exhibit 21, pair of Calvin Klein white underwear. Is that yours?
I have no way of knowing.
And did you own that in June of 1994?
I have no way of knowing if they're mine, so I wouldn't know if I owned them.
Okay. Did you bring any of these items with you to Mr. Kardashian's house
I have
during
no
the
way
week of June 14th, 1994?
I have no way of knowing.
Did you bring these items, did you put all of these items into your black bag in June of 1994?
I have no way of knowing.
You don't remember?
I don't know if those are my items, so I can't recall if I put them in this black bag or not.
Did you bring these items into the Bronco with you when you went on the trip to Nicole?
I have no way of knowing.
Were they in the Bronco with you?
I have no way of knowing.
You don't remember?
No.
So if these items were recovered from your bag, you would have no way of saying that these are not your items, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if they were obtained from the Bronco where you were lying down, you would have no way of knowing that they're not your items, correct?
That's kind of a double negative.
I don't get it.
In other words, if these items were found in or near your bag in the Bronco, you can't say that they're not your items, correct?
Wait a minute. If they were found in or near
Yes.
his bag in the Bronco,
Yes.
you can't say they're your items, and I'm going to instruct him not to answer
Why?
that question based on the pictures, because you can't tell from the pictures that whether they're his, whether they're AC's or somebody else.
Who's talking about ACs? He never mentioned ACs. Why did you mention AC, Mr. Baker?
My depot isn't being taken.
Exactly.
And I'm not gonna,
That's my
and I'm not
point.
gonna- well, I don't care what your point is, and
My
I'm not going
point
to
is,
respond to your
my
question.
point is, stop trying to suggest answers. The
Stop
witness,
trying to say...
the witness can speak for himself. Just
Well,
make
thank
an
you very much.
objection, and we'll move on.
Well, thank you very much for your speech, and I really have not taken legal advice from you, so
I
I'll
don't
put
want
anything
you to
on the
take
record
legal advice.
that I feel like I'm
Just-
going to. So,
You know better
just
than
not-
that, Mr. Baker.
Well, don't tell me what I know and what I don't know.
And
That's how
don't
like you told me
testify.
in court that you were telling me what the state of mind of my client was, and if you knew, you'd probably had some conversations with him in violation of the Code of Professional Conduct. So don't give me that
Are you
nonsense.
finished?
I'm not going to put up with it.
Okay. Are you finished?
No, I'm finished for now, but I'll put anything on the record I want.
Okay. You put those items in the Bronco?
I have no way of knowing.
You deny doing it?
Don't answer that. He's answered the question, and he's not going to answer that. That's argumentative. Don't answer.
You don't know what clothes you own, Mr. Simpson?
Don't answer that question.
Why not?
Because you're arguing.
I'm
with
not
my-
arguing, and-
No, you put photographs that are unidentifiable, and now you try to make a quantum leap, and I'm not going to let him answer
In
it.
June of 1994, you were familiar with the clothing that you owned, correct?
To the most part, yes.
And did you put any of the items that I showed you into the Bronco?
I don't know if those are any of my items.
Did you put them in the Bronco?
Well,
I didn't know if they were
he's
any of
answered
my
the question.
items.
Don't answer it.
Excuse
okay?
me?
Don't answer the question.
Did you before you left the house, on the 17th, did you put anything into the bag?
Yes.
What did you put?
I believe I took a picture. One of the pictures was out, and I put it in the bag.
Did you put any clothing in there?
On that day, no.
Did anybody do that for you?
No.
I will represent to you that those items that I showed you were all items recovered from the Bronco. Do you have any way of disputing that?
Don't. He's asking, answer that, and we're not going to...
Do you know for a fact that that's not true, that they were not in the Bronco?
Don't answer that question.
He can answer that question.
I told him he couldn't. Don't
What's-
give my client
what's
legal
the
advice.
objection?
The advice is that's asked and answered, and it's argumentative, and I'm not going to let him answer it. You've
It's
been through
argumentative?
You've been through this 5 times.
No, I'm
and my
not getting
need
a clear answer.
Well, maybe that's your impression. I think you're getting very clear answers. He's not going to answer it.
Do you know for a fact that those items were
No.
not in the Bronco?
Don't answer that.
On what ground?
I am not going to. You have gone through that. I'm not going to allow
You're
you
not
to
even
go
going to
into-
state your objections?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to let the judge
I think you should.
take a look at these objections.
I think you should.
Identify every item that you know was in the black bag when you took it into the Bronco when you left Kardashian's house on the 17th.
I believe 3 pictures, a gun, whatever underwear and stuff I may have had in there when I left Rockingham earlier in the week.
By stuff, what do you mean?
Maybe socks, underwear, under apparel.
Any other articles of clothing?
Maybe under apparel. I don't think anything else could fit in there with the gun and the 3 pictures.
Anything else?
Credit cards, keys, watches. The only reason I know that is I saw some kind of property list. But other than that, I don't know.
What keys were in there?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No, I'm sorry.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the examination conducted on the 17th of June by Doctors Huizenga, Lee, and Baden. Okay. You testified about that yesterday? Okay.
Yes.
And they took some photographs?
I believe so.
And can you tell me what were they saying to you at that time?
I don't recall.
You don't have any recollection at all?
Not at all.
Do you know why they were examining you?
And exclude any conversations or that you had with your lawyers about that incident, about them being there.
Were lawyers there with them
I believe Superior
While they were
was there,
examining
and
you?
Bob Kardashian was there.
while they were examining you?
I believe so.
Can you remember what was said?
No.
And do you know why they were examining you?
Well, again, exclude any conversations that you had with your lawyers relative to the reason for their examination.
No, not really.
Okay. Paula Barbieri was there also, right?
I believe she was in the house, yes.
And Denise Halicki, right?
I believe they were in the house, yes.
Cowlings too, right?
I don't know.
Now, was that the first time you had been examined by any doctor that week?
No.
What other examinations occurred that week?
Dr. Huizenga examined me
Now, where did Huizenga examine you?
in his office
Where is his office?
in Beverly Hills.
Who else was present, if anyone?
I believe my lawyers were, I'm not sure of this, but I believe my lawyers, Kardashian and Shapiro were.
Kardashian, Shapiro, and Huizenga.
I believe.
Anybody else?
I don't recall.
Okay. And what happened at that examination?
I got examined.
They checked every part of your body?
I believe so.
And did they take photographs?
I don't recall.
Did they find any injuries? Any injury marks?
Well, do you
I
mean
don't
from
know.
his past?
No.
From his past operations?
Whatever.
Well, what do you mean whatever? Don't answer that question.
Any injury marks. Did they find any injury marks on your body?
I don't recall. Whatever they examined, they examined.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Let's go to the 17th for a second. Did the doctors then find any injury marks on your body?
I don't recall. Whatever was on my body, I guess they found.
What injury marks did you have on your body on the 17th of June?
If any.
If any.
You have to be a little more specific.
In what way?
What injuries? I mean, okay, they found that I have a bad left knee.
Marks.
The knee surgery.
Marks
I
on
got
your
scars on my knee. Whatever I had, whatever was on my body, they found.
What do you know that was on your body on the 17th of June? What marks?
If you have, you talking about his scars? Because you went through this all yesterday.
Well, I want to know specifically what marks that you had on your body, injury marks, bruises, cuts, whatever, on the 17th.
I don't know what an
of
injury
June.
mark is. He'll answer the question, bruises and cuts, if he has any recollection. In other words, if you,
I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't understand what you mean here. I
what
truly don't.
Cuts, what bruises,
You
what,
mean like recent cuts, open cuts, old cuts?
including those, yes.
Whatever they looked at. I got so many scars and bruises and old cuts on my body. Whatever was on my body, I didn't go with, I was in space, I guess. Whatever was on my body, they found.
Did you have any open cuts on your body on the 17th of June?
I don't know about open, no.
Do you have any recent cuts on your body on the 17th
On
of
my
June?
finger, I had a recent cut.
Where on your finger?
On my left hand, on my, I don't know what you would call this finger, my ring finger. No, actually my middle finger on my left hand.
Okay, on the 17th of June, you had a recent cut on the middle finger of your left hand.
I would say 5-day recent, possibly.
And did you have any other cuts on your body other than the one on your finger that you just mentioned on the 17th of June?
I still, once again, I don't know.
You don't know?
No. I don't know how to answer that. I got cuts, as you can see, all over my body. And that's what I have. My body is, I've been in a lot of games.
Let's talk about,
well, let him finish.
okay. I want to know about cuts that you had on your body on the 17th of June when the doctors were examining you that had been caused within the previous 7 days.
So is there a question in there,
Yes.
regardless of what you want to know?
Yes, I
Where's
want to
the
know
question?
what those cuts were.
Then ask him a question.
I just did.
You didn't. You asked him
Describe
what
them
you want
to
to know.
me.
Describe any recent cuts that you've had that were 5 days duration or less.
The only one that I was aware of was...
I said 7 days.
The only one I was aware of is the middle finger one.
One cut on the middle finger
That was the only one I was aware of, yes.
on the 17th.
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of no other cuts, correct?
I wasn't aware of any of
Were you aware of any abrasions on the 17th of June?
On the 17th of June. See, I have trouble differentiating what I was aware of on the 17th that I found out after the 17th. So on the 17th, I can't tell you what I was aware of.
What did you find out after the 17th?
That I had on this side of my finger, I had an abrasion.
On
the finger next to the ring finger, and then
No, you just...
Description of the finger?
And 1 second. You just pointed to the ring finger, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Ring finger being the one next to your pinky.
Mm-hmm.
And you had an abrasion on the 17th of June on that ring finger, is that correct?
I don't know. As I said, I became, sitting at court looking at evidence, they talked about those things.
Your doctors did?
On the stand, yes.
Okay, doctors Huizenga and who?
I don't recall. I'm pretty sure Dr. Huizenga did.
Okay, and they identified an abrasion on your ring finger.
Yes.
On your
I
left
don't know,
hand.
but I may be not characterizing it right when I say an abrasion. Yeah.
Prior to the time they identified it in court, did you know that you had had that abrasion?
Do you have any recollection of having that abrasion?
Not really, no.
Okay. Did you tell the doctors on the 17th of any recent cuts or abrasions that you had received or injuries that you had received in the last 7 days prior to the examination? let's go back to the 15th, to Huizenga. Was that at his office?
Yes.
Where's his office?
In Beverly Hills somewhere.
Did he take pictures?
I don't recall.
Did anyone take pictures?
I don't recall.
What cuts within the previous 5 days did you have as of the 15th of June that you can now remember?
The one on my middle finger, I know that. And maybe the abrasion. I may have had it then, or by then.
Any others?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember telling the doctors about any cuts or bruises or abrasions you sustained within the prior 5 days on the 15th of June?
I think I talked about this middle finger cut, yes.
And did you talk about anything else?
Not that I recall.
Okay. The doctors on the 15th ask you how you got that?
I don't recall.
Did they ask you on the 17th how you got that?
I don't recall.
Petrocelli, for the record, I'd like to describe what the witness has pointed to twice with respect to those cuts. He's referred to something as an abrasion on his left ring finger. And actually what he's done, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Simpson, you were motioning in the medial aspect of that finger inside
Yes.
the finger back and forth. Is that a more specific description or location of that abrasion?
I believe so.
And then the other description, you have rubbed on the middle finger of your left hand where the knuckle area is to describe it. Description where that cut was located.
That is correct.
Where the joint is, he was describing the knuckle.
That was right on the middle.
Somebody on the side.
Excuse me. We're off the record now? Is his audio picked up just now?
Wait, are you?
Go off the record. Let's go off the record.
This is the end of tape number 1 of volume 2.
Hey, can you get the file
Time
for
is
me,
approximately
please?
11:40, and we are off the record.
Yeah, is it my?
When you were examined by Dr. Huizenga on the 15th of June, had any recent cuts or abrasions or wounds that you may have received been fully healed by the 15th of June?
I don't believe so. But I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the doctor.
What did you tell the doctor on the 15th as to how the cut on the middle finger was caused?
If you told him anything.
I don't recall if we talked about it, but we may have. We may have. I don't recall.
What did you say?
There's no foundation for that question if he doesn't recall.
You don't recall what you said?
No.
He doesn't recall even talking about it.
You don't recall even, I thought you said earlier that you discussed how that injury was caused.
I may have, but I don't. I may have, yes.
What did you say?
I don't know if I did.
And you can't recall, right?
I must have, but I don't recall. You know, I don't recall any
Do
specific
you recall on the
conversation.
17th any discussion as to how you were cut?
Not at all.
And how did you suffer the cut on the middle finger?
I broke a glass when I was in Chicago, and in the process of cleaning it up, I evidently cut my finger.
I couldn't do that in front
So in the process of not cleaning it up, but scooping it up, I evidently cut my finger.
Did you remember cutting your finger?
I remember bleeding.
Do you remember
And,
cutting your middle finger
No,
on?
I remember bleeding and then seeing that I was bleeding, so.
No,
was that?
this was on the morning of June 13, 1994,
Yes.
at your hotel in Chicago?
Yes.
Name of that hotel?
I don't remember.
And exactly how did you cut it with the glass?
I was trying to scoop the glass into the sink with some toilet paper and I believe a towel.
You were at the sink of the hotel room,
Yes.
in the bathroom?
Yes.
And what were you doing there at that time?
I don't know. I was going back and forth to the phone. I was trying to pack. I was trying to brush my teeth. I was in and out of the bathroom.
And At some point, you did something to a glass,
Yes.
a drinking glass.
Yes.
Was it like the glass next to you, to your right,
Yeah, drinking glass.
about that tall?
I don't know.
And did it have anything in it?
I don't recall.
Yeah.
That's right. Can you show that glass on camera? Just so, because I referred to it for the record. Was the glass about that size?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the glass was sitting where?
On the counter in the bathroom.
Upright or upside down?
I believe I had my toothbrush sitting in it.
And was there anything else in the glass beside your toothbrush?
I don't recall.
Had you already used your toothbrush?
I don't recall.
When did you put the toothbrush in the glass?
Probably the night before.
When you got into the hotel?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got to the hotel and you unpacked?
Yeah.
And you took out your toiletries
Yes.
and took your toothbrush out and put it in the glass?
I believe so.
And did you use that glass at any point before the time you hit it?
I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No.
And tell me exactly how you cut your hand on that glass with the toothbrush in it on the counter in the sink.
I don't believe that's correct, what you just said.
It was on the sink counter in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And the toothbrush was in it, right?
Not when it broke, it wasn't.
Well, tell
And
me
I
what-
don't even know if the toothbrush was in it. I believe there were two glasses, and I just don't recall.
one with your toothbrush in it?
I'm pretty sure. Normally when I check into a hotel, I'll put my toothbrush in a glass, so I'm assuming that I did.
And the other glass had...
Just, you gotta wait till he finishes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baker. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. Are you finished?
Yes.
The other glass did not have a toothbrush in it?
I don't believe so. I only had one toothbrush. And if I put it in, I would have only used one glass.
Were both glasses about the same size as the one you just showed on the video?
I don't really recall.
Okay. And they were both standing or sitting on the countertop next to one another?
I don't recall.
Was there anything underneath the glasses, like a towel or a napkin?
I don't recall.
And describe what you did to break the glass and cut yourself.
I don't really know.
You said something about your palm or your hand. What did you say before?
I didn't say anything about breaking the glass at all. You didn't
How did
ask
you
me
cut
about
your
breaking
finger?
cleaning up a broken glass.
How did the glass get broken?
I don't know. I was out of it, and I was doing a few things, and the glass broke, and I was going back and forth to the phone, and maybe I slammed it down, maybe I knocked it over. I really don't know.
You're saying you do not know how the glass broke, is that right?
Yes.
And at some point you saw that there was a broken glass, correct?
No, at some point I was trying to get my toiletries together.
And you saw that there was broken glass around, correct?
Yes, yes.
And where was the broken glass, Mr. Simpson?
Mostly on the counter, and I think one big piece was on the floor.
And was
I
any
believe-
in the sink?
I don't know, probably some of it, maybe, I don't know.
And then you went to pick up the piece on the floor?
I was going back and forth to the telephone, and I was trying to pack, and I was trying to get it out of my way as I was packing.
And you saw the broken glass and you wanted to get it out of the way, correct?
Correct.
Were you on the phone at the time this was happening?
I was going back and forth to the phone, so I can't tell you exactly. I wasn't really, trying to remember everything I was doing at that time.
I'm
so.
trying to focus on the point in time when you saw the glass, okay?
What do you mean when you saw the glass?
When you saw that there was broken glass on the...
At some point after I was told that my wife was dead, or that Nicole was dead, I broke a glass. In the process of going back and forth to the phone and trying to get packed, I cut myself trying to move the glass out of my way. Somewhere in that happened.
Now, how did you break the glass?
I don't know. I think I answered that already. I don't know.
You said that you do remember breaking the glass, right?
I remember the glass was broke, yes.
But you don't know how you broke it.
No.
But you're confident you broke it.
Yes.
And when you broke it, where was the glass?
In the bathroom.
Now, you went into the bathroom and then, while you can't remember how, broke the glass,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And why did you break the glass?
I had no purpose in breaking the glass.
Okay. Did you break one glass or two glasses?
I believe it was one.
Did you throw the glass?
I don't recall.
Did you squeeze it?
I doubt that, but I don't recall.
When you broke the glass, were you on the phone?
I don't recall.
Did you break the glass after you got off the phone?
I don't recall.
Did you break the glass during the conversation when the detective told you that Nicole had been killed?
No.
What phone was it that you were using?
Phone by the bed.
Was that the only phone in the room?
I don't know.
Was there a phone in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Did you use your cell phone in that room?
No.
Immediately after you broke the glass, you then began what was your next movement?
I don't know. As I told you, I was going back and forth to the phone. Sometimes they had me on hold. Sometimes the various people I was talking about was trying to find me a flight. And I was just going back and forth trying to pack. And I can't, in the midst of all of that, this glass broke, and in the midst of all of that, I was cleaning up the glass, and in the midst of all of that, all of this happened.
After the detective told you Nicole had been killed,
No.
did you make another phone call before you broke the glass?
I don't recall.
Do you believe you were on hold when you went to the bathroom and broke the glass?
I don't know.
Are you confident that you broke the glass while it was in the bathroom?
Yes.
And right after you broke the glass, did you pick up the pieces?
I don't recall.
You don't know when you picked up the pieces?
Sometime in the midst of all of that, trying to pack my toiletries, I did.
And what is the length of time that that process took?
Well, from the time they...
Well, what process are we talking about?
After he found out about Nicole's death, and then he was packing and rushing around and
Making phone calls?
making
Yes.
phone calls, that whole process, how long did that take?
But from the time the police told me to the time I was actually at Chicago O'Hare Airport on the plane was about 60 minutes. So I must have been on 5, 6, 7 phone calls, packed, checked out of the hotel, got a ride to the airport, and got on a plane in 65 minutes. So, or in something roughly that long. So obviously a lot was going on.
How long were you in the hotel room after the call from the detective about your ex-wife's death?
I don't know.
More than 20 minutes?
I would think so, yes.
Half hour?
Possibly.
Longer?
I don't know.
When you picked up the glass, well, withdrawn, when you broke the glass, did it cause a cut at that time?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And do you know where the glass struck your body,
I don't know if it ever struck my body.
your hand?
No.
Do you know even if you used your left hand to break the glass?
No.
You don't know which hand you used?
No.
Did you throw it against the wall?
No.
Did you,
I don't recall.
Did you throw the glass in the sink?
I don't believe so.
Did you slam the glass down on the table? On the, I'm sorry, on the counter?
Possibly.
Picked it up and then slammed it down? Is that your best recollection of how you broke the glass?
No, I didn't say that. I said that was a possibility.
You say it's a possibility. Does that sound like what happened?
That's a possibility.
Are there any other possibilities that you know of?
There's obviously a myriad of possibilities.
Do any come to mind besides slamming the glass down on the counter?
I may have knocked it over. I may have hit it with my bag that I use to pack.
Do you
I
believe?
mean, my bag that I have my things in. I don't know. I know I would I don't know. I was sort of out of it at the time.
Did you break the glass accidentally?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
In other words, you were not intending to break the glass, correct?
I had no intentions of anything but getting out of there and getting home.
Well, were you attempting to break the glass?
No.
Okay. You cut yourself when you picked up the pieces of the glass, correct?
I picked up maybe a piece off the floor, I'm not sure, but I didn't pick up the other pieces, no.
You picked up a single piece from the floor?
I believe so,
The
yes.
floor of what?
The bathroom.
Were you wearing shoes at the time?
I don't know.
How were you dressed when the officer called?
I was in bed,
And how were you dressed?
probably naked.
And did you put any clothes on before you broke the glass?
I don't recall.
Did you put any clothes on before you picked up the piece from the floor?
I don't recall.
Did you put on any clothing before you began to pack up the items in the bathroom?
Probably.
What clothes did you have on when you went into the bathroom to pick up the glass?
Pardon me?
What clothes did you have on when you went into the bathroom to pick up the glass from the floor?
I don't recall.
And what did you use, if anything, to pick up the glass?
I didn't pick up the glass.
The glass piece on the floor.
Probably my hand.
Did you have anything in your hand, like a towel or a napkin?
I don't recall.
Which hand did you use to pick up the broken piece of glass?
I don't remember.
When you picked it up, did you cut yourself?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so as of this point in time, your middle finger on your left hand was not cut, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
When you picked up the piece of, so there were no other cuts on your left hand at that time either, correct?
Correct.
And when you picked up the piece of glass,
Not that I know of, I should say.
okay. When you picked up the piece of glass, what did you do with it?
Put it in the sink.
And were there any other pieces in the sink at that time?
I don't know.
Did you cut yourself at all putting it into the sink?
No.
Okay. And did you then, what did you do after you put the piece of glass in the sink?
I don't recall.
Did you clean up any other pieces of glass?
Eventually, or at some point, yes.
Later on, in the process of packing?
And talking on the phone and getting dressed, yes.
When you say in talking on the phone, you intermittently go back from bathroom to the bedroom, make phone calls, and go back in the bathroom?
Yes.
How many items did you have in the bathroom?
Whatever my toiletries were.
They all come in a what, a little travel bag?
Yes.
And how many items had you taken out of that travel bag the night before?
Whatever was in it.
What was in it?
Shaving cream, toothpaste, toothbrush, mouthwash, probably my medication. I said a razor blade, I guess. Underarm deodorant, whatever was in it.
Anything else you remember?
Not that I recall right now.
What medication?
It was off of, Motrin.
Just
Motrin. Motrin. And vitamins. I always have my vitamins. Vitamin E, vitamin C sometimes, yeah.
You laid all those things out on the bathroom counter the night before, right?
Yeah,
Or
probably.
right before you went to bed, right?
Yeah.
And was there anything else that you unpacked and put in the bathroom?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And when you say you packed up the items in the bathroom, you're now referring to you are referring to the items that you had taken out of the travel bag, right?
That's correct.
You put them back in the travel bag, right?
Yeah.
Did you shave that morning?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you take a shower?
I may have, but
Half-
I don't believe so.
You don't believe you did?
I was trying to get out of there, so I really can't imagine taking a shower.
Did you wash your face?
I'm sure I did, yes.
Did you brush your teeth?
Yeah, I'm sure I did.
Did you use the underarm deodorant?
I don't know.
Did you use any cologne or aftershave?
I don't know.
Did you take any medication that morning?
I probably took my Motrin at some point. Maybe not then, but at some point.
Did you take it with water?
Probably I tried to take it with food. So I probably took it on the plane.
Did you eat anything in the hotel room?
No,
Did you drink anything?
other than water. And I may have not have drank water. I don't know. I really don't.
You remember drinking water?
No.
Now, at what point in this process did you did you cut your finger?
You, again,
Yes.
somewhere in between going back and forth to the phone, trying to pack, trying to get dressed. At some point in there, I cut my finger.
And on what piece of glass was strike that? Did you cut it on one of the broken pieces of glass?
Yeah.
On what piece?
Can we take a break?
Yeah, sure.
Jesus Christ.
We're back on the record now, and the time is approximately 12:11.
We've had a 9-minute break. You requested a break, Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
You wanted to talk to your lawyers?
No.
You requested the break because you're uncomfortable with the subject matter?
You
No.
don't have to answer.
No.
why
I'm not
you requested
asking-
a break. You don't have to answer that.
I am not asking about the content of your discussions. I'm asking about your state of mind in the middle of the
His state of mind?
examination.
His state of mind in the middle of the examination is relevant. I'm instructing him not to answer it.
Did you talk to your lawyers during the break?
Yes.
Why were you unable to continue with the examination?
Don't answer that. That assumes that he was unable to continue with the examination. He's entitled to take a break.
Why did you request a break during the part of the examination?
Don't answer that either.
Excuse me?
I said, don't
Wait,
answer that.
He whispered something, Mr. Baker.
No, I did
I
not.
didn't.
You
I didn't-
mouthed something.
I think I'm allowed to mouth something to myself. Or to,
What did you mouth?
You don't have to answer that either, Mr. Simpson. You're entitled to mouth things, and if you want to continue to try to badger the witness, I've heard that on Perry Mason, and it's not a good thing.
Do you want to tell us what you were mouthing?
No, and don't tell him that either. That's not relevant to any issue in this case.
Did you brush your teeth before or after you cut the glass?
Well, that's been asked and answered.
Cut the glass?
Excuse me, withdrawn. Did you brush your teeth before or after you broke the glass?
I don't recall.
Did you brush your teeth before or after you picked up the glass?
I don't recall.
What did you do to clean up the bathroom?
Well, I don't know that he ever testified that he cleaned up the bathroom.
What did you do to clean up the broken glass?
I took some toilet paper and some towel, and I didn't really clean it up. I just tried to scoop it out of my way.
Toilet paper and a
Yes.
towel.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do with the toilet paper?
I don't know either. I don't know. Some of it I know I had with me when I went to the lobby.
What'd you do with the towel?
I believe I left it in the room.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is this. You picked up some toilet paper and you picked up a towel for the purpose of scooping out of the way the glass. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, brushing out of the way the glass.
Okay. Now, is this after you picked up the piece of glass on the floor and put it in the sink?
I'm pretty sure it is, yes.
So now the glass is in the sink, a chunk of glass, correct?
I'm pretty sure,
And
yes.
there are other shards or chunks of glass on the countertop?
Yes.
And you wanted to get those glasses off the countertop, correct?
I actually just wanted to put my stuff in my travel bag, and it was kind of around it, so.
You hadn't yet put the stuff in the travel bag?
No.
You remember that distinctly?
That's the only reason I took the time to sweep the stuff out of the way.
Did you remember that before the break?
That's argument. Don't answer that question.
So in trying to pick up the items and put them into the travel bag, you then went to the toilet paper holder and took a piece of toilet paper out?
I believe so, yes.
And you put it in your hand?
Yes, I probably wrapped it in my hand.
And then you also, you wrapped it around your fingers?
No, I think I just took a ball of it and was using it, and then I probably used a face
What
towel
hand?
or something.
Well, just a
Sorry.
minute.
I apologize.
Probably used it.
Yeah.
In
In a
fairness
sweeping
to...
motion, and and probably used a towel, was what he said,
Wait,
as I recall.
Mr. Baker, in fairness to me, his voice is tailing off, and I'm not quite sure when he's finishing
Well,
his statement. That's why I'm interjecting.
Then you can wait for a moment, unless you believe that the staccato approach is what you have to do to get an answer. But I think that he is entitled to the courtesy of finishing his answer, and you are attempting to pepper him with questions and not allow it, and that is not appropriate.
I'm not going to debate that with you. Let's go back to the examination. You got the toilet paper, wrapped it around what hand, by the way?
I don't know. I may have just balled it up.
Balled it up.
Possibly, yes.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Okay. What hand did you put the toilet paper in?
I really don't know. At some point, it could have been in both hands.
So you took 2 pieces of toilet paper and balled them up into both hands?
No.
You took 1 piece, balled it up into one hand.
I believe so, yes.
Which hand?
It could have been both hands, as I answered.
Can you demonstrate what you mean by that?
You don't have to demonstrate, Mr. Simpson.
Could you show us what you mean?
It's irrelevant whether he could. This is a question and answer.
Will you show us?
No, he won't.
You will not show us.
I indicated that he will not.
On what theory?
Because he doesn't have to. This is not show and tell time. This is just tell time.
You took a single piece of toilet paper and put it into both hands at the same time.
What do you what? I don't think I've ever said that.
Well, I'm trying to find
Then
out what you're
just
saying.
Say no.
No.
Just describe what you did with the toilet paper as best and as clearly as you can so we can all understand.
I believe I took some toilet paper and used it, and then at one point probably grabbed a towel and used it.
When you took the toilet paper and used it, you mean you put it in the palm of your hand and then you used it to scrape off the glass?
I believe so. I could have I believe so. I'm not totally sure. I may have cut my finger when I was using the towel, and I just took the toilet paper and wrapped it around my finger. I'm not really sure. As a sequence, my concern at that time was to get a flight out of Chicago, and I was going back and forth to the plane.
So you're not sure then that you took the toilet paper to scoop the glass into the sink at all?
I know I had toilet paper in my hand during that period of time, yes.
But you don't know whether you had it before or after you put the glass into
That
the
is
sink.
correct. That is correct. Well, during the process of doing it, at what process of doing it, I don't know if I did it in the middle of it or in the end of it, but at some point I did.
When you do also remember taking a towel, correct?
Yes,
A washcloth?
I believe so.
What'd you do with the washcloth?
I'm pretty sure, as I answered before, that I left it in the room.
What'd you do with the washcloth in reference to the glass?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Did you use the washcloth to scrape off the glass from the sink, or to pick it up, or to do anything with respect to the glass?
I don't recall.
Did you have anything on your hand, either a toilet paper or a washcloth, when you were scraping off the glass shards into the sink?
At first, I think I was just moving them, and then I grabbed some paper, toilet paper. I may have even been using one of my bag thing at one point, but then I do know I grabbed toilet paper at one point and a towel at one point. So I do know during the course of it, going back and forth, I may have done it all. I wasn't concentrating on it. I was concentrating on getting a phone call or getting back to the phone and trying to get dressed is what my mind was on at the time, not on how I was moving the glass. It really wasn't something I was paying a lot of attention to.
What was your purpose in going to the...
Before you go on, the witness, as he's answering you, he's making a motion with his left hand, with the back of his hand leading as though he's scraping the glass and moving the glass out. For the record.
What was your purpose in using the toilet paper and the towel?
I don't know. Either I had to cut my hand or I was trying not to cut my hand, one or the other.
That's what I'm getting to. Was the toilet paper and the towel intended to address a cut that just occurred? Or did you pick it up to use it to clean off the sink?
Both. As I said, it was either one or the other. I wasn't really paying much attention to it at the time.
When you cut yourself, did you have toilet paper on the hand that you cut?
I don't think so. I don't think so, but
When you cut yourself, did you have a towel in the hand that you cut?
Possibly.
Where was the towel in the hand when you cut yourself?
I don't know.
And how exactly, with the towel in your hand, did you cut yourself on the glass?
I was trying to scrape whatever I had in my hand. I was trying to move it, and it happened.
Let the record reflect that you're demonstrating a sort of
Yes.
sweeping motion.
Yes.
And did the glass come into contact with the back of your hand, the front of your hand? Where?
I don't know.
Where did you cut yourself?
On my knuckle.
Which knuckle?
Middle knuckle of my left hand.
You
Middle
cut
finger.
yourself on the middle knuckle on the outside
Yes.
of your middle finger?
Yes.
When you cut yourself, did you feel any pain?
No.
Did you see that you were bleeding?
I would assume so. At one point, obviously I did, yes.
No, at that point, when you cut yourself, did you notice blood?
If I didn't feel pain, I didn't know I cut myself. So at whatever point I saw blood, I assumed that I had cut myself.
When did you first see blood?
When I was in the bathroom.
Did you see blood before you left the bathroom to go out to the phone area?
Yes.
And did any blood drip off of your finger onto another surface?
I would assume so.
Did you clean up any blood,
When I wiped off the cover, I just pushed everything into the sink.
including your blood?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember using anything to clean off blood?
Not particularly, no.
Did blood drip into the sink?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Did blood drip on the floor?
I don't recall. I wasn't trying to clean up the bathroom.
Did you wash out your cut?
I believe, I don't think I washed it off because I just put whatever I had on it, I put some more paper on it, and that's what I went downstairs with.
Did you put your cut under the water, cold water, hot water, whatever, to wash it out?
I don't recall.
Did you keep the toilet paper on your finger from the moment you observed the cut until you left the room?
I would pretty much think so. I may have added some to it, yes.
And did you also keep a towel on the cut?
Until I left
Well,
the
wait a
room.
minute. Keep a
No.
towel. He's never testified he put a towel on the cut.
Did you put the towel on the cut?
I don't recall. I may have. It may have been in my hand also when I was going back and forth to the phone.
Was the blood bleeding onto the towel?
I would assume so.
Do you know so?
No.
Did you see blood on the towel?
I wasn't looking for blood.
I know. Did you see it, though?
I don't recall seeing it. No.
Did you see blood on the toilet paper?
Yes, plenty.
Lots of it.
When I got downstairs and I unwrapped it to get to show the girl to get me a Band-Aid, yes.
Did you call down and ask for a Band-Aid or any first aid when you saw the cut?
I think from the time I cut my hand, I'm not sure of this, but from the time I cut my hand to the time I got downstairs wasn't so very long. But no, I wouldn't have waited. I was trying to get out of the room.
From the time you cut your hand, you completed packing up your items in the bathroom, right?
I don't know.
You put the rest of the stuff in the travel bag?
I don't understand your question.
After you cut your hand and after you put the toilet paper around it,
Mm-hmm.
you then completed packing, correct?
Yes, at some point, yes.
Including packing up the items in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You put everything into the travel bag and zippered it up and walked out of the bathroom, is that right?
I don't know if that's in that sequence, but eventually, obviously, I did, yes.
And what are all the things you did before you left the room after you cut yourself and put the toilet paper around your finger?
I don't know, because I don't know at what point in time I had cut my finger. I was trying to get packed, as I told you. I was going back and forth to the telephone, as I told you. During the course of doing all of that, I cut my finger. At what point doing all of that? I don't know.
When you left that hotel room, did you see any blood left behind?
I didn't look for any blood left behind, so I wasn't really looking, no.
Did you see any?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
Did you see any blood in the sheets of the bed?
No, I don't recall seeing any, no.
Did you, unpack your clothing when you got to the room that evening?
I hung up my suit, yes.
How many bags did you bring into the hotel room besides your travel bag?
Bag?
Excuse me, beside the little bathroom bag, how many other items of luggage did you bring into the hotel room with you?
Well, that
Well,
assumes that the bathroom bag was a separate piece of luggage and not in the grip, which is not what he's testified to.
Yes.
So, don't answer that.
Are you saying that the items of toiletry that you
Yes.
described were carried in your grip?
Are you asking me that question?
I'm asking that question now.
Yes.
Okay, there wasn't a separate little bag for the shaver and the deodorant? It was all in the grip?
No, he's testified to you that your question, my objection was your question assumed that the toiletry bag was outside of the grip when he brought it into the room. That was my objection.
Let me see if I understand this. You had toiletries in a separate toiletry bag, which itself was in the black grip bag, correct?
That's correct.
And when you brought the toiletries into the bathroom to unpack the night, right before you went to bed, as you previously described, did you bring just the toiletry bag or the whole grip bag into the bathroom?
Probably just the toiletry bag. Probably just
So-
the toiletry bag.
So
yeah.
you
More
left
than
the
likely.
grip bag in the bedroom, correct?
More than likely, yes.
So when you finished packing after you cut your finger, you took the toiletry bag and put it in the grip bag, right?
That's correct.
What other items of luggage besides the grip and toiletry bag did you have in that room with you?
Sorry, one more time. One other.
What other items of luggage besides the toiletry and grip bag did you have in that room with you?
What other
Items
sorry,
of luggage.
of luggage?
Yes.
Louis Vuitton bag.
Is that a garment bag?
Yeah, it's a suitcase.
Suitcase or one of
Yeah,
those
it's a fold-over suitcase.
Fold-over.
Yeah.
Louis Vuitton?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Didn't I say Louis Vuitton bag?
You said,
Oh,
You have to answer yes or no.
yes.
And what else?
A suit bag.
A different suit bag than the Louis Vuitton bag?
That's correct.
Okay. And what else?
That's all I recall.
So 2 suit bags, 1 grip bag, and in the grip bag, a toiletry bag.
Yes.
Anything else?
That's all I recall.
What about your golf bag?
I never took him out of the guy who brought me there. I never took him out of his car since he was going to take him to the golf course and put him on the golf cart and lay all my stuff out.
So, golf bag never made it to your hotel room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Where exactly, well, let me withdraw. What other unpacking did you do when you got to the hotel room, besides take out the toiletry bag from the grip bag and hang up your clothing that you were wearing?
I hung out what I was going to wear to play golf the next day.
Was that
And
a
that's-
different set of clothing that you wore to the hotel that night?
Yes.
You took those clothes out, correct?
Yes.
What were they?
And golf clothes.
Shirt and pants?
Shirt and pants, yeah.
Shoes?
I'm sure my shoes was with my golf bag.
Which bag were the shirt and pants in that you took out?
In my Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay. Did you do any other unpacking?
Unpacking, there was nothing else to unpack. I mean, I took a book out of my thing. I may have looked at my travel thing again to see what the times were.
When you said there was nothing else to unpack, there were other items in these 2 suitcases, correct?
Correct.
What were they?
Golf clothes, underwear, socks, maybe a pair of dress shoes. I'm not sure of that.
More golf clothes, you mean?
Another golf outfit, yes.
And other attire as well?
I don't think so.
How long were you planning to be gone?
1 or 2 days.
Was not determined yet?
If I would have found another golf game, since I had nothing to do Tuesday, I would have. That's why I brought the other golf outfit. So, which I do often is, and if I'd have saw Mike Dicker, I would have, see if he wanted to play at his club, bobbling. But yeah, I quite often I go to a tournament if I have nothing to do, and somebody got a good golf course to play, I'll stay and play golf.
So in the 2 suitcases, you had 2 golf changes of clothing, correct?
No, that's not correct.
What did you have?
I didn't have 2 suitcases.
You had the Louis Vuitton bag and another bag, you said, another suitcase.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Did I misunderstand? You told me that you had a Louis Vuitton sort of fold-over suitcase, right?
Yes.
And you had a second item of luggage similar to that, right?
No, I had a suit bag.
What's a suit bag?
When you buy a suit at a store, they put it in a bag and you carry it home.
I see. What was in that suit bag?
A suit,
For what purpose?
because there were going to be a cocktail party I would have to attend.
What suit was it?
I don't know. It's a suit, whatever suit I took with me.
And the dress shoes were in the Louis Vuitton bag?
I believe so.
Did you come to Chicago with any other luggage besides the suit bag, the Louis Vuitton bag, and the grip?
My golf clothes.
Anything?
My golf clothes.
Anything other than that?
No.
Did you have a second grip or duffel bag with you when you came to Chicago?
No. If it wasn't in my golf bag, nothing else, no.
Might have been in your golf bag?
What do you mean by might?
You said, if it wasn't in my golf bag.
My golf bag, I had various things in my golf bag. So if it wasn't golf related, no.
We'll get back to that. Now, on your cut, Mr. Simpson, where did you cut yourself? Where on your finger?
That's been asked and answered. Don't answer that.
Did you cut yourself on only one location on your middle finger?
As far as I knew, yes.
Okay, and that had, you had not cut that same location prior to coming to Chicago, right?
I don't think so, but I don't think so.
Okay, and you weren't aware of any cuts on your left hand prior to coming to Chicago, correct?
No, I never saw a cut on my hand. No, I haven't. No, that's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
By hand, you include fingers, left fingers?
Yeah.
Mr. Brewer
Saw a
said,
cut. No, I never saw a cut on my hand. No, that's correct.
and just so we get this clear, prior to coming to Chicago and prior to cutting your hand in Chicago, you were not aware of any cuts of any kind on your hand, correct?
I never saw a cut on my hand. No, that's correct.
Never saw any cuts on your hand or any of the fingers on your hand, correct?
That's correct.
That would be true for either hand, correct?
That's correct.
And the only cut that you're aware of receiving as a result of the glass incident in Chicago is a cut on the knuckle of your middle finger, correct?
That's correct.
And you did you look at the cut when it happened or shortly after you noticed it?
Yes.
And did you examine it closely?
I don't know about closely. I saw it was bleeding. I saw it was cut.
How big was the cut?
I don't know. I can't. It was a cut. There was blood on it, so I couldn't tell, but I can just tell it was cut.
Did you think you needed a stitch?
Not necessarily, no.
And was there any skin that was jagged or abraded or pulled off the area of the cut?
It looked like a cut. Whatever a cut looks like.
A big cut?
It looked like a cut.
Did you notice any other cuts around it or any abrasions?
No.
Just the single cut?
That's correct.
Okay, why don't we take our lunch break now?
All right.
1:30.
We are going off the record now, and the time is approximately 12:33.
Mr. Simpson, I'd like to mark as Exhibit 8A a calendar in which the Xeroxing has been reduced to a single page to make it more readable. This, I will represent to you, this is a copy of what was previously marked as Exhibit A. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that appears to be the same calendar that we discussed before that was filled out by Randa.
Well, one of the two that was filled out by Randa.
Okay. This appears to be a calendar pertaining to your appointments, though, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. When family appointments or matters, or events were listed on this calendar, where would Randa get that information?
I don't get the question.
In other words, there are items on the calendar not business related, but family related, like
Whose family?
your family.
Show me.
Take a look at June 12, 1994 on Exhibit 8A. What does that say?
I can't. Oh, recital, yeah.
Recital, what's it say underneath it?
Recital's underneath.
It says
Sydney dance.
Sydney recital dance, 5 o'clock. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And that pertains to your daughter Sydney's dance recital at 5 o'clock p.m. on June 12th, correct?
Yeah, it's one of the two things here.
And where would Miss Rand obtain that information to put on the calendar?
I would imagine from From Nicole?
Not from you?
No.
She called Nicole from time to time to get these appointments, or Nicole called her?
I think Nicole would normally call her and give her various things she wanted Kathy to put on my calendar.
I see. Is that what happened with the 5 o'clock p.m. dance recital for Sydney on June 12, 1994?
Possibly, yes.
Do you recall Nicole telling or asking you to come to the recital?
Yeah, she wanted to know if I was going to be in town.
When did you and she have that conversation?
Numerous times, but the last time I believe was the Thursday or so before the recital.
Which
Wednesday
would
or
have
Thursday night.
June 8 or June 9, 1994?
Yes.
Now, how did she tell you that, on the phone or in person?
Tell me what?
That she wanted you to wanted to know whether you would be in town and be able to attend Sydney's dance recital.
On the telephone. Well, I wanted to know would I be in town for the dance recital. I think she spoke to Kathy also during that week to talk about how many tickets I might need.
And what did you tell her?
What did I
That
tell
is,
her
what
when?
did you tell Nicole when she asked you if you would be in town for the dance
That
recital?
I'd be back in town.
And how many tickets did you tell her you needed?
I didn't know if, she said she was getting a bunch. I don't know how many, I don't recall right now. And wanted to know if Arnell and Jason was going to go. I think it was sold out, which it always is. And I said I would see if I think I told Kathy to try to get to. And she had hers, and she wasn't really sure who all was coming, things like that.
You told her to make available tickets for
No.
Jason and Arnell?
No, that's not correct. That's not what I said either. I said I didn't know if Jason Arnell was, I think she asked me, were they going to come? And I said I didn't know. I said I did tell Kathy to see if she can get a few, and that was about the extent of it.
Did you and Nicole discuss this before June 8 or June 9 on Wednesday or Thursday night? That is, whether or not you would be attending Sydney's dance recital?
I know the dance recital had come up before then. We knew the dance recital was coming up. I don't know if it was the exact conversation was, would I be in town, but it could have come up, yes.
How long in advance of June 12 did you know about that recital?
I don't know.
A month?
I don't know.
Did you and Nicole discuss whether Paula Barbieri would attend with you?
Never.
That subject come up at all?
Never.
Nicole never mentioned it to you?
Never.
You never mentioned it to her?
Never.
Do you know whether she tried to find out from any other source whether Miss Barbieri would be attending with you?
No.
Did you ask her for a ticket for Miss Barbieri?
No.
And did you plan to take Miss Barbieri with you?
No.
There's another entry on that day that says Cali or Calic shower. You know what that is?
No.
You know who that person is?
No.
You know whose entry that pertains to?
What do you
Excuse me,
mean?
do you know whether that pertains to you or to Miss Randa? Or
It's Kathy's calendar, so I assume it pertains to Kathy.
when you say it's Kathy's calendar, is a calendar that Kathy kept?
As I explained to you before, yes.
Did Kathy in 1994 also put on Nicole's own appointments on this calendar?
I don't know what you mean.
In other words, if Nicole had appointments not involving you, like going out to lunch with somebody, would she
I doubt
coordinate
it.
with Kathy at all?
I doubt it.
Kathy wasn't a calendar keeper for Nicole, in other words.
No,
That's correct, right?
that's correct.
I'd like to go to the subject of, luggage.
What?
I want to go back to the subject of luggage, and specifically the luggage that you took with you to Chicago when you arrived in Chicago morning of June 13th. So far, you testified that you had with you the golf bag, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
You also testified that you had the Louis Vuitton bag, correct?
Yes.
And you also said you had your grip, your black grip, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also said you had a bag with the suit in it, correct?
Yes.
Now, was that bag with the suit in it in the Louis Vuitton bag?
No.
Okay.
No, you're talking about the 12th.
June 12th.
June 12th.
No.
Is there whatever luggage you went to Chicago with on June 12th, you came back with, correct? Is that correct?
In a sense, yes.
Explain what you mean.
I didn't know if my golf bag had come back.
Okay. But you brought back the Louis Vuitton bag, correct?
Yes.
With you when you came back the morning of the 13th.
Yes.
And you brought back the black grip, right?
Yes.
And you brought back the suit bag, right?
Yes.
And you were carrying those three items separately, correct?
When?
When you came back from Chicago?
No.
How were you carrying them?
The Louis Vuitton bag and the grip
And where was the suit bag?
in the Louis Vuitton bag.
Okay. But when you went to Chicago, the suit bag was not in the Louis Vuitton bag?
That's correct.
And why was that?
'Cause I didn't want it to be wrinkled when I went to this affair, and I wouldn't have had time to get it pressed.
It didn't fold, that bag?
What
The
do you
suit bag? It wasn't folded?
At times, if I laid it gently, I'd fold it gently, but it
I
wasn't
think you're
smashed.
talking about two different things.
The suit bag, when you went to Chicago on June 12th from Los Angeles, it wasn't the type of bag that folded and snapped. It was...
No, it didn't fold and snap, but, you know, fold it over my arm or
Okay.
something. Yes.
Did the golf bag have any other bags in it?
Yeah.
I'm talking about now when you left Los Angeles on June 12th.
Yes.
And what bags were in the golf bag?
I believe another pair of shoes that had a pair of shoes in it, which is not really a bag, it's a little black thing. That's a shoe bag. And a bag that had a windbreaker and some balls in it.
Golf balls?
Yes.
What was the color of that bag?
What is that bag?
The bag that had the windbreaker and golf balls in it.
I'm not sure. They had it in court one day, but I can't recall what the color was.
Is that a bag that you always carried in your golf bag?
No.
You always carried the shoe bag in your golf bag, correct?
Not always, no.
How would you transport your shoes when they were not in the shoe bag?
Sometimes I'd put them directly in the golf bag, and sometimes I just throw the shoe bag, and sometimes I carried more than one pair of shoes, and the shoes would be in the shoe bag. Only one pair fits in the shoe bag, and sometimes I carried more than one pair of shoes, golf shoes with me.
So the shoe bag, when it doesn't have any shoes in it, would also be carried in the golf bag?
No, not necessarily.
You might carry it separately from the golf bag?
May not carry it.
Just leave it home?
Yeah.
But on this occasion, you had the shoe bag in
I
the
believe,
golf
I'm
bag.
not sure about that. I just know when they brought all the golf stuff in court, the shoe bag was there, so I'm assuming it was in the overall bag.
And were the golf shoes in the shoe bag?
A pair of golf shoes were in the shoe bag, yes.
Did you bring another one with you to Chicago?
Well, there's some black shoes that I know that were in the outer cover bag that was definitely in there.
Golf shoes?
Golf shoes,
So
yes.
you went with Chicago on June 12th with 2 pairs of golf shoes?
Possibly, yes.
One in the golf club bag and another in the shoe bag, which was in the golf club bag, correct?
No, one was in the golf shoe bag that was in the golf bag, I believe, and the other one definitely was just in the cover bag, laying in the golf bag, cover bag of the golf bag.
What is a cover bag?
It's a bag that you use to normally use to travel with.
It's so that when you get there, you have all of your
Clubs,
irons,
yeah.
and your Callaway woods are still there, and the Bellman, or the,
You mean the cover that goes over the clubs
Yeah.
and snaps onto the golf bag?
Yes.
And you're saying that,
No.
well, wait a second. You said yes, your lawyer said no.
Well,
Explain yourself, Mr. Simpson.
what do you want me to explain
I-
myself? You're the one that's confused.
I'm-
I'm not, what do you mean explain myself?
I don't understand your answer.
Okay, there's a cover bag that you can put your whole golf bag in when you travel.
And in the cover bag, which surrounded the entire golf bag,
There was
Were
a
some
pair
shoes.
of shoes, yes.
okay. Is there a compartment in the cover bag for the shoes?
I don't recall. I don't recall. This was a relatively new cover bag.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the golf bag, you said you had the shoe bag with shoes in it.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I believe so.
And now we have this other bag that had the windbreaker and the golf balls, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer automatically.
Yeah, oh, yes, yes.
And what was the color of that bag?
I'm not totally sure of that.
What's your best recollection?
Blue, bluish gray, blue.
What was the color of the windbreaker?
Blue or green, one or the other. I'm not 100% sure of that.
Was it your windbreaker?
Yes.
And had you used it before?
I don't know.
Where did you get that windbreaker?
From Hertz.
Did you see that windbreaker in court also?
I don't recall.
Have you ever seen that windbreaker after you packed it for Chicago?
I don't recall.
Have you ever seen the blue or bluish gray bag?
Yes.
That was shown in court?
Yes.
And when it was shown in court, did it have anything in it?
I don't recall.
Did it have golf balls in it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you always take that that bag with the windbreaker and golf balls when you play golf?
Never. Never before.
What made you do it this time?
When I was getting balls, it was the only bag. I don't know if it was the only bag, but it was a bag that was in the back of my Bentley when I was trying to find balls to take to Chicago with me.
It's not a bag that you bought at a sports store or golf store to carry golf balls, is it?
No.
What was the use of that bag that you usually made?
For me, it was no use at all. It was just, I play in a lot of tournaments and they give you crap all the time and it ends up in your car, in your house. And my kids or people take them or housekeepers use them.
And
I get a lot of them, a lot of them. And it was just something that was in the trunk of my car.
how many of them were in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't really count what was in the trunk of my car at that time.
Was there more than one such bag in the trunk of your Bentley?
Could have been.
You pulled that bag out, is that what you're saying?
Well, I just grabbed a bag that was small that I could put balls in and a windbreaker in.
Was the bag empty?
Yes.
Okay. And the windbreaker that you put in it, is that a windbreaker that you bring with you to golf courses?
I hadn't, but it was given to me at a golf course, doing a golf tournament. So it was a gift that Hertz give out at one of our golf tournaments. You give it to the golfers.
When did you receive that windbreaker?
I don't know.
Had you ever used it before?
Possibly.
Where was it on the evening of June 12 when you went to get it for your trip?
It landed in the trunk of my car.
The windbreaker?
Yes.
And where were the golf balls that you put into this bag?
In various bags in the trunk of my car.
What kind of bags?
Just bags they give you at the country club to put your shoes in when you finish playing golf.
Okay, so in those bags were golf balls.
Yes.
And you emptied out those golf balls from those bags and put them into this bluish gray bag?
No.
What did you do?
I took some out and used some, and the rest I left in those bags.
How many golf balls did you take out?
4, 5, 6 that I took with me. 3, 4, 5 that I hid away.
Hid away?
Hit, H-I-T, hit away.
You hid away right there
Yeah,
at Rockingham?
yes.
Okay. And when you hit those balls away, did you retrieve them and bring them with you?
No.
Okay. You already had golf balls in your golf bag, correct?
I may have. I had no new golf balls. I had no new balls. So I may have had 1 or 2 used balls, but not many at all.
And these balls you took from the Bentley trunk were all new?
No.
They were used?
Yes.
And what was the brand?
Max Fly 100s.
All of them were?
The ones I took.
Were you specifically looking for Max Fly's 100?
Specifically, yes.
And you had other types of balls in there?
Yes.
So when you were searching your trunk, you looked for the Max Fly 100s in the various bags of balls you had there, took out 4 or 5 or 6 and put them in the bluish gray bag, correct?
Yes.
And then hit 3, 4, or 5 others, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the windbreaker and put that in the bag too?
Yes.
And did the bag have a zipper?
I'm not sure, probably.
Did you take anything else out of the trunk in addition to what you just described?
Yes.
What was that?
A pitching wedge.
What was the make?
Callaway.
Was it a new pitching wedge?
No.
An old one?
Yes.
Did you have any other clubs in the trunk?
Yes.
How many?
I don't know.
A whole set?
At least.
2 sets?
I don't know.
You specifically looked for a pitching wedge?
No, I was looking for a sand wedge.
Did you find one?
No.
How many pitching wedges were there?
I don't know.
Why'd you pick this one?
Because it's the closest thing to a sand wedge.
Did you take anything else out?
No.
And then close the trunk?
No.
What did you do?
Hit some balls away.
While the trunk was open?
Yes.
Why'd you leave the trunk open? Well, let me ask you this. What club did you use to hit the balls away?
Pitching wedge.
The one you took out?
Yes.
And why'd you leave the trunk open while you did that?
I don't know.
But you specifically recall it was open.
Yeah.
After you hit the balls, did you then close the trunk?
Yes.
Did you go into it again?
What do you mean?
To do anything? To get any more balls out? To put something back?
Yes.
What did you do?
Put the pitching wedge back.
Did you take it with you?
No.
Did the golf clubs that you did take with you include a sand wedge?
To Chicago?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you ever locate a different sand wedge to take with you?
No.
So you ended up going with the sand wedge in the set, right?
Yes.
Was that a new set of clubs?
Yes.
What was the make?
Callaway.
Had you ever used them before?
Yes.
When did you get the clubs?
Sometime in May.
May of what year?
94.
How did you get them?
What do you mean, how did he get
Did you buy them or were they given to you?
They were given to me.
Who gave them to you?
Callaway.
The company?
Yes.
What representative?
Don't
I don't
answer
remember.
that. I mean, this is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
Well, tell me what relevance it is, what representative gave him Callaway golf clubs. I
We're
mean,
going to go ask him if it's true.
Well,
Who gave it to you?
don't answer.
Callaway, I told you.
No, what person at Callaway?
Don't
Was
answer
it
the question,
Eli
sir.
Callaway himself?
Don't answer the question.
You ever met Mr. Eli Callaway?
Don't answer that. That's irrelevant.
Oh, what are your objections, just for the record?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant immaterial to any issue in this case.
You're mistaken, but we'll proceed. Where did, from what location in your Rockingham property did you hit those golf balls?
My front yard.
On the grass?
Yes.
Did you tee them up?
No.
You just put them on the grass?
Just dropped them on the grass.
Did you take full swings?
Once or twice I did, yes.
Were you hitting in the direction of Rockingham, Ashford, or someplace else?
A couple in the direction of Rockingham, but not to Rockingham, and a couple in the direction of Ashford.
Which ones did you take the full swing? Which direction?
Ashford.
Is there a clearing where you could hit the ball far without hitting anything?
Not really.
Did it hit anything?
No.
In other words, when you took the full swing and hit those balls with your pitching wedge, did you hear any sound when the ball landed?
No.
Okay. How far do you hit a full pitching wedge?
It depends.
How
Full
far? do
swing, you mean?
Full swing, yeah.
It depends. If I'm trying to hit a full swing pitching wedge, anywhere from 120 to 130 yards. If I'm trying to make it into a sand wedge, a lot less.
Is that what you were trying to do?
Yes.
So by taking a less than a full swing, right?
No, by changing your grip and
Okay.
the head of the club.
And is that what you did when you took those full cuts?
Yes.
You imitated a sand wedge swing, in other words.
Yeah, I was trying to get it up, the ball up.
Okay. Did you take a divot in your grass?
I don't know.
Did the club dig up any grass or dirt?
I just don't recall if I took a divot. I don't normally take divots, but I don't recall. I'm sure there was, but some grass taken up. But
You hit 2 or 3 balls in that direction?
yeah, I mean, just a couple. I chipped a couple real 5 or 6 yards or yards, brought them back. Then I hit a couple into the sand and a couple. You know, when I say a couple, 2 or 3 one way, and then whatever was left the other way.
Okay, now, you said you first chipped a couple of balls 5 or 6 yards away, right?
Yeah.
Where did they land? In the yard?
Which ones?
The ones you chipped 5 or 6 yards away?
Yeah, right on the grass.
On the grass?
Yeah.
And then did you hit those balls into the sand?
Yeah,
Now, what sand are you referring to?
my playground.
Where the kids play?
I sculled one of them and it hit the equipment and I don't know where it went.
Made a loud sound?
Yeah,
And it bounced someplace and you didn't retrieve it?
true.
You know if it stayed on the property?
I don't know that one, I don't know.
You hit it, you scowled at it, meaning you made
Scowled,
more
yeah.
solid contact with the ball than you
Yeah.
intended, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the other balls landed in the sand?
I believe so, or in and around there, within the walls of the property, I'm pretty sure. They could have hit into the ivy there, but they should have been inside of the property.
Did you then take some cuts in the sand,
No,
as though you were in a sand trap?
no. I just left them there.
You left the balls in the sand trap? I
Wherever
mean, in
they
the
were.
sand.
Yeah, wherever they went. I
Did
left
they
them
land
there.
in the sand?
I don't know. Yeah. One of them should have at least, but I really don't know.
Wherever they landed, you didn't retrieve them.
Correct.
And then you said you took some fuller swings and hit the remaining balls.
Yeah, one or two, I don't really recall. One or two I tried to hit over my tree into the yard across Ashford.
As though you were taking a shot with a sand wedge, right?
For the most part, yeah.
And how far did that ball travel?
I don't know.
You have any estimation?
No.
Under 100 yards?
I would think so, yes.
Between 50 and 70?
40 and 70, I would say. Yeah,
Between 40 and 70.
I hope so.
And the other ball, not that one that you tried to hit over the tree, where'd you hit that one? When you were taking a full swing?
I don't know, I thought that's what you were just talking about.
Yeah,
He said he
that's
hit one ball,
one or two, I
high,
don't recall.
40 to 70 yards.
Well,
right?
both of them about the same, but as I said, one of them may have gotten through and one of them may not have. I don't recall.
Gotten through where?
One of my big trees that are on my property.
I see. If it
I
did
mean-
not get through the big tree, would it have landed somewhere in
Well,
your
no,
property?
It could have gone through, but it didn't clear the big tree. I don't really. I do this all the time, so it's hard to recall at that moment that was the exact one. But I do know I hit something over to Mrs. Neverkers because it's my practice to always do that.
Over to Mrs. what?
Neverkers yard. That's
How do you
the-
spell that name?
I don't know.
Could you say it a little more slowly?
Nebeker.
Has Mrs. Neberker ever talked to you about your hitting golf balls there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to her about the fact that you've done that?
Well, she's seen me actually in her yard hitting balls many, many times.
And she's never said anything to you about it?
She likes to talk to me, but she's no longer living. But she would sit in her front
I see.
door.
When
And
did
she's
she
a-
die?
I think early '94.
And who was living at that property when you hit the golf balls in that direction?
I have no idea.
Was the house vacant?
I don't know.
Did you ever hit her with a golf ball?
You don't have to answer that. You couldn't relate. Is that the reason that she
No, that's not the reason. She was in her. She was in her.
That was where he was going with it, but I didn't even have the nerve to ask that. Did you take any other shots of a greater distance in chipping
No.
other than the two over the big tree?
No. Or the one or two, as I said, but no.
Okay. What time was it when you did that?
I believe around or a little after 10 o'clock.
What fixes that time in your mind?
Nothing in particular, except that I knew I was back from having a burger. And then I just know when I got upstairs, it wasn't but 15 or 20 after 10 by the time I got upstairs. So I knew it had to, and other than turning lights out in my house, I can't imagine, I don't recall doing anything else before I got upstairs.
Was there any light on your property where you hit the golf balls?
Yeah.
What was illuminating that area?
Well, it's not that it was illuminating the area, but it was illuminating. I have a light in a tree that's right above where I was hitting, and my garage was open.
When you hit the balls on the grass, it was near the big tree?
Well, what? Yeah.
And you're
Near
saying,
is all relative.
Yeah.
excuse me?
Near is all
Yeah.
relative.
How many yards were you from the big tree?
From the base of the big tree?
Yes.
7, 8, 10, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. Right across whatever the width of my driveway is. It's on the other side of my driveway, and whatever the width of the driveway.
Right on the other side of the driveway.
Yeah, but the tree hangs over, you know.
Okay.
So the light would be hanging over a little more than the base of the tree.
Was it light out where you were hitting?
It's the way it is, always in my front yard. I wouldn't call it light, but I can hit a couple of balls away. Yeah.
Now this light, is this actually in the tree, the light?
Yes.
And how does the light get turned on?
It's on automatic.
Okay. Was there any other light illuminating that area where you were hitting the golf balls?
Maybe coming from my garage a little bit. When you say illuminating an area, it wasn't like shining on the area, but I could see what I was doing.
Okay. Was there any other light besides that tree light that would have enabled you to see what you were doing?
And the garage light coming from this garage.
Garage
Now the
light.
garage light,
Yeah. Garage light, and I don't know, I think I have a little walkway light that was in front of me, but I don't think it does much illuminating.
was the garage door open or closed?
Open,
Okay, the garage door was open.
yes.
Okay. And the garage light was on in it.
Yes.
And when that garage light is on, it passes some light out of the garage near this area where you were hitting the golf
Yeah.
balls?
Not a spotlight or anything, but yes.
Were there any other lights on outside the property or from inside the house that would cast light onto the area where the golf balls were?
And are you, by that, excluding street lights?
Any lights?
Because you said inside the house and
I guess I was excluding street lights.
I don't know, the coach lights may have been on in the front of my door.
What are coach lights?
2 lights that hang on the outside of the front door, my entryway there.
Were they on?
I don't recall.
Do they go on automatically?
No.
You have to turn them on.
Hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Oh, yes.
Where's the light switch?
Right inside of my front door.
Inside the house.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you turn the garage light on that was on? Inside the
Comes on-
garage?
No, that one portion comes on automatically, and the other portions, as you enter the garage, you have to turn the back portion, you have to turn on, and the front portion comes on as the garage door comes out.
One of those genie
Yeah.
electric garage doors?
Yeah.
So does it, when the garage door opens, automatic, with a remote control or a clicker on the wall,
Yeah.
there's a light on, and that stays on at all times?
What do you mean?
In other words, there's a light on the mechanism, the garage door mechanism, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Oh, yes.
And when you open the garage door, this light goes on, correct?
Yes.
And does that light stay on as long as the garage door is open?
I don't know.
Or does the light go off after a few minutes?
I don't know.
Do you have the same garage door opener now?
Yes.
You have the same garage door and
Yes.
the same equipment?
Yes.
Okay. The other light in the back of the garage you have to manually turn on, correct? Was that light on?
Yes.
When was the last time before June 12th that you hit golf balls at around 10 o'clock at night from your property in Rockingham?
I spent most of April in Puerto Rico, so probably, I don't know if it would be 10 o'clock, but certainly at night, Many times.
When was the last time of the many times?
I don't recall.
The last time before June 12th?
I don't recall.
You can't give me a single date?
I can't recall.
Was it the night before?
No.
Was it in June of 1994?
I may have in June.
What night?
I don't know.
You want to look at your calendar? Would that help you?
No.
Maybe by refreshing your recollection as to whether you were in town or not?
I don't get what you're saying.
We'll take a look at the 8A and look at June. And tell me what evening before June 12 you last hit golf balls at Rockingham.
I told you I may have. It's something I do often. So I don't have any specific memory, but I know I would have because it's something that I do often. I don't know about 10 p.m. But certainly I drop balls and hit them all the time. I actually had a net that I put up on my garage and hit off a mat into my garage as late as midnight. I've done that. So,
Is the net still there?
oh, I'm sure it's hanging around somewhere. I've bought new nets. I bought 2 new nets, I know, in the last, since I had gotten back home that time, I had bought 2 new nets to put in their various places on my property.
What nets were up at the property on June 12th?
That it wasn't up as something you would have to hang.
And you had nets, but they were not hanging on June 12th. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Where
yes.
were the nets?
I don't know, probably around my garage somewhere.
And when was the last time you hung those nets to use them? Before June 12th?
Sometime in May I may have done it in my backyard.
You have a specific recollection of doing it in May?
No, but since it's something that I've done so much over the last 10 years, I'm sure I must have, you know.
When you hit into the net, you're not hitting the balls off the property, right? You're hitting them into the net, correct?
Yeah, but normally I will take 1 or 2 because I want to do something, hit him somewhere, yeah.
Do you have a specific recollection in June, prior to June 12, of hitting golf balls at
Not
night?
Not in June, I
Okay.
don't,
Do
no.
you have a specific recollection of hitting golf balls at night from your property in May of 1994?
Specific, no, but I'm pretty sure I did, but I don't have any specific recollection, no.
And do you have a specific recollection of hitting golf balls at night from your property in April of 1994?
I was never in LA in April.
And in March of 1994?
When you say specific, I don't know the specific day, but I know I did in March. I know for sure I did on numerous occasions.
Did you ever do so with another person?
No.
Can you identify a single person?
Well, no, that's wrong. Yes.
Okay. Who?
Justin.
Your
My son.
younger boy?
Yes.
And he was with you on one occasion when you were hitting golf balls at night at your property?
He's been with me on numerous occasions when I've done that, yes.
When was the last time?
I don't recall. Last time?
That, withdrawn, when was the last time before June 12, 1994
I
that
don't know.
Justin was with you at night at Rockingham hitting golf balls?
I don't know.
And do you have a specific recollection that he was with you in June hitting golf balls at night?
I told you I didn't think I hit any balls other than that night.
So maybe going back to March?
Possibly in March, yes. Possibly March,
Okay.
possibly February, possibly, yes.
Did Justin also hit golf balls too?
Yes.
Off the property like you were doing?
No, he's just gotten to the point where he can hit it off property.
Were these situations where you were just hitting into the net or actually taking the couple and hitting them out?
Well, yeah, normally if I'm hitting it to the
You're
net.
talking about these instances
With
with
Justin,
Thank
correct.
you.
Well, normally I would, if he's hitting, because only one of us could hit into the net, I might drop a ball or 2 and chip it over the wall or chip it somewhere. Yeah.
And he saw you do that?
I'm sure he did, yes.
Besides Justin, is there any other person who in 1994, before June 12, saw you hit golf balls from your property at night?
What do you mean, from my property?
Hitting golf balls on your property like you said you were doing on June 12.
I would imagine a housekeeper must have seen me. Nicole obviously seen me many times. I don't know. Whoever was around. Probably my housekeeper, probably Michelle, more than Gigi, but possibly Gigi.
Was there any other person besides Justin who ever participated in that with you?
What do you mean?
Hitting golf balls at night at your property in the year 1994?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, have you ever seen withdrawn? Do you know whether any of those golf balls that you said you were chipping around the yard were ever retrieved by anybody?
I believe so, yes.
Who retrieved them?
I believe LAPD,
And how do you know that?
because I have some memory that I read a report that they did.
And have you ever seen those golf balls?
No,
Did LAPD ever bring them into the courtroom, or did anybody else ever bring them into the courtroom?
not that I know of.
Did you ever say to somebody, hey, you know, get those golf balls for me, bring them to court?
For what?
Did you request that they be brought to court?
No.
Okay. And what is this document where you read that the golf balls were retrieved from your property?
Some form of discovery.
Do you know whether the golf balls that you read in this report that were retrieved from your property were the ones that you hit on the evening of June 12 as opposed to some prior occasion?
No.
Did you hit max fly 100s on June 12 on your property?
One might have been. They might have been. It was just the scuff balls that I hit away. And I was just looking for scuffs more than anything.
When you were going into your golf bag, you said you picked out max fly 100s.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the bag of balls in the Bentley trunk.
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
Okay, so I take it all these balls then were max fly 100s?
No.
You also picked out other balls as well?
I probably hit away some other balls, yes.
Were you picking out balls to hit in the yard that were not max fly 100s?
I was picking balls out to take with me were max fly 100s. Whatever I grabbed that hit away were scuffed balls. And I just hit them away.
So you have no way then of knowing whether these balls that you read about in the LAPD report are the actual balls you hit that night, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask anybody to go look for those balls that you hit that evening on the property?
No.
Now the balls that you hit, withdrawing, the club you used to hit those balls was the pitching wedge, correct?
That's correct.
And that wedge was placed back in the trunk of your Bentley, right?
That's correct.
And was that wedge seized by the LAPD?
I think at some point, yes.
Okay. Did you get it back yet?
I believe so, yes.
When did you get that wedge back?
I think when I was in jail.
They returned it to whom?
To Rockingham, I assume.
All the clubs were returned?
I never really checked to see, but I'm assuming of that group of clubs, I'm assuming they were, yes.
Where is this pitching wedge now?
I hope in my garage.
Have you used it since that evening when you hit golf balls on June 12, 1994?
I might have.
You remember using it?
I might have. I don't know. We hit a lot of balls in the front yard. So, I mean, I grab a club. Some of my security, I grab a club. Even some of my lawyers have grabbed a club. So, you know.
You're saying since you were...
Even some of my lawyers have taken some clubs.
Now, we don't need to put this on the record.
Let the record reflect that the witness looked towards the general direction of Mr. Baker. Have you hit any golf balls at night at your Rockingham property since you were released from jail?
Yes.
Okay. And have you done so with other persons?
Yes.
Who?
Security, and I don't know if you guys were around. Whoever was around. Whoever was around.
How many times did you do that?
How many times I've done it
Since
I've been
you
back?
got out of jail? At night at Rockingham? 10 o'clock.
Oh, Jesus, 10 o'clock, I don't know.
9, 10 o'clock or
After
later?
dark.
After dark.
After dark, 3 or 4 times.
And every time was with someone else?
Well, every time somebody was there. I mean, I have security that is full-time now. A few times they were there.
And they saw you do it?
Oh, yeah.
And who was the security personnel?
I can't give you any last names, but Thomas, Jeff, Dave.
And who were the lawyers?
Phil Baker, Bob Baker, Bob Blazer, I'm not sure.
Did the lawyers also swing the clubs?
Yes.
Okay, and were you
Not all the time. Not, you're talking at least one occasion or something.
Were any of these incidents when you hit golf balls from Rockingham after you got out of jail for the purpose of demonstrating what you were doing on the evening of June 12th?
Well, you can talk about, don't answer that question, but you can talk about anything other than any demonstrations that your lawyers had you do.
After dark, no.
But before dark, yes.
Well, don't answer that question.
You want to answer that?
No, he's not going to answer that.
I think what he does, Mr. Baker, is not a communication. Demonstrations are not protected, but I'm not going to convince you, I can see.
No, you're not. But
We'll just have to take it to the judge.
fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to show you some photographs, which I'd like to mark. I guess we'll start with Exhibit 22.
Look.
Here. Have them look at these real fast. Keep them in order. Not now.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Simpson, now that the lawyers have seen this, let me show you Exhibit 22. What is that a picture of?
A golf bag.
Is that the golf bag that you took to Chicago on June 12th?
It appears to be, yes.
And does this contain the clubs that you had recently received from Callaway about a month before?
I really can't tell, but I see 1 or 2 of the clubs look like Callaway Big Bertha irons, and that would be the type of irons that I had.
Okay, this was a new set of irons you had gotten?
Yes.
Were
yes.
the woods new also?
No.
And the putter?
No.
When you took this, it was a Swiss Army golf bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that made by the Forstner company?
I doubt it.
Okay. Having to do with Forstner?
Well, Swiss Army is.
Is that something that is placed on the bag?
Yes, I
Oh, I
believe so.
see. Okay. When you went to Chicago, you put this bag in what you called a cover bag, correct?
That's correct.
And was this the, had you used these clubs earlier on the day of June 12th?
Yes.
This exact set of clubs?
Well, if that's the clubs, yes.
Yeah. And had you used them the day before on June 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And when you used them, you went to play locally at Riviera, correct?
That's correct.
Both on June 11 and June 12, right?
That's correct.
And when you used them on those occasions, you did not have a you didn't have a cover bag, correct?
Didn't have a travel bag, no.
Okay. And where was your cover bag?
In the entry of my house.
Kept there on June 11 and June 12?
Yes.
And what car did you use to go play golf in on June 11?
Sorry, what?
What car did you use to drive to the golf course on June 11?
I don't know.
What are the choices?
Bentley or Bronco.
You don't remember which one you used?
No.
What did you use on June 12?
Bronco.
Okay. Where were you, strike that, where did you put this golf bag with all the clubs in it into the cover bag?
The location where he was when he inserted
Correct.
it?
In front of my house or at the entry portion of my house.
You took the golf clubs to the entryway of your house.
Yeah, at the entry, and then the cover was still there because I had taken them off Saturday morning. There.
The entryway was inside the house, right?
Yes.
On the floor?
That, yeah.
In a closet?
No.
Just lying there?
Yes.
Just on the other side of the front door?
Yes.
And if you opened the front door, would it hit the golf cover bag?
If it spread out, maybe, but I don't think it was then. It was to the facing the front door to the left.
Against the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. And you took your golf clubs inside the house and put the cover bag on?
I don't think so. I think I brought the cover bag out.
Out, right outside the front door?
Yeah.
In the entry? Well, what do you call that area right outside the front
Yeah,
door?
my entry, my
Okay.
front. Yeah.
Your
Not
front
the foyer,
entry.
not the foyer, but the entry.
And you put the cover bag on at that time, right? Or at that location, I should say.
Yes.
What time was that?
That was before I went to McDonald's, so that would have been before 9 o'clock.
Okay. And when you put the cover bag over the golf clubs, did the cover bag also have another pair of shoes in it?
It may have, or the golf bag may have had a pair of shoes in it.
Okay, this golf bag had a pair of shoes in it?
It could have. I'm not sure right now. I don't recall.
Did you put another pair of shoes in the cover bag?
Another pair of shoes ended up in the cover bag. I didn't specifically put them in the cover bag, but at some point, obviously, I had. But there was definitely a pair of shoes in the outer cover bag. Yes.
When did you put those shoes in the outer cover bag?
I don't know.
Did you do it on the evening of June 12th?
I went to make sure that they were in there on the evening of June 12th, and they were.
When you took the cover bag off 2 or 3 days before, were the shoes in the cover bag from your prior trip?
They could have been, because I did take them with me on the prior trip.
You don't remember one way or the other?
No.
And did this bag have a place where you could put the shoes in the shoe bag?
If I wanted to, yes.
And where was that? Can you point to it?
This zipper that comes down, it could have gone in right there.
Under where it says Swiss Army?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now, when you put the golf bag into the cover bag shortly before you went to McDonald's, is that what you said?
Yes.
Around 9 p.m.?
Well, before I went, yes.
Shortly before you went?
I don't know about shortly, but sometime before I went.
Well,
yes.
what time was it?
I don't know. It was sometime between 7 and 9.
You can't fix it any closer than that?
Can I fix it any closer than that?
So any time between 7 and 9 o'clock is when you put the golf bag into the cover bag.
That's correct.
And when you did that, what did you do with the cover bag that had the golf clubs in it?
Put it on my bench.
Outside the front door?
That's correct.
And it stayed there
Yes, for a while.
for a while
Yeah, till we took them off the bench.
to go into the limousine?
No, a little before I went into the limousine.
Okay. But once you closed up that cover bag between 7 and 9 o'clock, you never opened it again, correct?
Incorrect.
Why did you open it?
I went to make sure I had my black shoes in there.
The golf shoes?
Yes,
And were they in there?
yes.
And are those the shoes in the cover bag or the shoes in the golf bag?
Cover bag.
So you opened it one time, looked in the cover bag, saw the shoes, closed it, and then you did not open it again, correct?
No, until when?
Until you got to Chicago.
No, that's not correct.
Until you got into the limousine.
That's correct.
Okay. Focusing up at the time that you left the Rockingham property, you didn't,
Focusing up.
up until the time when you left the Rockingham property in the limousine on June 12, you did not open that cover bag again after you looked and checked for the black shoes, right?
Yes.
And when was it that you looked and checked for the black shoes?
Somewhere around 11 o'clock, or somewhere around 11 o'clock. And that's a guess.
That's your best
Shortly
guess?
Yeah, shortly before I left to go, before we drove out of my driveway.
When you looked for the shoes, was the limo already there?
Yes.
And it was past the gate? And
No,
it was still on the other side of the gate?
that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so that was 22. tab that. Tab that 22. Let me show you exhibit. Let me show you what has been marked as exhibit 23. Mr. Simpson, I'm showing you a photograph marked as exhibit 23. Can you identify what is in that photograph?
It appears to be a Swiss Army cover travel bag.
And is that the travel bag that you have been referring to? Excuse me. Is that the bag that you've been referring to so far as a cover bag?
One like this, yes.
Is that the exact one?
I don't know.
Does it look like it?
Yes.
That's the bag that you just testified about, correct?
Yes.
Bag that he just testified about?
Cover bag.
Yes, I believe so.
Now, pointing to this cover bag, where do you open the zipper to look for the shoes? Or where did you open the zipper to look for the shoes?
I really can't make it out here. Wherever you open the zipper to put the clubs in is the zipper that I open to look for the shoes.
And there's another compartment in there for the shoes? There's another compartment inside the cover bag for
No.
the shoes?
No.
Just lying loose in there?
Yeah, mine was.
Is that a blue cover bag?
No,
What color is it?
black.
And the golf bag is black too, right?
Yes.
Let me show you the next photograph, which marked as exhibit 24. You recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
A Louis Vuitton travel bag.
And that was, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, suitcase.
Is that the Louis Vuitton suitcase that you took to Chicago?
One like this, possibly this could be it.
Okay. And that's the, when you went to Chicago, you've already said you didn't have your new suit in there, right?
He didn't say it was new. He said he didn't have
You're
his
correct.
suit in there.
You did not have your suit in there, correct?
That's correct.
Was it a new suit?
All my clothes are relatively new.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what was in this Louis Vuitton bag when you went to Chicago?
A couple of golf outfits, maybe a T-shirt or two, some underwear, maybe a pair of shoes.
Dress shoes?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not 100% sure if I didn't try to double up the shoes I was wearing as dress shoes, but
Anything else?
that'd be about it.
And everything that you went to Chicago with, you came back with in the Louis Vuitton bag, except that you also added the suit.
That's correct.
And also the garment bag in which the suit was located?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you come back with the same clothes that you went to Chicago on?
Yes.
I mean, was he wearing the same clothes?
Yeah, withdrawn. Were you wearing the same clothes back to Chicago back to Los Angeles that you had worn to Chicago?
No.
Worn different clothes?
Yes.
What did you wear to Chicago on the evening of June 12th?
I believe some jeans, white shirt, and a jean jacket. And I may have had a windbreaker with me. Not a windbreaker, but a wet jacket with me.
And what were these stonewashed jeans?
Yes.
Who was the manufacturer?
I don't know.
Were they Guess jeans?
I don't know.
What kind of jeans you usually wear?
All kinds.
You don't remember
I
what
do
jeans
remember
they were?
all kinds of jeans I have in my home.
You don't remember what particular
Oh, no,
style
no,
this was?
No, I don't.
Did you have any socks on?
I don't think so.
And what kind of shoes did you have on?
Some loafers,
What color were they?
black or blue.
What size were they?
I don't know.
What size did you wear in 1994?
I think we've been through the size.
Size shoe?
You asked that yesterday.
No, I never asked that.
No.
You never asked the size shoes yet?
Correct.
No. Anywhere
It's
from
no big deal. We'll let him answer later.
Let me rephrase or re-ask the question again. In June of 1994, what size shoes did you wear?
depends what shoe I was wearing. Like what, 12s, 11 and a half, some 13s.
And what size shoes did you? What type of shoes did you wear in size 12?
Depends on the shoe make and the shoe.
And what size, what type and make of shoes did you own at that time in size 12?
Loafers, I would imagine some loafers were 12s. Some tie-ups, and tennis shoes.
Were most of your shoes that you owned in June of 1994 size 12?
I would say so, yes.
And you also said you had some size 11 and a halves?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
What shoes did you have of that size in June of 1994?
Probably tennis shoes and maybe 1 or 2 pair of loafers.
Sorry, probably.
Tennis shoes and 1 or 2 pair of loafers.
Are these shoes gifts to you? These 11 and a halves?
Not necessarily, no.
Why did you have some 11 and a halves?
Because that's what they were.
You
11
tried
and a
them on and you
Yeah.
bought them?
Yeah.
And they fit?
Yeah.
Okay. These particular tennis shoes and 1 or 2 loafers?
half.
Okay. What were the, what was the width of your shoe size
Yeah. I don't know.
in June of 1994?
I don't know.
What is it now?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No.
When you go into a shoe store and ask the salesman for shoes, do you give him a width size?
No.
You just say, give me a size 12?
Yes.
Okay. Now you also have some size 13s?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. What shoes in June of 1994 were size 13s?
Some golf shoes.
Did you own a brand new pair of Nike golf shoes in June of 1994? White?
Could very well.
Do you pay for your golf shoes or are they given to you?
Sometimes I pay, sometimes they're given to me.
Do you remember a pair of white Nike golf shoes that you owned in
Not
June of
particularly.
1994?
Not particularly, but I'm sure I like Nike golf shoes, so I'm sure I probably had a pair.
Are all your withdrawn? Were all of your Nike withdrawn? Were all of your golf shoes in June of 1994 size 13?
No.
What were the other sizes?
I don't know. I'd have to look at them. Some probably were 12 for sure, and I would have to look at them.
Okay. How many pairs of golf shoes did you own in June of 1994?
Guess?
Excuse me?
Guess?
Guess.
You want me to make a guess?
No, your best recollection.
It would be my best guess.
Well, tell me.
10? No?
10.
15.
15.
Yes.
He didn't ask you that.
I'm sorry.
Where?
10 to 15.
10 to 15.
Yeah.
And where were they maintained or kept in June of 1994?
Some at my home, some at my country club, some at my other country club, some at my other home.
What are your 2 country clubs? What were they then?
Riviera in L.A. Riviera, that I would remember, Riviera, Sherwood, Mountain Gate, even though I didn't keep nothing at Mountain Gate. And then there's courses around the country.
Okay.
Why don't we take 10 minutes?
Okay.
Just can I ask one question? These are country clubs where you were a member? Is that correct?
Yes.
This is number 2, volume 2, time is approximately 2:39, and we are off the record. We are on the record. The time is approximately 3:03. This is the beginning of tape number 3 of volume 2.
We were talking about the clothing that you wore to Chicago, and you said you had the jeans and the loafers, and then we talked a little bit about the shoes. You said you also were wearing a shirt.
Pardon me?
You were also wearing a shirt when you went to Chicago on June 12th.
Yes.
What kind of shirt?
Jean. A jean shirt.
Jean jean shirt?
Yes.
What was the manufacturer? Do you
I
know
don't
the
know.
brand?
I don't know.
What color was it?
Blue. Stonewash blue.
Did you have an undershirt?
No, I had on a golf shirt, I believe, underneath it.
Underneath the this blue stonewash shirt, you had a golf shirt?
Yeah.
What color was the golf shirt?
White.
What was the brand, if any?
I don't know.
And then you had a jacket on?
Actually, I used the jean shirt as a jacket, but I had a jacket with me also, yes.
That you
Some-
carried with you?
I can't recall if I put it in a bag or carried it with me, but I had a sort of a golf wet jacket with me.
A windbreaker, you said earlier?
Yeah, it's a golf jacket. Windbreaker is the description. There was another thing that was a windbreaker, a Hertz windbreaker.
Mm-hmm. And what was the color of that jacket?
Blue or green.
Did I show you a picture of that jacket earlier today?
Could have been.
Excuse me, Mr. Baker?
Well, which jacket are we talking about? He's got a windbreaker and Hertz
I'm
jacket.
going to get it out right now.
Thank you.
I need to find the original.
It's 10, I think.
Might be 10. Yeah. Those grand jury exhibits. I don't know if Peter took them out of the sleeves. 1 second.
Go away.
Okay, here. Let me show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 10, a photograph of a jacket. Is that the jacket you took?
It could have been.
And did you carry it, or did you have it in the Louis Vuitton bag or someplace else?
It wouldn't have been a Louis Vuitton bag.
So if it wasn't, if you were not carrying it in your hand, in which bag would this jacket have been?
I could have carried it, and I could have just slid it into the suit bag that I had.
With the suit?
With the suit, yeah, just, unzip it and lay it in there, zip it up.
In that suit bag, was surely a suit, right?
Yes,
Pants and matching jacket?
Yes.
On a wooden hanger?
yes.
And anything else in that bag besides the possibility of this windbreaker?
Shirt and tie.
Shirt and tie.
Mhm.
Anything else?
No.
What is your best recollection, that you carried the windbreaker or you packed it?
I don't know. I really don't. I didn't pack it then, but I could have thrown it in there. I could have just laid it in there so I wouldn't have to carry it on the airplane.
When you said you didn't pack it then, what did you mean by then?
Well, you're talking about packing a Louis Vuitton bag. I packed a Louis Vuitton bag in my home, and I didn't have it up in my home when I was packing a Louis Vuitton bag.
Where was it?
In my Bronco.
That windbreaker was in your Bronco.
I believe so. If that was the one, yes.
And you were packing the Louis Vuitton bag in your bedroom?
Yes.
Did you wear the windbreaker that day playing golf?
No.
The day before?
No.
When, what time did you pack the Louis Vuitton bag?
I would say right up to almost 11 o'clock.
When did you start packing it?
Technically,
What does that mean?
I put something in it. First time I put something in it, somewhere between 7:30 or so and 9 o'clock.
Where was the Louis Vuitton bag in your home before you began to pack?
In my closet, in my bedroom.
When you took it out of your closet, what time was it?
After 10 o'clock.
What's your best estimate after 10 o'clock, what time it was when you took the Louis Vuitton bag out of your closet?
I don't know.
And when you took that bag out of your closet, you then put it on your bed
Yes.
and you opened it up.
No, it was open.
It was open in the closet.
Yes.
And there was nothing in it, correct?
I think some underwear and some socks.
From a prior trip?
No.
When did the underwear and the socks get into the Louis Vuitton bag when it was open in the closet?
Somewhere between 7:30 and 9 o'clock.
Okay. And
That's a guess. Yeah.
what's your best estimate of that, of the time when, back up. When did the socks and underwear go into the Louis Vuitton bag?
You just asked that question.
Somewhere
Is that
between
what
7:30 and 9 o'clock.
Okay. And when you put the socks and underwear into the Louis Vuitton bag, from where did you retrieve the bag?
From my closet.
And it was open in the closet?
I opened it in the closet, yes.
You can pack in your closet, is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay,
He
so,
can bowl in his closet.
okay, well, you know, I have to understand, I have one of those little closets where
But you're a mere mortal.
it's about 8 inches deep, you know? So you have a walk-in closet, right?
Yes.
Off of your bedroom, right?
Yes.
And at some time between 7:30 and 9, you went into that closet and you picked up the bag from the floor,
No, from a shelf.
from a shelf.
Yes.
And the bag was empty at that time, correct?
I'm not so sure of that.
What was in it?
I don't know.
Do you have any reason? You have reason to believe that it was not empty?
It could have not been empty, yes.
What could have been in it?
Dirty clothes,
Did you take the dirty clothes out?
If
if
they're
they were
there.
in there.
Yes.
Yes.
And where did you put them if you did so?
In my hamper,
Where's your hamper?
in my bathroom.
Next to the closet?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you have a place in your closet where you pack, lay the bag out, open and pack?
Not always, but sometimes, yes.
On this occasion, did you pack in the closet?
Partially, yes.
Okay. And what location in the closet?
On the floor.
So you laid the bag down on the floor, correct?
Mhm.
If there were, you have to answer audibly.
Yes.
If there were clothes, dirty clothes, you took those out and put them in the hamper in the bathroom, right?
That's correct.
Then you went and took some socks and underwear and put them into the bag, correct?
Yes.
How many pairs of socks?
I don't know.
How many pairs of underwear?
I don't know.
You were only packing for 1 or 2 nights, right?
Yes.
And after you put the socks and underwear in the Louis Vuitton bag, did you leave the bag there on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you resume packing at a later time?
Some more packing, yes.
After you put the socks and underwear, did you leave for a while?
I don't know if it was directly after I put the socks and underwear, but obviously I came downstairs again, yes.
So after the socks and underwear were in the Louis Vuitton bag, you came downstairs for a while.
At some point after, yes. After I put them in there, yes.
And then at some point after 10 o'clock p.m., you went back to the closet in the bedroom
Yes.
and resumed packing.
Yes.
And where did you continue packing?
I took the Louis Vuitton out of there, put it on my bed.
Okay. And what did you then put into the Louis Vuitton bag on your bed?
2 golf outfits.
2 golf outfits.
Yeah, well,
meaning
one, and then, yeah, eventually 2 golf outfits, yes. 2 golf outfits.
Well, did you pack both of the golf outfits in the Louis Vuitton bag at the same time? Did you go to your drawers and pull out 2 shirts and 2 pants and take
No.
them to the thing? What did you do?
I just looked at what outfits I had hanging there, and one outfit I knew I was taking, and the other outfit I kind of made a last-minute decision.
And what outfit did you know you were taking?
Just a basic outfit with a Hertz, with a white shirt, black pants, and then I decided to bring a yellow shirt just in case for the Hertz thing.
So the white shirt and black pants you put into the Louis Vuitton bag first, when you began
I laid it,
repacking
yeah.
after 10 o'clock p.m., correct?
Yeah, yes.
And what did you then put into the bag next after the white shirt and black pants?
I laid a yellow shirt in there.
A yellow shirt, a golf shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And now, did you do this right after you put in the white shirt and black pants? Or was there a gap?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't leave the bedroom, though, right?
No.
Okay. Now, what did you put in after the yellow shirt?
Maybe a T-shirt.
And White t-shirt?
Yeah,
And undershirt?
yeah.
Okay, and then what?
I don't think much else.
And then you closed the bag up.
Yes,
And then did you fold it
yes.
and left it on the bed?
No,
What did you do?
brought it downstairs
Where?
to the front of the house.
And laid it where?
Well, they would put it in the car the minute I brought it out.
I'm sorry, Will.
They put it in the car the minute I brought it out.
Yeah. When you started resuming your packing at sometime after 10 o'clock p.m., was the limo driver there yet?
Yes,
When you started the pack, as you just described, was starting with the white shirt and black pants, a limo driver was already there?
yes.
Okay. Now, when you came down the stairs, did you carry that bag down yourself?
Yes.
Did you carry anything else down?
At that point, maybe my grip.
Your grip was up in your bedroom too?
Yes.
And what did you then do?
Walked out front,
And what did you do next?
put them on the ground
Where?
in front of my house.
Was the car there?
Yes.
So you came down the steps
You
with
mean the limo?
the limo,
When
I'm
you say
sorry.
talked about a car?
Limo. Was a limo there?
Yes.
You came down the steps. The front door was open or closed?
I believe it was open at that point.
Who opened it?
Me.
Okay. And was it open the entire time you were packing upstairs?
What do you mean by entire time?
You
And
mean
you
from
said
7:30 till approximately 11?
when you took the Louis Vuitton bag out of the closet and put it on the bed and started to put in the white shirt and black pants and then the yellow shirt and then the t-shirt, you said that the limo driver was already there. Now my
Yeah.
question to you is, was the door open during that period of time?
Not when I first took it out, no.
When you first took the Louis Vuitton bag out of the closet and put it on the bed, you have to answer audibly.
Yes.
The front door was open or closed?
Close.
Then you put in the white shirt and black pants and yellow shirt and t-shirt. When did you open the front door? When you came down with the bag?
What bag?
The Louis Vuitton bag.
No. Well, I may have opened it if it was closed again. I would have opened it then, yes.
Was the door open or closed when you came downstairs
At that particular time?
to put the bag in the car?
I don't recall.
Did you make another trip downstairs to open the door
What do you mean?
during the time that you were packing this Louis Vuitton bag?
I had just been downstairs a few minutes before.
Are you saying that while you were packing this Louis Vuitton bag as it was on your bed, you made a trip downstairs?
Yes,
Okay. Before or after you completed packing these items,
before.
you had started to put in these shirts and pants,
Yes,
but not completed.
correct.
You put in the white shirt and black pants and then stopped,
Yes,
and then you went downstairs.
yes,
Okay. And you opened the door.
yes.
And then what did you do?
I looked in my golf bag.
To see if your,
Black shoes were there.
and they were.
Yes.
And you went upstairs?
After I laid it off the bench onto the ground and left my suit bag there, then I went upstairs.
Your golf bag was inside the house, right?
No,
Previously testified that it was inside the door.
No, he
that's
didn't.
not correct.
He was outside, correct?
It's on the-
Correct.
You opened the door, he was outside, you looked into it, you left the door open, and then took your suit bag out also and put that outside?
Let me have that question read back, please.
Question, you opened the door, it was outside, you looked into it, you left the door open, and then took your suit bag out also and put it outside?
That's compound.
Okay, let me re-ask it. You just said you came down, opened the door, the golf bag, which was already in the cover bag,
Yes.
was outside on the
Yeah.
ground, right?
No.
Where was, on the bench,
Yes.
which is outside the door, right?
Yes.
And you opened it up, looked in, and
Yes.
saw your shoes there.
Yes.
And you zippered it back up, right?
Yes.
And then you went inside, right?
Yes.
And did you do anything else before you went upstairs?
No.
Okay. So you left the door open
I don't recall.
and you went upstairs.
Yes.
And you resumed packing the Louis Vuitton bag?
Yes.
Put in the yellow shirt and the t-shirt, right?
Yes.
Zipped it up? And then
Yes.
came back downstairs
Yes.
and out?
But- Yes.
Now, when you came out the door, what did you then do?
I put the bags down. I looked into my grip,
Put what bags down?
Louis Vuitton in my grip. And I looked into my grip and I was looking for a few things. And I guess I started a conversation with Cato, maybe right then or maybe a little later. But Cato was saying something.
I want to be clear about these bags. When you came downstairs, you were carrying your grip and your Louis Vuitton bag, right?
Yes.
And the door was open or closed, you don't remember, correct?
No, I didn't. No, I don't remember.
And then you came out that door and you're carrying now 2 bags, right?
Yes.
And is your golf bag still on the bench?
I think at that point they'd already put it in the trunk of the car.
Okay. And then you went, what did you do with your 2 bags?
Put them right down on the ground right there.
Right
in
there
the
next to
entry.
the bench?
Well, between the benches, every area. Well,
Right.
between the benches is what that area is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between the 2 benches, I see.
Yes.
There's one on either side.
Yes.
You dropped the bags down. Did someone come and take them?
They grabbed a Louis Vuitton bag.
Sorry.
They,
You grabbed it?
no,
They grabbed
one of them grabbed a Louis Vuitton bag.
One of whom?
Cato or Allen Park.
The limo driver.
Yes.
And put that where?
They were putting it in the trunk of the car.
Okay. And you then looked into your grip, you said?
Yes.
And what were you looking for?
Whatever I might have forgotten. Make sure I had everything.
And did you forget anything?
Yes.
What had you forgotten?
My cell phone or the other parts of my cell phone.
You mean the battery packs?
Yeah, I carry it. Mine's come in a case and has another battery and it has a plug-in for a car. And it, what else does it have? Card for all the, it's a bunch of stuff. It's a nice little case.
Are we talking about the cell phone that I showed you earlier?
Yeah, one like that.
Are we talking about Exhibit 7?
Yeah, one like that.
Now, when you looked in your grip, the cell phone was not in it?
I don't think so, but it could have, but I know the rest of it wasn't in there.
Meaning the case with the cord?
The case with the cord with the other battery wasn't in there.
There was already a battery on the phone itself, right?
There's a battery on the phone, there's a charger that's not on the phone, there's another battery that's not on the phone, and then there's a cord that you can use for a cigarette lighter, and mine comes in a nice little case.
So missing from the bag, from the grip, were the charger, the battery, the cord, all of which would be
all
contained in a
together.
case.
Yes,
And what color is that case?
black.
And where is that case normally kept?
There's no real normal place, normally with me. If I'm traveling, it's normally with me and my grip.
And when you're not traveling, where did you keep the case at that time?
No particular place.
Did you keep it in the car?
Well, sometimes if I got in the car and the case was, and I had the case, I'd take it out of the thing and plug it into the car, wherever I was.
So normally you kept the case in the grip and the grip was with you?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you take the grip with you to play golf that morning?
no,
Left it home?
yeah,
I'm talking about the morning of the 12th, of course.
yes.
When you looked into the grip, did anybody see you doing that?
It would have been hard for him not to.
And that was in the area between the 2 benches, right?
Yes,
And you then did not see the case, correct?
well, I can't recall even if I saw the phone at that point, but I know that those were 2 things that were, at least the case was missing. And I can't recall right now if I saw the phone, because I went in the house briefly, and I may have picked the phone up when I went in the house in the kitchen at that point. Or the phone was there, and then I came back out, and then,
This is all while the limo driver is still there?
yeah, and Cato was walking around.
Now, do you usually take the case with you on trips?
Yes, that's what it is, a travel case.
And when you looked in your bag, was it your intention to see if the case was there, and if it was not there, to make sure you had it?
No,
What was your intention?
just to see if I had everything.
Okay. Now, when you saw that the case was missing, did you decide you want to get it?
Yes,
You wanted to bring the case with you
yes,
and the phone, correct?
of course.
And
yes.
did you do so?
Yes,
You brought the case and the phone.
I believe so,
And
yes.
did you put the phone into the case?
At some point, yes.
And did you do that before you got into the limo?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And did you then go retrieve the case someplace?
Yes,
Where did you go get the case?
in the Bronco.
And where in the Bronco was the case?
On the seat, on the other seat in the Bronco.
On the passenger seat?
Yes,
Just sitting there?
yes,
Is that where you normally keep it?
depends.
Is that where you used to keep it at the time?
It just depends.
Depends on what.
Depends on where I put it down.
So you don't have a regular habit putting it in a particular place in the Bronco. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, did you use that case that day?
What do you mean?
Did you use the battery, the cord, or the charger?
No.
When you went out to, where was the Bronco when you went to get the case?
On Rockingham.
And you went out to Rockingham to get, to the Bronco to get the case?
Correct.
Was a limo driver in the car waiting for you while you were doing this?
No.
He had already put in the Louis Vuitton and the golf clubs in the trunk, right?
And I assumed my suit bag because I told him don't smash my suit bag.
Okay. Now, you didn't mention coming downstairs with the suit bag. When did the suit bag get downstairs?
First of all, you're incorrect.
Well, I may be. I may not be. Just tell me when the suit bag came downstairs.
When I came down to look in my golf bag for my shoes.
You brought the suit bag with you?
Yes, because I knew I couldn't carry all three of them at once.
And where did you leave the suit bag?
Right up front with my golf bag.
On top of the golf bag on the bench?
No, because I put my golf bag on the ground, so, and I could have put the suit bag on top of it, or I could have just folded it right there on the ground and then looked in my golf bag and then throw my golf bag on the ground.
So in any event, when you went off to get your phone case, the suit bag, the Louis Vuitton bag, and the golf bag were all in the trunk?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Groman needs to leave now.
We are going off the record now, and the time is approximately
Excuse me.
3:27. On the record now, and the time is approximately 3:28.
I think I asked you before, let me ask you again, I'm not sure what the answer, if I remember the answer. When you went to the Bronco to get the case, what was Alan Park doing?
Standing around by the trunk of the car, I believe.
Okay. And you left your grip back on the floor between the two benches on
Yes.
the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went out towards the Rockingham gate, how did you cause the gate to open?
Push the button.
Right on the inside of the gate?
Yes.
Which side?
Left side.
And the gate swings inward?
Yes.
Okay. And then you go out the left side, right?
I don't know what left side or right side.
The gate, the box is on the left side, the gate starts to open, and then you exit, correct?
Correct.
And you walked out to your car?
Yes.
The Bronco?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I looked in my car.
You looked through the window?
No, I just opened the door.
Which
opened
door?
the door. The driver's door. looked in, saw the case, got if that was a windbreaker, grabbed that. I mean, a golf jacket, grabbed that.
In Exhibit 10.
Yes.
And where was the, first of all, where was the phone?
The phone, I'm not sure, but I think the phone was either in the bag or on my entry table, because I can't be sure if the phone was there or not, as I told you before. But the case wasn't. And then when I came back, yeah, then I grabbed the case and I grabbed the jacket.
Case was on the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, yes.
Did you open up the case right while you were in the Bronco to see what was in it?
No.
Okay. And you looked around then for the jacket, right?
No, the jacket was laying right there in between the seats.
Between the front seat and the passenger seat?
Yeah.
On the console?
Yeah, partially on the passenger seat and the console. Yes.
Okay. And you picked up the case, you picked up the jacket. Did you pick up anything else?
No.
Did you look for anything else?
No.
Okay. How were you able to see while you were doing that?
Because I got eyes.
Yeah, was there any light in there?
Yeah.
In the car?
I would assume so, but there's certainly light from the intersection.
There was a light. The car was parked near the intersection?
No, yeah, I would say so. 20 feet, 30 feet from the intersection.
It's the intersection of what two streets?
Ashford and Rockingham,
And where's there a street light there?
right in the middle of the intersection.
And you could see inside the Bronco from that street light?
I would assume I could have seen inside the Bronco without that street light, but yes, I could see clearly inside the Bronco for what I was
Was there any
looking
light
for.
on in the Bronco?
Should have been,
Why?
because I think when you open the doors, lights come on the doors.
There's only lights on the doors?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really pay attention when I open the doors of my car's lights come on.
And however the car, whatever lights are usually on when you open the door came on that time too?
Yes.
Okay. Then you closed the door,
Yes.
and did you lock it?
I don't recall.
Do you have a, how do you lock your car when you leave it, the Bronco?
Push a button, I think.
On a key?
No.
On the door panel?
Yes.
Where's that button?
On the door panel.
Which door panel?
Whichever door, I guess I'm going in and out.
Well, did you press that button that night?
I don't recall.
Did you lock the car?
I don't recall.
Is that the only way you can lock the car, by pressing that button on the door panel?
I don't know. You may be able to lock it with a key, but I'm not sure.
When you typically locked the Bronco in May, June 1994, how did you do so?
I'm sure I would push that button.
You don't have one of those keys with a automatic lock on it, do you?
As I already said, no.
Okay. And you closed the door,
Yes.
and how'd you get back into the property?
I think, I'm not sure of this, but I think the gate had closed and I used my key to open the gate.
There's a key on the outside of the gate?
Yes.
When you key it, the gate automatically opens again?
Yes.
When that gate automatically opens at Rockingham, then when you press the button on the inside, let's say, does it then close after a certain amount of
Yes.
time? What is that interval of time?
I don't know.
Roughly.
30, 40 seconds.
It opens, it stays open for 30, 40 seconds, and then closes?
Yes.
Okay. And is the same true of Ashford?
No.
How does Ashford work? Or how did it work?
How does it work? You can push it open if it's off the hinges, or you can push a button to open it to go out. There's no key to use to come in.
Okay, when you're on the outside, when you want to go out of the Ashford entrance, there's a place where you can press the button to open up the gate?
Yes.
And is that on the left side also, or the?
As you're going
Facing
out.
Yes, as you're going out?
Yes.
And when you press that button, does the gate then, is the hinge on the left side or the hinge on the right side?
No, it opens both ways.
Oh, there's two, okay. And does it swing inside?
Yes.
And does it also then automatically close?
No.
It stays open?
Yes.
And how does one close it, manually?
Yeah, or with if you got a thing from the car.
Oh, like a remote control?
Yeah.
There's a remote control device for the closing and opening of the Rockingham gate.
Yes.
Okay. Is it the same one for both gates?
Yes.
Okay, and you always kept one in the Bronco?
Yeah.
In the car?
Yeah, they kept getting ripped off by the kids and stuff. So, you know, you're always fighting to have one.
You mean the garage, I mean these gate openers?
Yeah.
Where did you keep them in the Bronco?
Wherever. On the
Kept-
on the dashboard. Sometimes up there, but they all broke in the glove compartment on the seat.
Do you have a separate one
Wherever
for
they
the
are.
Bentley?
Pardon me?
Do you have a separate clicker
Yes.
for these doors for the Bentley?
Yes.
Is it the same clicker that works the garage door?
No.
Different one?
I don't know if I really have one to work the garage door, but I'm sure at one point I did.
How do you open and close the garage door from the outside of the garage?
I don't know if I, in recent years, ever have.
Okay. So, for example, when the door was opened that evening, was opened from the inside?
Yes.
Does the outside of the Ashford gate, like the Rockingham gate, have a place for a key so that you can make the doors open?
No.
So if you don't have one of those remote control gizmos, you're out of luck?
Yes.
Okay. You can't manually open them, can you, by pushing them?
No.
Okay. When you close, you use the key on the outside of the Rockingham gate to get back in, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I believe so.
And then the door opened, or the gate opened, I should say.
Yeah.
And then you walked into the gate and then into the car?
I'm sorry.
You walked into the driveway on Rockingham and then to the limousine and then into the car?
No.
And where did you go?
Cato was talking about some noise, and I talked to him out front and asked Park if he had a flashlight and told Cato to go in and look in the cupboard in my kitchen.
The front door was still open?
Yes.
And when Cato said this to you, were you near the front door?
What do you mean?
In other words, you had walked in through the Rockingham gate and walked in the direction of the limousine, correct?
Yes.
And when you
well,
rock-
to the direction of my front door.
To
Yes.
the direction of your front door.
Yes.
Why were you walking to the front door and not to the limousine?
Because my front door was open and my bag was sitting there between the benches in front of my front door.
The grip bag.
Yes.
And you went to the grip bag, and what did you do then?
I put the foam thing in the grip bag, and I put, yeah, that's what I did at that moment.
Did you put the jacket in the grip bag?
I don't recall. I may have laid it across it.
The phone thing meaning the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
And then at that point in time, Cato came up to you and said something to you?
Cato had been talking to me even before I went out, and he was continuing to talk again when I came back in.
He mentioned something at that moment in time about sounds,
I think he was talking about it all the time, but I'm not sure.
including that time.
Yes.
And you then asked Mr. Park if he had a flashlight?
When I was coming back in, I said, does he have a, I may have said it to Cato, and Cato may have said no. And then I know during the course of whatever conversation, I was just trying to pack and leave.
Well, I want to go back here. When you were coming back to the grip bag, your purpose was to put the items in the grip bag or in the car, close the door, and get in the limo, right?
Yeah, and I had some other things, yes.
You didn't have any further business to do in the house, right?
Except to close the door.
Except to close the door,
Yeah.
which you closed from the outside, correct?
I would have, yes, but I didn't.
You had your keys with you, right?
Coming back, yes.
Because you used it to get in the Rockingham entrance,
That's right.
What keychain was that, by the way?
I don't know.
How many keys were on it?
2 or 3.
And what were those keys to?
Probably my house, maybe my office, maybe my New York apartment. I really don't know. I know my house for sure.
Are all of the keys to your Rockingham house that you have on a single keychain?
You mean in 1994?
Correct. June of 1994.
What do you mean?
Well, in other words, the keychain that had the key that you used to get in the Rockingham gate,
Yeah,
that also had some other keys,
I believe so, yeah.
including the front door, right?
Yes,
How many keys to get into your front door are needed?
1.
Is that the same key as the Rockingham gate key?
Yes.
They're key to like, right?
Pardon me?
Same key to use
Yes.
both. And does that key operate any other exterior doors on going to your home?
Yes.
Okay, which ones?
My bedroom, my closet, and every other lock that's in my house.
So all the locks in your house, including interior locks, work off of one key?
Yes,
And that would include the exterior front door key and the Rockingham gate key.
that's right.
So did you have any other keys on that chain that had to do with the Rockingham property?
I don't think so.
Okay. What other keys did you have on there, if any?
I don't know. I know there were other keys on there, but I don't know what they were for.
Is that where your car key to the Bronco is also?
No.
To the Bentley?
Probably, yes.
The Bronco is on a separate car
Yeah.
keychain of its own?
Yes.
And is there anything else on that keychain?
No.
When you went to put the stuff in the case and close the door, Cato was talking to you. You asked Park for a flashlight.
Cato may have asked. I may have asked
He hasn't
Cato.
finished in his compound,
Okay.
and I don't know
Well,
what you mean about the stuff. And
Let me
and you're-
let me withdraw that question. When you were going back to the front door to put the stuff that you were carrying, I guess the case, I should say, into the grip bag, and to close the front door, you then encountered Cato, and he was talking to you, right?
Yeah, Cato had been talking to me, or I had been watching Cato talking or hearing him speak almost ever since I first walked out the second time I walked out the front door.
Now, when you saw Cato at that moment, and did you then go back inside?
What moment?
That moment when you returned from the Bronco.
Yes.
Where did you go inside the house?
What did I do or where did I go?
Where did you go?
I was on my way to the kitchen, and I went in the kitchen.
What did you do in the kitchen?
Got a drink of water. Basically.
And then you left?
Yes, basically.
And did you carry your grip bag in with you?
No, I did carry a bag in with me, but not the grip bag.
The grip bag was still on the floor outside between the two benches?
Yes,
And what bag did you carry into the house with you?
a ball bag.
Where did that ball bag come from?
It was on the ground outside,
Where outside?
by where I was chipping balls behind my Bentley.
What was in that ball bag?
Balls.
Anything else?
Maybe, I don't know, balls, maybe a golf glove.
Golf glove.
Yeah.
And how did that bag with balls and a golf glove in it get on the ground near your Bentley?
When I was picking balls out of the back of my Bentley for taking with me to Chicago and for chipping away, I dropped the bag. After I picked out, I dropped the bag on the ground.
And you just left it there?
Yes,
Why?
because I was doing other things.
Why did you leave the bag on the ground when you closed up your Bentley trunk and went inside?
Because I was doing other things.
Did you just forget, you mean?
Yes.
Had you not forgotten, you would have put the bag back in the trunk and closed the trunk?
Possibly, yes. Possibly.
When you, and then when did you pick up that bag to go inside the house?
When I came back from the Bentley for getting my cell phone stuff.
Did you get the cell phone out of the Bentley?
No,
Did
You
you
just
say, when
said-
you said Bentley, you said getting a cell phone out of the Bentley. Did you mean
out of
Bronco?
the Bronco.
Did you get the
Would
cell
you get
phone out of
cars
the
that have
Bronco?
different initials?
Excuse me, did you get the cell phone out of the Bronco?
I got the stuff that goes with the cell phone out of the Bronco.
And the cell phone?
No.
Just the case?
Yeah, I believe just the case and the stuff.
So,
And a jacket.
and the jacket. So
Yeah.
walking back from the Bronco, you then picked up that ball bag?
Picked up two bags.
What bags?
The bag that I put the balls and a windbreaker in, and the white bag that had nothing but balls in it.
So then when you were walking from the Bentley to the front door, you were carrying three things then, right? Two
Yes.
bags and the case from the Bronco.
And four things.
And the windbreaker.
Yes.
And then when you got to the front door area, what did you do with these four things?
Three of them I sat down right there because
What
I was
three?
the cell phone I put in the bag, my grip, and either laid the jacket there and the other bag, I asked Park to get my golf bag. I think he was in the process of getting my golf bag, which I don't think he knew was a golf bag because he seemed very confused. And Cato was talking about where for the flashlight and juice, you know, show me where. So I kind of stopped what I was doing. And as I was walking back in the house to go show him to go into the cupboard, I dropped the ball bag with all the balls in it right there at the front door. And then I went into the kitchen and he went into the cupboard.
The ball bag that you dropped near the front door
Yeah.
was the white ball bag that you had
Yes.
accidentally left on the ground outside the Bentley, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, you said,
You want to repeat that question, please?
Question, the ball bag that you dropped near the front door, answer yeah. Question, was the white ball bag, answer yes, question that you had accidentally left outside on the ground by the Bentley, correct?
your characterization of accidentally, yeah. I don't know if it was accidental. It was there. I didn't purposely do it, but
That's
it was
what I
still
meant.
on my property.
You didn't purposely leave it on the ground.
Yeah, one way or the other, no. It was neither one way or the other. It's my house, you know, so it was there, yes.
The white bag
The white bag,
with
yes.
the balls in it.
Yes.
How many balls were in it?
Oh, a whole bunch.
Scuffed or new or both?
Scuffed, yeah. Used balls,
Used balls?
yes.
Okay. And then you dropped that white bag at the door,
Right inside the front door,
inside the front door.
yes.
And you had put your case and or cell phone in the grip,
Yes.
left the grip outside still,
Yes.
and then gave this other bag which had the balls and the windbreaker to Park.
No, I left it there, but I wanted Park to give me my golf bag so that I can put the balls and stuff in my golf bag, but I got distracted because Cato was talking.
So before you
I
went
believe.
into the house to the kitchen, you left that other bluish
Left them right there.
bag right there on the outside or inside?
Excuse me. You're gonna have to wait for him to finish the question. I'm starting to lose you a little bit here.
Okay.
Question, so before you went into the house to the kitchen, you left the other blue,
That blue bag that had the windbreaker and the new balls
Yes,
outside the front door, right?
that's correct.
And just dropped it, just laid it down there, right?
Right with my grip, yeah.
And did you then, before you entered the door, tell Alan Park what to do with that bag?
No, I was asking him, I was in a process of asking him to bring me my golf bag because I wanted to condense, but Cato was talking to me, so I just went in the house with Cato.
And did you ask Park to get the golf bag out of the trunk?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he do so?
He was beginning to do it, but he seemed a little confused because he was reaching, and I had mentioned to him, don't smash my suit. And I don't know, I didn't know him, so he just seemed a little confused. But Cato was talking. This was all happening at once. Cato was talking, so I just went inside with Cato.
And when you went inside to the kitchen to get the drink of water,
Yeah.
did you have any bags with you?
Not in the kitchen, though.
Did you, when you passed the front door and dropped down that white bag, at that point in time you had no further bags in your hand?
That's correct.
And you were carrying nothing, right?
That's correct.
And you went into the kitchen, you got a drink of water, right?
Yes.
And what did you, from the sink or from the refrigerator, where did you get the water?
From the washroom.
In the washroom, is that near the kitchen?
Yes.
And where'd you get the glass?
From the kitchen.
And what did you do with the glass when you finished?
Probably sat it right there,
Where?
either on the counter or in the sink.
Kitchen counter or kitchen sink?
Yes, I believe so.
And you said something about looking in the cupboard for a flashlight?
Cato was looking in the cupboard for a flashlight.
And did you do anything more other than get a drink of water and walk out?
Yeah, I wiped my hand. I saw what I thought was blood on my hand, and I tore a piece of tissue that was right there and wiped my hand. But I was talking to Cato at the same time.
And after you did that, did you then go to the car?
Yes.
And when you went out to the car, you went out the front door now, right?
Actually, I walked to the front door at Cato, and I was about to describe the alarm to him. But we were running late, so I just got in the car and told him I'd call him.
Okay.
The car we're speaking of is the limo again.
The limo.
limousine.
The limo.
Yeah.
When you came to the front door with Cato, did you begin explaining to him
Yeah,
about...
I was
excuse
about-
me. Did you begin explaining to him about the alarm?
I was talking to him about continuing to look, because I wasn't really, it was the first time I really paid attention to what he was talking about. So I was talking about him to look further for the flashlight, but I was running late, and so I just went and got in the car. Talking to Cato, okay.
When you came out of the house, did Cato come out with you?
Yeah, I think he was coming out the front door or standing in the entry when I got into the limo.
When you came out of the kitchen to go outside, was Cato walking with you?
He was walking behind me. Yes.
Behind you?
Yes.
When you walked out the front of the house,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the front door,
Yeah.
he walked out behind you, right?
Well, he was behind me. I wasn't looking behind me, so he was behind me. Yeah.
Did you then turn to close the door?
I didn't see him turn to close the door. No.
Did you?
No.
Did you close the door?
No.
Did you lock the door?
No.
You left it open?
No, the door will lock if you close it.
You just,
Yeah.
does it close automatically, or do you have to manually pull it closed?
You'd have to, I think, manually pull it closed.
And it locks automatically.
Yeah, should.
And that's what you did, right?
No, I went and got in the car. Cato was behind me, and I thought I told him to look for a flashlight and see what's going on.
Well, when you came out the door, you closed the door and it locked, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then now
No,
you're out.
I didn't close the door.
Well,
Cato
who-
was behind me. I'm assuming Cato was going to close the door.
When you got in the car, was the door closed?
I don't recall.
Were there any lights on there?
Yes.
Which lights?
I would assume my coach lights on that were out front, and normally lamps that I normally have on would have been on.
Where are those lamps?
One's in the entry, one's in the kitchen.
Inside, you mean?
Yes.
Do they go on automatically?
Then I don't know. I don't know.
Do you have any timers?
Yes.
Did you have them activated
Some parts
that
of the
night?
house. I don't know exactly what parts of the house they were, but some parts of the house they are.
So, were the timers operating in June 12, 1994?
I'm not sure. But I would think so, but I'm not sure.
When they are working, what time do the lights go on?
I don't know.
What time were they set for?
I don't set them. I don't know.
Which lights were set on the timer?
I don't know.
Are the coach lights set on the timer?
No.
Now, when you walked out the front door, did you then go right into the limousine?
Yes.
And did you go into the back seat of the limousine?
Yes.
And was the limousine pointing towards Rockingham?
Well, it was pointing south, yes.
Okay. And so you went in the seat right behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And that door was already open, waiting for you?
Yes.
And when you got in, did you close the door?
I believe so,
Or
yes.
did Park close the
I
door?
don't recall.
Was Park already in the driver's seat?
I don't recall.
Was the trunk closed?
Yes.
And were the items that were outside put away?
No.
Where were they?
Sitting right there
Sitting right where?
between the benches.
So, yeah, and you were inside the limo, right?
What are you talking about? When I walked out of the front door,
And you went into the limo.
I grabbed those things and got into the limo.
What did you grab?
Everything that was sitting between the benches.
And what were those items?
My grip, the other bag, and I believe the windbreaker. The jacket, yeah.
The other bag being the bag with the windbreaker and the golf balls.
That's correct.
And so Park never put that bag in the trunk?
No.
And you never had him take the golf bag out and put it into the golf bag?
We never got to that, no.
But you had asked him to start to do that, correct?
No, I asked him to get me the golf bag, but Cato was distracting me, and so he never got to get me the golf bag.
When you came back out of the house, did he say, Mr. Simpson, what do you want me to do with this golf bag?
No, he did not.
Did he say anything to you?
No, except he was looking very nervous, and I said, we better get going.
Did you tell Did Mr. Kalin pack any bags into the limousine?
I don't know.
And Mr. Park, you said put in the Louis Vuitton, the suit bag, and
No.
the golf club, right?
I'm not sure.
Did
I'm
you-
not sure.
You don't remember?
No, I don't think I was. I think I dropped them and I went back in the house and I went out. When I went back in the house when I first came down, and secondly came down, they were in the limo.
I'm sorry, secondly came down?
The second time I came down, my golf bag and my suit bag were in the limo already. So they were already put away.
In the Louis Vuitton bag.
No, I came down with the Louis Vuitton bag. And during the process of doing that, I guess they were putting the other bag in away, but I wasn't really paying attention to them. I was, looking for what I was looking for.
Did you tell Mr. Park not to not to put any particular bag into the trunk?
No,
Or not to put it into the limo?
no,
Did you tell that to Kalen?
no.
At no time did you say to either Mr. Park or Mr. Kalen not to handle a particular bag?
No.
So you had in the back seat with you the windbreaker, the grip, and the other bag.
Yes, I believe so.
Do you have any explanation why the bags that were left outside on the area between the two benches when you went into the kitchen were not put in the limousine?
He's not here to give you explanations. He's here to answer questions, and he doesn't have to give an explanation, and I instruct him not to answer that question.
Do you know why those bags were not put into the car?
No.
Did you tell anybody not to put them in?
No.
Were you surprised when you came back out and saw that they were still there?
No.
Why not?
Because they didn't look like bags. I would think, for me, I know what the bags are, so I'm influenced by it. One is a grip that I had all my personal things in. It was laying there open and I was going in and out of it. And the other was a windbreaker, and I just assumed, I can't make an assumption for them, but it's, when I was looking at it, I pulled my ticket out to make sure my ticket was there. So maybe he just assumed it was my bag. I don't know.
Well, the windbreaker and the grip, but then there was another bag there.
Yeah, but it was a little bag. It wasn't a big bag, and it was put with these two bags. So I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I can't think for them.
We will. Let me have the rest of those exhibits. Okay. Did I already mark 24?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Where's 25 and 26, JD? Exhibit 25 is a photograph that shows a bag. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that bag?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my suit bag.
Is that the bag that you took to Chicago to carry the suit and the shirt and the tie?
Yes.
And you don't remember if the windbreaker was in it, correct?
Correct.
What color is that bag, Mr. Simpson?
Black.
Did that bag have room to carry any more items in it?
Yes.
By the way, was your Louis Vuitton bag stuffed, or did it have room for additional items?
I could have put more stuff in it, yes.
Okay.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if the question is...
Let me show you the next exhibit, number 26. Contains is a photograph of another bag. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that bag?
I believe so.
Okay. What is it?
It's a grip.
Is that the bag?
Sorry, I couldn't get
Grip.
Grip.
black grip bag.
What color is that bag?
It looks to be blue and, sort of leatherish.
Okay. Now, is that the bag that you took into the back seat with you that had the golf balls and the windbreaker?
I believe so.
That's it?
I believe so.
Or is there any uncertainty in your mind?
Well, it wasn't one of my regular bags, so I'm assuming that was the bag.
This was one of your regular travel bags?
Was not.
I'm sorry, I missed your answer. It wasn't one of my regular bags, so I'm assuming that was the bag. Why are you assuming that this is the bag you took with you?
Because it looks like the type of bag that was there, and it was what I saw in the courtroom.
Okay.
Glad to see that.
Yeah. And that was the bag that you retrieved initially that evening from the Bentley trunk?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other bags with you, other than the ones we have now described?
No.
You're sure of that?
Yes.
In the back of the limo, did you do anything with these two bags, the grip and this Exhibit 26 bag?
No.
Nothing at all?
No.
Did you
Oh,
fiddle,
what? I'm sorry. Say that
did you
again.
fiddle around in the bags at all?
Maybe. in
Don't know
the-
what fiddle around in the
Yeah.
bags. Don't answer that.
You know what that means?
It doesn't matter if he knows.
Did you
what
look
that
into
means.
the bags?
Yes.
For what purpose?
See what airlines I was going on to make sure the driver know, and just get my ticket out, tear it out of the thing so I can carry it, close up my bag, put my cell phone in its case, do the whole thing, that kind of stuff.
And you did all that in your black grip bag, right?
Yes.
And did you look into this other bag at all?
No.
Where was it?
Sitting on the floor, sitting in the seat next to me.
What kind of car was it?
Stretch limo.
What color?
I don't know.
What color was the interior?
I don't know.
Was the light on in the back?
I don't think so, but it could have come on.
Make any
I don't
phone
think so.
calls in the limousine?
No.
Did the driver take you directly to the airport?
Yes.
Did you converse with him?
Yes.
What did you converse about?
About being rushed into the airport, about him getting a little lost at one point, about Cato.
What did you tell the driver about getting lost? What was that conversation about?
I told him he was going the wrong way
When did he go the wrong way?
at sunset.
Which way did he go wrong?
When we got to the freeway and he was in the left lane instead of the right lane.
And did he then get on
Yes.
the right lane?
Yes.
So he was in the wrong lane, you moved him over to the right lane so he could get on the freeway?
Yes. He was crossing, he was about to stay in the left lane and the on-ramp is on the right.
The on-ramp's on the right lane on the east side of the freeway, correct? You have to go
Well, it would
past
be
the
the south
freeway?
side.
All right. What side of the freeway is the on-ramp going
It's on the
south?
west. It's on the west and it goes south.
West and it goes south?
Yes.
And he was on the left?
Yeah, he was on the north lane.
So you moved him over to the right?
Yes.
So he didn't get lost, right?
Yeah, okay.
No, in other words, he didn't go the wrong way. He just
Well,
was
I
in the
thought he
wrong
was
lane.
going the wrong way until I corrected him.
Okay, so it turned out he didn't go the wrong way.
Yeah, I corrected him before he went the wrong way.
Okay, and then he got on the freeway going south and you got to the airport.
Yes, yes.
What time did you leave Rockingham?
I don't know. I think it was a little after 11, though.
Before 11:15?
I would think so.
Sometime between 11 and 11:15?
Yes.
Can you pin it down any closer?
No.
Did it have a clock in it in the limo?
I would assume so, but in a stretch limo, you can't see over that thing to the dashboard.
Were you wearing a watch?
I may have been.
What watch were you wearing?
If I was wearing a watch, it would have been a Swiss Army watch, probably this watch.
That watch right there?
This type of watch, yes.
Okay. And when did you put that watch on?
Who knows?
When in the evening of June 12 did you put on your watch?
I don't know if I did, but if I had on a watch, this would have been the watch.
You don't remember if you had a watch when you put it on?
Just answer the question.
No.
And did you, were you looking at the watch while you were in the limousine to see if you were going to be late?
No.
Were you looking at the watch before the limousine?
Well, you have now elevated, I may have had a watch, and I don't recall if I did, to he had a watch on, and was he looking at it?
No,
And
but-
I'm going to object and instruct him not to answer that
By
question.
asking the questions, it may jog his memory that he had such a watch, he was wearing it, and was indeed looking at it.
Then
That's the
frame it.
purpose of the question, Mr.
Then
Baker.
frame it correctly. Don't frame it as a fait accompli, because it is not.
You don't remember, do you?
No.
You don't remember looking at a watch to see if you were running late at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you looking at clocks in the house to see if you were running late?
I looked at a clock
And which clock?
in my kitchen.
How many times did you look at that kitchen clock?
In what period of time?
The evening of June 12th.
I have no idea.
When you did look at it, what time did it say?
It was after 11.
When you went in to get the drink of water?
Yes.
And did you look at it any time before that point in time to see if you were running late or for any other reason?
I'm sure if I was in the kitchen earlier that day or that afternoon, there's a chance I might have looked at the watch. The clock.
I mean, any time in the evening of the...
If I was in the kitchen, I may have looked at the clock.
Did you look at any other clocks in your house evening of June 12th?
Yes.
Where were those clocks?
One was by my bed
And what other clocks did you look at?
that I'm conscious of. I can't recall.
And do you remember specifically looking at the bed clock?
Yes.
What times?
It registered about 10:40, 10:35 to 10:40.
And what was your purpose in looking at the clock at 10:35?
That's when I became aware that the limo driver was, to me, late, and I had to get moving.
Limo driver had not yet arrived.
Yes.
And do you recall looking at the clock any other time?
No.
Okay.
Let me take a break.
No, I'm fine.
You're fine.
Yeah.
When you were in the bedroom around 10:35 or so, and you looked at the clock, what were you doing in the bedroom?
Sitting on my bed, kind of sitting, half laying, sitting on my pillows on my bed.
And how long had you been doing that?
10, 15 minutes.
So you were lying on the bed for about 15 minutes, you were sitting or lying
No.
on the bed.
Yes.
And then you saw the clock at 10:35 or so.
10:35 or 40. It's right in that area.
Can somebody pick that up,
This
please?
is what it registered.
And then you, when you saw the time, you got up.
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
And went and took a dump.
How long did that take?
I don't recall.
And then what did you do?
Jumped in the shower.
How long did that take?
I don't recall.
Then what'd you do?
Got out of the shower.
Then what'd you do?
Dried off.
Then what?
Started to get dressed.
Then what?
Started finishing packing my suitcase.
Or when you got out of the shower and got dressed, what time was it when you finished dressing?
I don't know.
Was the limo driver there
Yes.
when you finished dressing?
Yes.
Was he there when you got out of the shower?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because I heard my phone continuing to ring.
And you didn't answer it?
No.
When is the first time you heard it ring?
I don't know.
When's the first time you remember hearing it ring?
At some point in time when I was in the shower.
You heard the phone in the shower?
Yes. You don't hear it clearly. At some point I thought I heard the phone ring and I opened the door of the shower and I looked at it and the phone was ringing.
When you talk about the phone ringing, are you talking about the telephone ringing?
Yes.
Is that what rings when the limo buzzes outside the Ashford gate?
Correct.
Is it a ring different from a normal telephone call?
What do you mean, the sound?
Yeah.
No.
Can you tell if it's a person out at the gate or versus a phone call?
I can, yes.
How?
Because it keeps ringing and the line that lights up when it's ringing.
What lights up?
I'm sorry.
The line that lights up when it's ringing and it keeps ringing.
But if you're in the shower, you can't see the line, correct?
When I open the door of the shower, I can.
Did you do that?
Yes.
So you heard the phone ringing, you opened the door to the shower, then you looked at a phone instrument, you saw a light on, and that told you it was the limo driver.
No. At first, I knew it was a limo driver because once I heard it ringing, at one point when I was aware it was ringing, I hit the door and it continued to ring, so I knew it had to be the gate. And at some point, as I'm coming out, I looked, and it was the gate, but it stopped ringing. It was stopped ringing at that point.
When you say you hit the door, what do you mean by that?
The shower door,
What, I mean, you hit it for what reason?
to open it.
To open it to see the phone?
Well, actually, I was getting out, but I tend to open the shower door, grab my towel, and because my shower is sort of a steam shower, dry off in the shower.
Yeah, and in any event, you, by looking at the instrument and hearing the constant ringing, you knew it wasn't a phone call but the limo driver, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you hear it while you were in the shower then?
At some point, yes.
And when you got out of the shower and were drying off,
Yes.
did you still continue to hear it?
No.
Okay. So when you got out, before you dried off, did you go to the phone to call the limo driver?
No.
Can you call from your phone?
I think so. I think you can hit the gate, and the gate will open. I don't know if it'll ring out there. The gate will open out there.
When you hear, when you heard withdrawn, what do you have to do to let the limo driver in from upstairs in your bedroom?
Pick up the phone and push a number that's on my phone.
What number is that?
I don't recall right now.
Can you talk to the limo driver by picking up the phone and dialing some number?
No, just by picking up the phone. If it's on that line, you can't talk to the limo driver.
Okay, and if he's not on the line, you can't talk to him, obviously, right?
Yes.
Will his phone ring on the other line?
I don't know.
If you wanted to talk to him, but he's not on the line, will it ring so that he'll pick it up and you can and he can talk to you?
Do you understand that question?
I think I understand what he's saying. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, but
I've never done
in
that.
any event, when you got out of the shower, you dried off before pressing that button to open the door,
No.
Open
No.
the door?
open the gate.
No.
When you got out of the shower, you dried off before doing anything?
Yes.
When did you go and press the button on your phone that would activate the gate and let the driver in?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. And after you, but you knew he was out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after you dried off, you dressed, right?
Yes, started to get dressed and started to pack, finished packing.
Now, while you were dressing, withdrawn, while you were drying, did the phone ring again?
No.
While you were dressing, did the phone ring again?
Yeah, eventually, yes.
And did you then, while you were dressing and heard the phone ring, press the button to let the gate open?
No.
Okay. And then you finished dressing, and
Yeah.
then did what?
Went outside.
Did you pack first after you finished dressing?
I don't understand what you're saying.
When you finished dressing,
Yes.
did you resume packing?
No.
You were already packed?
Yes.
Completely packed?
Completely packed.
And where was the Louis Vuitton bag?
On my bed.
Closed and packed, right?
Yes.
And that occurred, it was closed and packed before you went into the shower, right?
No.
When did you close and pack it?
As I
Pack
told you
and
before.
close it, I should
As
say.
I told you before, when I came up, I closed it up, I folded it up, put on my shirt, put on my jean top, and carried it downstairs.
What I'm trying to understand, Mr. Simpson, is when did you complete the packing of the Louis Vuitton bag and closing it up?
Yes.
After or before you took your shower?
After I took my shower.
Okay. But right after you took your shower, you dried, right?
Yes.
And then you dressed, right?
Halfway, yeah. And eventually, yes. So, yes.
When you were packing your Vuitton bag to finish off the packing, were you already fully dressed?
No.
Okay, so you were partly dressed.
Yes.
You had pants on,
Yes.
loafers,
Yes.
no shirt.
Yes.
And then you resumed packing,
Yes.
finished packing,
When I finished packing, yes.
put your shirt on,
Yes.
then put that other shirt over it, right?
Yes.
Then went downstairs.
For the second time, yes.
Now, from the moment you got out of the shower to the moment you went downstairs, at any time during that interval, did you press the button to let the limo driver in?
No.
And how many times did the phone ring from the moment you got out of the shower until you went downstairs?
Once.
And how many times did it ring that occasion?
Once.
When I said, how many rings?
Once.
And you could tell from the line that it was the limo driver, right?
That and the fact that I picked it up.
You picked it up and you talked to him?
Yes.
What did you then say?
So I'm coming right down. I'm running late. I know I'm coming right down.
Then you hung up.
Believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Did you press the button at that point to let the gate open?
No.
Okay. And what did he say to you? Anything?
I think he dialed me right back to say that he had been there. And I'm not sure if it was all a part of the same conversation or the phone rung immediately right after I said, yeah, I'm running late.
Yeah.
And then I told him, he said something about he had been waiting. And I said, yeah, I know, I was in the shower.
Okay, so you hung up the phone and then he called right back?
Yeah, I believe so.
And you
I
picked
believe
up
so.
again?
Yeah. It could have been one conversation, I'm not sure, but I seem to recall it because I know I was irritated when I had to continue this conversation with him.
Irritated about
Because I was running late, and it was like, you know, this guy is telling me he's been here, so terrific, you've been here. And it wasn't Dale, so it's, you know.
It wasn't?
Dale.
Dale?
Dale,
St. John?
yes,
Your regular driver?
yes,
For many years?
yes.
I don't know if anybody else, I gotta hit the head on if we could, just have time for a break or.
Okay.
We are going off the record now, and the time is approximately 4:17.
It's just on my door.
We are back on the record now, and the time is approximately 4:42.
What did you say, Mike? I didn't hear you.
We're going to have custody for the night of tape.
What did he say?
You can have custody for the night. I'll put in my golf bag.
Okay, here we go.
Give him to Geraldo.
Okay. Ron. Okay. Mr. Simpson, when is it clear in your mind that the first time you heard the buzzer from the limo driver was when you were in the shower?
Yes.
Well, a phone.
The phone,
The phone rings,
yes,
and you were in the shower.
that's correct.
Okay. The second, and you didn't respond at that time.
Correct.
And the second
I
time.
didn't respond by answering it.
Correct.
Yes.
You didn't respond at all.
Yes,
The second time you heard it is when you were getting dressed, correct?
yes,
And you didn't respond then either.
that's incorrect.
Just say
When you were dressing and you heard the phone ring,
Yes,
did you pick it up?
yes,
And you had a little discussion, which you've already testified to, right?
that's correct.
But you did not let him in then, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you finished dressing, packing, going downstairs, and you didn't hear the phone ring again during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then you went downstairs and out the door, correct?
Correct.
And did you let him in then?
He was in then, but yeah, he was in then.
Did you let him in?
No,
Okay. How did he get in?
I assume Cato let him in.
You don't know?
That's the only assumption I make.
You didn't buzz him in, correct?
That's correct.
You never went to your phone instrument, pressed that button, and let the gate open, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't do anything else to cause the gate to open, right?
That's correct.
And when you came downstairs to go out to the Bronco to get what you said was the windbreaker and the case for the phone, he was already there, correct?
I didn't come downstairs to do that, no.
When you came downstairs, though, you did that,
I ended up doing that, yes.
right? Came downstairs, looked in your grip bag,
Yes.
and went out to the car,
Yes.
the Bronco.
Yes.
But at that point in time, Mr. Park was already in, and you don't
Correct.
know how he got there, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask Cato?
No.
How would Cato have let him in?
Since he was out front, I'm assuming he pushed the button.
To the left of the gate.
Yes.
Would there have been any other way that Cato could have opened that gate on Rockford?
I believe so, yes.
On Rockford?
Excuse me, on that Ashford.
Yes.
What are the other options that Cato had to do that?
You could have picked up the phone and pushed whatever number to let him in.
Any telephone in the house?
Yes.
He had access to the phones in the house?
In his room.
Even in his room, he could operate the gate?
You know, once he got in that room, I never went in that room to see what his phone setup was, but before he got in that room, I know you could have, yes.
And you don't recall if you changed it or not?
I didn't do anything.
Okay. And in Arnell's room, She also lived there, right?
Yes,
On June 12th, correct?
yes.
And she had the same ability on her telephone to press the button and have the gate open, right?
Yes.
Is there another button to press to have the Rockingham gate open?
No.
Is that opened by the phones?
No.
Can you talk to that gate?
No.
When you got off the bed, strike that. Earlier you testified that you went upstairs about 10:20 p.m. and shut off the lights. And when you went upstairs, then, where did you go?
10:15, 10:20.
Where did you
Yes.
go?
To my bedroom.
And what did you do when you got to the bedroom at that time?
Sat on my bed and kind of laid back on my bed.
And then you noticed the clock around 10:35 or 10:40, and then you got up and you went to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Now, at that time, you knew that you had to hustle to get out of there, right?
Yes.
How long were you in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Less than 5 minutes?
I don't know.
More than 5 minutes?
I don't know.
What's your best estimate?
I don't have one.
How long were you in the shower?
I don't know.
When you were on the bed, you were dressed, right?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
Probably some pants and a shirt.
And what was the color of the pants you were wearing?
Probably a royal bluish pants.
What was the color of the shirt?
Believe white.
Did you have socks on?
I believe so, yes.
What kind of socks did you have on?
White socks.
And did you have shoes on?
No.
What happened were you wearing shoes when you were outside chipping the golf balls and leaving the Bentley and going upstairs?
Yes.
What shoes were those?
Tennis shoes.
White?
Yes.
Reebok?
I believe so.
When did you take those shoes off?
When I got upstairs.
And where did you put them?
I don't know, I think I probably just kicked them off my feet when I laid on the bed.
Okay. Now, the pants and shirt that you were wearing, is that what you were wearing to the... You said that the pants were a royal blue?
Yes, I believe bluish blue.
Dark blue?
Could have been dark blue, yes.
You're sure of that color?
Yes, I'm pretty sure of that color.
Were they... and the shirt was a white shirt?
I believe so, yes.
Open collar shirt, polo shirt? What kind of shirt?
Golf shirt.
Golf shirt. Were those the same clothing you had worn to the recital?
No.
And when you came back from the recital, you changed?
Yes.
And you changed into these royal blue pants and this golf shirt?
Yes.
You're not sure that it was a white shirt, correct?
At this recollection, right now, no.
It could have been a dark shirt, correct?
Could have been darker, yes.
Yeah. Now, when did you put these clothes on?
Put these clothes
On.
When I, between 7:30 or so and 9 o'clock.
What did you wear to the recital?
Black pants, I believe a white shirt, black sweater jacket.
Black pants, white shirt, and what?
I believe a black sweater jacket.
Socks
I'm not sure.
and shoes.
Yes, black shoes.
What kind of shoes?
Dress shoes.
Loafers?
Yes.
Made by whom?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't think I ever knew.
Did you buy them?
Yes.
Where'd you buy them?
I don't remember.
And do those lights project light outside of the home onto the property?
It depends.
Depends on what?
If you're sitting in front of the front door, if you're sitting in front of the kitchen.
If you're sitting in front of the front door, can you see any lights on?
Yes.
If you're sitting in front of the kitchen, can you see any lights on?
Yes.
If you're sitting out at the Ashford gate, can you see any lights on?
No,
How do you know that?
because I've done it.
When did you do it?
Numerous times.
Did you do it in the last month?
Yes.
For what reason?
To prove it to some people.
To whom did you prove it?
To my lawyers,
Which lawyers?
my current lawyers.
The lawyer sitting here to your right?
Yes.
And what did you attempt to prove?
Just showing them that you can't tell what lights are on in my house from the gates.
So did you do it at night?
Yes.
At 10? What time was it?
Late at night, I don't know exactly what time.
After 10 o'clock p.m.?
Possibly.
And what lights did you turn on downstairs?
Virtually all of them.
Every single light downstairs?
I'd say virtually, not all. I would say 90% of the lights.
Did you turn on the lamp in the kitchen?
Yes.
The lamp in the entryway?
Yes.
The big light in the kitchen?
No.
Did you turn on the coach lights outside?
I think at one point they were, yes.
But at one point they were not turned on?
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And did you turn on the light in the TV room?
All of them.
All of them.
Yes.
And did you then turn on any other lights?
Yes.
Which ones?
All the lights in my dining room, all the lights in my living room, all the lights in my tennis room, all the lights in my bedroom, all the lights in my bathroom. Yes.
What lights downstairs did you leave off?
Downstairs, the overhead lights in my kitchen and in my office.
Okay. Why did you leave those lights off?
Because those are lights I don't believe was on the night of the 12th.
Okay. And then you went and positioned yourself on the other side of the gate at Ashford?
Inside and outside of the gate, on both gates.
And what did you see?
A house that looked like no lights were on.
And why did it look like no lights were on?
You'd have to ask God that.
Why?
Because
He's a physicist.
He's a physicist and I'm not.
And you could not see any lights?
Nobody with me could see any lights.
How do you know that?
Because they said it.
Who said it?
Whoever I was with.
And who were you with?
Depends what time I was with them.
I'm sorry?
I've done this, I can't recall who, I've done this with virtually everyone who's come into my house
Okay.
at night.
You've done it with Bob Baker and Dan Leonard and Bob Blazer, right?
Yes.
And who else have you done it with?
A film crew.
That made your video?
That's correct.
Anyone else?
Just about everybody who's come to my house who I can't recall who.
You make a point of doing that when they come to your house?
Yes.
What else do you make a point of doing?
If
Treating them
anything.
very nice.
Do you make a point of proving anything else to these people?
Yes.
What else?
That my housekeeper can cook, and that my mom's a great cook, and that I'm a good host.
Do you make a point of proving anything else that you were innocent of these charges?
That's
Besides,
argumentative, and don't.
Yeah.
don't
No,
answer it.
you said you were trying to prove to these people that nobody could see the lights, and that's for the purpose of proving some fact that you think is important to your case,
Well,
correct?
he didn't
don't
say
think I
that.
said
Wait
that
a
at
minute.
all.
Don't.
Why do you prove this fact to so many people who come to your house? What's your purpose in doing that?
that's a question that's asked,
It's always volunteered by the other person?
except with the film company, yes.
Okay. And what do they ask you, these people?
Why no lights were on in my house that night?
And what do you say?
I said that was incorrect.
What was incorrect?
That assumption that there were no lights on in my house.
You know for a fact that all these lights that you just described were on?
When?
You've already, I want to be clear about this. When you went upstairs at 10:15, 10:20, the only lights that you said were on, or that were on, I should say, were the lamp in the kitchen and the lamp in an entryway, correct?
No, that's not correct.
What else was on?
My bedroom lights.
The only lights downstairs were the lamp in the kitchen and the lamp in the entry, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
When you came downstairs the first time after showering and going to the bathroom and all that, you came downstairs with a Louis Vuitton bag. Did you turn on any lights?
I don't think that's correct.
What's not correct?
That I came down the first time with the Louis Vuitton bag.
After you were dressed.
Yes.
Came down with what bag?
Louis Vuitton, after I was dressed, completely dressed.
And had you turned on any lights by then?
I don't know. I don't really know.
What's your best?
I may have turned on then. I may have turned on the coach lights.
When you came down with the Louis Vuitton bag?
No, I may have turned them on earlier.
What time?
When I came down with my suit bag to look for my shoes and my golf bag.
Before or after you dressed?
Before I got completely dressed.
Half dressed?
Yes.
No shirt on?
No shirt on.
You walked downstairs with the suit bag and laid it outside where the golf bag is, right?
Yeah.
And at that time,
essentially.
you turned on the light?
I may have, when I went back in, turned on the coach lights.
Okay. And the coach lights, but not the entryway light, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And Park was already there at that time, right?
He was at the gate,
Not in.
not in.
Cato hadn't let him in yet.
As far as I know, no.
And you went upstairs, finished dressing, and came back down with the Louis Vuitton bag, right?
Yes.
Did you turn any lights on at that point?
I don't think so.
And by this point, Park was there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were half dressed and the phone rang and it was Park, why didn't you let him in then?
Because I didn't want to open my gate.
Why not?
Didn't want my dog to go out
Where was your dog?
in the front yard.
As it turned out, your gate was opened without your knowledge anyway, right?
Yes.
Did your dog run out?
No.
How do you know?
Well, I really don't know. Maybe it did, but Cato was there at that point in time, so I may have mentioned to Cato. I may have, I may not have, but I normally do. I wouldn't have worried about it because somebody would have been there to get her back in.
Is Chachi?
Chachi.
And when you, was Chachi outside?
Chachi lives outside,
Yeah,
yes.
she never goes in your house?
I mean, she's been in my house once or twice, but
Was she outside on the evening of June 12 when you were doing the golf balls?
yes.
And when you went back down to go to the Bronco to get the cell phone and or the cell phone case, was she outside?
Outside of the house, yes.
Yeah, and when you opened that gate to go out to the Bronco, did she go out the gate?
At that time, no.
Did you look for her to restrain her before you went out?
I always do, yeah. I look to see where she is.
Did you see her?
I didn't see her, so I knew she wasn't where she can go out.
But when you were at the Bronco, she could have gotten out, correct?
Which time at the Bronco?
When you went out that time to get the phone.
The last time. Yes,
Correct,
but
the last time that you mentioned to us.
yes, but I wasn't concerned because Cato was there then.
When you went to get the phone, or the phone case and the,
Yeah.
and the windbreaker, Cato was...
Was there, so he could have gotten her in while I was gone.
Did you tell Cato, hold on to the dog or watch the dog?
No, I didn't need to do that, no.
Why not?
Because I didn't see the dog going out, but if I would have seen the dog go out and didn't see it that she was in,
Sorry, I didn't see
Okay.
the dog go out.
because it's understood at my house, there's a rule at my house, because the SPCA has given us numerous warnings. There's a rule at my house with housekeepers and Cato and everyone there, don't let the dog out. So everybody's sort of aware that you don't let the dog out.
And you were aware of that when you went to the Bronco?
I'm aware of that even every morning when I leave to go play golf.
So you didn't want to let the limo driver in because the dog might get out? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
and I didn't know if Cato was around or not, so I wouldn't have had time to look for her.
saying? When you came downstairs and saw the last time and saw the limo driver there, were you concerned that your dog might have gotten out inadvertently?
Not so much, no.
Did you ask Cato, did the dog get out?
No,
Did you ask the driver?
no.
Did you ask Cato or the driver anything about the dog?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now you just said that when I asked you a question about going to the Bronco, you said the second time. Did you go to the Bronco another time?
Yes,
An earlier time?
yes.
When did you go to the Bronco on the evening of June 12th? An earlier time?
When I was chipping balls and looking for my sand wedge.
Well, you described what you did at the Bentley truck already.
At the Bentley car, yes.
The Bentley car, excuse me.
Yes.
And when did you go to the Bronco in reference to what you did at the Bentley?
After I put my pitching wedge back in the trunk of the Bentley, I walked and looked into the back window of the Bronco to see if there were any clubs back there.
After you got the pitching wedge out of the Bentley, hit those golf balls wherever you hit them.
Yes.
You put the pitching wedge back.
Yes.
Took out the bag
Yeah.
with the balls
But I had
and the
done all that
windbreaker in
before I
it.
hit it.
Sorry.
Excuse me, let me finish. You took out the bag with the balls and the windbreaker, you put it on the ground, then you went to the Bronco?
No,
No, that's
compound
not
question
correct.
and the sequence is wrong.
Yeah, the sequence is wrong.
Okay, let's get it right then, okay?
He did get it right.
Well, I'm kind of slow. Let me see if I can sort it out. Okay. You got the,
This is the third time we're going over this, and I'm not going to let him go over it again.
he has not discussed going to the Bronco before
We
at all.
discussed going to the Bronco then, but you keep going back, and I think it's untoward to have him go over and over and over the same thing. And you've done it 15 times today, and you can talk all you want about him going to the Bronco the first
Okay,
time.
let's
but
talk
we're
about
not going
that.
to sequence, we're not going to re-sequence the events that we've already sequenced.
Let's try to move on. It's getting late, okay? Did you go to the Bronco after you completed all of the activities that you previously described at the Bentley?
Yes, sir.
You had finished hitting all your golf balls, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had closed the trunk of the Bentley, right?
Yes.
So on the ground was the bag with the windbreaker.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Before you went inside, you then went to the Bronco?
Yes.
Okay. You pressed the button,
Yes.
Rockingham gate opened up.
Yes.
You went out and you went to the Bronco. What did you then do at the Bronco?
I looked into the back of the Bronco
For what reason
to see if I had any clubs there.
did you?
No.
You could see.
Yes.
Then what did you do?
I waited for my dog, and we walked around and came in the Ashford gate.
You waited for your dog to do what?
I guess she took a dump.
Oh, the dog had come out the property
Yes.
on the Rockingham side,
Yes.
and you waited until the dog finished its business.
Yeah, I went over across the street and up a little bit into ivy and various things and took a dump.
The dog did.
Yes.
While you were standing at the Bronco,
Yes. Yes.
doing what? Just watching?
Yeah, just, you know, I had a what they call a 3-wood in my hand. I was swinging a 3-wood
Where did you get the 3-wood?
out of my garage.
And then that was after you did the chipping of the golf balls
That
with
was
the
before.
pitching wedge.
That was before.
You had gotten the 3-wood out, right?
Yes.
And you had laid it next to you while you were hitting the other club?
I don't think next to me. I may have laid it up against the trunk, you know, the open trunk of the, possibly laid it there, I guess.
Of the Bentley.
Yes.
And after you closed the Bentley, you then took the 3-wood?
Yeah, the 3-wood I had, and I was just swinging it,
When
walking.
you went to the Bronco, you took it with you?
Yes.
Did you take anything else with you?
Other than what I had on me.
Yeah, carrying anything else?
In my pocket, yes.
What?
I had a cell phone.
In your pocket?
Yes.
How long had the cell phone been in your pocket?
Since I had gone into the garage. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I went and grabbed it after I was in the garage.
Grabbed it from where?
The kitchen.
When you went outside to go hit golf balls?
Yes.
You went into the kitchen, grabbed your cell phone?
Yes.
And put it in your pocket?
No, I made a phone call.
On the cell phone?
Yes.
Who did you call?
Paula Barbieri.
What time was that?
I don't know. I didn't know at the time. I know now.
Now, when you called Paula Barbieri from your cell phone, where were you literally standing?
In front of my house, right behind my Bronco. At least by the time it was ringing, I was standing behind my Bronco.
Had you already hit the golf balls?
No, I hadn't even gotten them yet.
And you hadn't swung the wood either?
No, I was swinging a wood.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You got the phone from the kitchen, and you went outside the front door?
No,
Where'd you go?
outside the garage door.
You went into your garage from the inside of your
Yeah,
house?
it's right at my kitchen, yes.
Opened up the light?
The light was already on.
The back light. Was the door open already?
Backlight.
You said there was 2 lights in the garage.
Yeah, it was already on.
Was the door already opened?
Yes,
The garage door?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not sure of that, but I think so. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of that.
When had you opened the garage door?
When I came out to look at my Bentley.
So, when you went to get the cell phone in the kitchen, this was before you had gone to the Bentley to open up the trunk and look for the clubs,
Yeah,
correct?
as I said a few minutes ago, that's correct.
So you went into the garage from the kitchen, and you opened the light into the garage, right?
Yes,
Went out the garage door, right?
no, I looked for my sandwich, and I was also looking for a 3-wood.
Did you find a sandwich?
No,
Found a 3-wood?
yes.
Then what'd you do with the 3-wood when you came out of the garage?
I walked back to the door to the kitchen to push the button, open the garage door, and open the door to the kitchen, walked in, grabbed my cell phone, and walked back out the garage.
Okay. So now you come back out the garage with the 3-wood and the cell phone.
Correct.
Then what do you do?
I put a call in to Paula and opened the trunk of my Bentley.
So you were standing near the Bentley when you called Paul, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the clothing you were wearing,
Was whatever I had on from...
dark blue pants and
Yeah.
a shirt, the color of which you can't remember.
Yes.
Did you talk to Paula?
No.
Did you reach an answering machine?
Yes.
Did you leave a message?
Yes.
What was your message?
I don't recall.
Recall anything? Is that what you said?
Well, yeah, I said I was wondering what was happening because she hadn't called me. So what was going on?
And
And I thought it was her last chance of taking me to the airport. If I'd have got her, we had enough time for her to take me to the airport if she was in town.
okay. If she was in town, you were figuring that she'd come home and pick you up?
Yeah.
You had already ordered the limo, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then you went, after you made your phone call, what'd you do with the cell phone?
And put it in my pocket. I may have just set it there, but because I hit a few balls and then grabbed it, put it in my pocket, and swung the 3-wood.
Because after you made the call, then you went to the Bentley, opened up the trunk, and did what you described.
Sorry. You have to do that.
After you made the phone call, you either put the phone down or in your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
If you put it down, where did you put it?
Right there at the trunk of the Bentley.
And you opened up the trunk, and you described what you did at that point.
Yeah.
Closed the trunk,
Yes.
took your 3-wood, went out to the Bronco.
Yes.
Dog went out,
Yes.
and you looked into the Bronco,
Yes.
and you were looking for your sandwich.
Yes.
You didn't find it, right?
Correct.
Waited for the dog to finish and then walked.
Yeah, well, we walked up the street. She went across and up a way. First, she went to Stanley Scheinbaum's stuff, and
Yeah.
she walked up, started going up the grass to the other, and I was just on the grass walking, swinging, and then finally, come on, Chachi, and we went into the Ashford Gate.
The Rockingham gate closed behind you,
Yes.
and then you entered in the Ashford gate.
Yes.
And how did you get into the Ashford gate?
Pushed it.
From the outside of the gate?
Mhm.
You need a key?
No, I tell you, I keep one gate on a hinge, and only we know this, but normally I would keep one gate off hinge, so it works if you push the button, or if you're walking the dog and you come home and you want to get on the property and you don't have a key, you push the gate.
You just push the gate.
Yeah, you
Manually.
gotta kind of know how to do it. It's not, you can't just walk and push it. There's a little trick to it that I'm not going to tell America.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so does the trick still work?
Well, now I got security and we keep everything locked all the time.
You pushed the gate, you went in with the dog
Yes.
on Rockford and closed the gate behind you,
Yes.
and then you went inside,
Yes.
closed the lights, and went upstairs.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I went in.
where Rockford is.
I'm sorry, Ashford.
Yeah. Yeah, I went in, closed the garage door, turned off the lights. Yeah.
And that's about
Went upstairs.
10:15 or 10:20, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with the 3-wood?
Laid it back in the garage. When I went in the garage, just put it back in the garage.
Through the inside of the house?
What do you mean?
You went inside the front door,
No, I didn't.
you went into the garage.
Yes.
You laid the 3-wood down,
Yeah, put it where it belongs.
then came out of the garage?
No.
And what'd you do?
Walked back into the house.
And closed the garage door?
Yes.
And then entered in the house that way?
Yes.
And went through the kitchen and upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. Does your garage door make a does it make a sound when it goes up and down?
If you're standing there, I guess you can hear it, yes.
The dog stayed outside on the property?
Yes.
Now, when you, when was the first time that you encountered Cato Kalin when you were getting ready to leave for the airport?
I don't know what you mean by when you're getting ready to leave the airport. I mean,
Do you know what I mean?
Well,
He said that he ran into Cato sometime when he came downstairs to go to the airport.
okay, you mean when the limo? That's not getting ready to go, in my view, but that's okay.
When the
As long as
limo's
we're-
there.
As long as we're on the same wavelength, that's fine.
Yes, we're on the same wavelength. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay.
Now, this is to the best of my recollection. This is, I came out, dropped the 2 bags. I didn't see Cato. The limo driver was standing there. I think I heard Cato because he wasn't standing in front of the house. I looked in my bag and I went back into the house and into the kitchen. Came back out, and then I saw Cato over by the garage, and he was talking to me from over there.
Garage door was closed, right?
Yeah.
He was in front of the garage, right?
Yeah, he was in that area between the house, the garage. He was talking to me in front of the limo, just in that area.
Now, what was he saying to you?
He was talking about something about earthquakes.
He said he felt an earthquake?
Yeah, I wasn't really paying any much attention to him. I was trying to get myself together, and he was talking. And I don't think I really focused on what he was talking about until I came back from the Bronco. And then I, for the first time, really focused on what he was talking about.
The first time before you went to the Bronco, what's your best recollection of what he said to you? Across from this garage area where he was standing.
He was moving, and he was just talking about an earthquake.
You used the word earthquake?
Yeah. He did ask me if I overslept. That was one of the first things he said to me. Did you oversleep? And then he was talking about noise and earthquake.
When he asked you, did you oversleep, what did you say?
I don't even think I responded to it. I don't recall really responding. I said, I'm just running late or something, but I didn't have any really specific response to it, I don't think.
What was he wearing?
I don't know.
Did he have shoes on?
I would assume so.
You don't remember?
And then I remember I didn't pay any attention. I don't know if you got on shoes. I haven't paid any attention.
Did you see that he had shoes on?
No, I didn't see one way or the other.
Can you identify what he was wearing?
Not at all.
Okay.
Or Allen Park, for that matter.
Was he holding anything?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, he said something to you about noises?
He was talking about an earthquake, is what he was talking about.
You mentioned before that he said something about noises. What did he say about noises?
He heard something, or did you feel an earthquake?
Are we talking about a different time
No.
now? We're not talking about
We're
him
still
moving?
on the same time.
Okay,
I know
we're
he-
talking, wait a minute. We're talking about him moving out by the garage area and the earthquake, and then you said, your question goes to the noises, and I just want to make sure we're at the same time frame.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah, he, in one of his prior answers about this exact event, he said Cato was talking about earthquake noises, earthquake.
Well, that's not the exact event. I want the question read back, please.
Which, pending, I'm not, well, let me just.
Let me ask you,
He just represented the certain answers.
yeah,
Okay.
let me go back on the record. Okay? I'll just ask
My
another,
request first.
Question, you mentioned before that he said something about noises. What did he say about noises? Answer, he heard something. Did you feel an earthquake? Dash, Mr. Baker.
Okay.
That's the record.
what,
Okay.
we're back on now?
Yeah.
When he said something to you about noises, you're saying he said, did you hear something?
I don't think so. I think he asked me, did I feel an earthquake?
Did he?
And then as a, you know, as I said, I was going in and out, to Bronco back, and he was talking about noises and hearing something, earthquakes. I mean, I really didn't pay any much attention to what he was talking about.
Had you
Most
felt?
people don't.
Yeah. Well, off of your lawyer's comment, was Mr. Kalin, to your knowledge, typically incoherent in your dealings with him?
I mean, you guys seen Cato. Cato's Cato.
Did you find him to be incoherent by and large in your dealings with him?
No, I found him to be Cato. Cato was very unique. I found him to be a very nice guy who is a little goofy, but I like him.
You didn't believe at that time, June 12, 1994, that he was incoherent.
I wasn't paying it. Cato was, for what I was doing at the time, he was totally, it was totally insignificant, whatever he was talking about to me at that moment.
Prior to that moment, though, my question too is, in your relationship with him, you didn't find him to be somewhat incoherent.
I found him to be Cato, and he's just not your everyday guy. He's Cato. He's Cato. I mean, you've seen him.
In your conversations with Cato before that moment, were you able to communicate with him?
I've always been able to communicate with him.
Now, when he mentioned this thing about noises and/or earthquake, had you felt an earthquake?
No.
Okay. And had you heard any noises?
I don't believe so, no.
And at that point, then, you went out to the Bronco as you testified, right?
I don't think that's not necessarily what I testified. I said, as I was doing all of this stuff, Cato was talking, and I can't say exactly. I know when he first saw me, almost the first thing he asked me was, did you oversleep and did you feel an earthquake? Then I was busy doing what I was doing. He and Park was talking. He was saying things, and I can't tell you exactly what he said. Between then and when I went out and when I came in, it was just talk about noises or hearing. I wasn't paying attention to him. I was just not paying attention to him or Park. When I came, I do recall asking him, well, doesn't he have a flashlight? And saying there should be one in the kitchen in the cupboard. Other than that, whatever he was talking about at the time was insignificant to me. It really, I was trying to get a flight to Chicago, a flight I didn't want to take.
Why did Mr. Kalin tell you why he wanted a flashlight?
To look, I guess to look around the side of the house. I may have said to him, get a flashlight and look back there. I may have said that to him.
What did Mr. Kalin tell you about wanting to go and look back with a flashlight?
I don't know if he said anything about one. I may have suggested it.
Did he tell you that he thought there were prowlers back there?
No.
Did he say anything about that?
No, he just said he heard a noise.
And he wanted to investigate the noise?
Pardon me?
He said he wanted to investigate the noise?
No, he said he heard a noise. And I said, well, why don't you get a flashlight and look? And I made a suggestion, let's grab a flashlight, I'll go one way, you go the other way, and we'll see.
Did he tell you what the noise was that he heard?
No.
Did he describe the noise to you?
No.
Did you, in fact, go one way and he went the other way?
I think we were about to, and it was very dark. And that's when I may have said, well, we better get a flashlight, and he went into the kitchen.
Did he describe generally where the noise came from?
No.
Did he say the noise, he heard the noise in his room?
Yes, I assume that's where he heard it, yes.
Did he say that he wanted to go look in the alleyway behind his room?
Well,
I don't know what you're referring to as an alleyway, but if you're talking about the space behind his room, I'll certainly allow him to answer that question.
Well, I obviously got that impression, yes.
And did you give him a flashlight?
We went and looked for a flashlight. I told him where I thought a flashlight was.
Where?
In the cupboard of my kitchen.
Did you find one?
He looked and said, I never looked. He looked and said, it was. I noticed the time about that time and realized I needed to get moving. So I said, why don't you keep looking, as I was leaving.
And then you left?
Yes.
And then we should leave. He's got very few minutes left on the tape.
We'll stop now because he's out of tape, as you suggest, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9:30.
It's a great segue. Did you leave? And we're all leaving. Wonderful. I don't know what we're going to do about these videotapes.